London. Guys, we are live. This is London. We're going to go through kind of a crash course today. Okay, I'm a former financial professional. It's going to be a pleasure to introduce the idea of day trading, what exactly goes on. We are in a sea of red today in the market, guys. Some of the key ones that are off DOGECOIN. We cover DOGECOIN particularly. We have traded it quite a bit. We've been live through the entirety of the run up. Right now, it is going down. This is the channel that called the tops here, guys. We called the tops. We were live during this, and since then we have retraced quite a bit. We've always spoken of keeping heavy reserves at the lower levels, guys, since the top, and guys, since before then, keeping heavy reserves towards the downside. That's below this whole area, maintaining reserves, okay? So that's 70%, currently a 70% retracement that DOGECOIN has experienced. Is currently at about, the current price is about 20 cents, okay, up from the highs of about and around 74 cents. So you guys will know. Hello, Carolina. Nice to see you. This is a channel where we execute trades. We try and book positive trades. How do we do that? As you look at a crash, what's the best way to kind of, we've been in this bearish sentiment for a while now, guys. This is nothing new. What have we been doing? We've been hitting key levels, key entry levels, guys. We call them pricing targets, okay? We just came off of the golden pocket. That's right. The golden pocket is essentially that 61.8 to the 65th percent retracement, okay? And the retracement means what? Let's just cover that real quickly. The retracement, if we were going to define that, the retracement, excuse me, easy for me to say. The retracement is essentially, guys, it's the entirety of the price, okay, or whichever price interval you're looking at. And that price interval is going to be essentially defined in terms of the retracement by the percentage that it's going to give back, okay? So if we moved up this degree, okay, if we went from, I think it was, 7 cents to about 74 cents, guys, about a 10x, the percentage that we give back, those are going to be the levels of retracement. So as we look at this, we're currently we're heading down towards the 78% retracement, 78.6 to be exact on DOGECOIN. So I've drawn out some extensions here. I've wanted to see kind of a negative extension. Just people who deal with options will understand a little bit of a negative extension, in terms of we have both retracements and extensions. Extensions typically go up. We have added some in to kind of see if there's any confluent zones within which we could kind of predict where Doge might particularly be held up, at least temporarily. Now, Doge is not the only one that's off. The entirety of the market is off currently. Now, this does not bother us. If you guys paid attention to my stream last night, hello, Adam Yusuf, great to see you. Great to see you in the chat. It's so nice to welcome you back. Adam Yusuf, a great member of the base camp. We do have multiple levels, guys. We have the VIP, the top level. Okay, that's the group that's getting all of the trade signals, all of the information. It's not financial advice, but what I tell people is that doesn't mean it's a joke. So as we look at Twitter, guys, the back rooms here are just full of VIPs constantly sharing charts, constantly going over trade techniques, etc. And just a phenomenal group of everything from investment bankers to, I'll say, former analysts with, say, JP Morgan or BlackRock, real professionals, some people that are just, highly qualified, and just, some business owners, some blue-collar workers, and some good people who want to, the one thing we share in common between all the base campers and all of the VIPs is we want to beat the market, okay? So this last weekend we had a trade, what was it, a few trades, okay? I have a book of the trades now, but this last weekend alone, while things were down, we found some new coins. I was able to bring that information to the VIP, and guys, one of the trades went off for about 70%, okay? So there was a lot of excitement this last weekend. We have recently added in Gate. If you guys are looking at a new exchange, Gate is a phenomenal exchange. I think you'll find that in the comment section, Gate. Go ahead and look at Gate. Let me make sure that it's definitely in the comment section. Let me go ahead and add in potentially what would you say? Why don't we go ahead and add in a link so that people can join if they would like to join. Let's go ahead and add in a link so that people can join into the VIP. It's very important that you guys have the right kind of group. We have been really pushing, you guys know this, and I mean pushing. We've been trying to educate people. We've been trying to encourage them definitely to, what would we say? To definitely preserve cash on the lower levels. It's not financial advice. It's just, it is serious though. I'm going to say it's not a joke, right? So Lars in the house, how are you, Lars? It's great to see you. Let me go ahead and put join VIP here in the chat. You guys can do that. from a desktop computer. You can do that. There's Join VIP. You guys can go ahead and join VIP if you'd like to. We would love to have you. If you're intent on beating the market, you have found the right group. Lars just jumped in. We really appreciate her showing her support in terms of the super chat yesterday. We really appreciate that. You have Angel Matos on the top. Lars, I need a high def picture of you, okay, so I can put that on. I think one of yours is a little pixelated, so it would be nice to see that. In terms of the hopes of Dogecoin going up, I know that's on everyone's mind. People want to know, well, is it going to go up? Well, I'm going to tell you guys, it has gone up a lot. It's been over 100x this year, so it's had a phenomenal price action. I know everyone wants it to continue to go up. There is good news if it goes down. I'm going to tell you, if it goes down, the good news is we're able to kind of predict like this level exactly, guys. The exact precise level to which it went down to is very predictable. Okay, so we're able to definitely predict these levels that it's going into, and people want to know, is this a bear market? Well, typically a retracement, okay, until it reverses is considered bearish, okay? You have the bull run or the bullish run up, and I'll kind of define those terms so that you can understand what a bull market is, okay? What is the definition, the technical definition of a bull market? Technically, the definition of a bull market is going to be, and if you guys will listen real quickly, a bull market is technically, okay, defined by, it's going to be defined by when about 90 to 95% of the people who are long or in favor of like higher prices and believing higher prices, 90 to 95% of those individuals have an active, I'd say kind of full measured, position in the market. 90 to 95% of the people who believe that the stock is going to go up or the crypto is going to go up already have a position in the market. That's the definition of kind of a full-fledged bull market, okay? Now, what does that mean? Well, that typically means that you're going to run out of, at some point, you're going to run out of demand, okay? Because the people who all believe that it's going to and want to invest and really put their money behind it, that group, okay, as we look at this run up here, the run up in and around about mid-April, this from 7 to 70, that was, guys, that's everybody in the market having a position in Dogecoin, okay? That was a real strong move, but about 90 to 95%, that's the technical definition as we saw this rise in price. Now, guys, we have run out of demand, okay? So that's just the technical definition of a bull market. I wanted to let you guys know that. Now, in terms of this, in terms of the bearish nature of this, yes, typically bull will mean up, okay? The real simple is bullish, it's going up, bearish, it's going down. Anytime you go through a bearish, let's say a retracement, you're looking at a bearish sentiment, okay? You're looking at the fact that the actual price is going to be expected to be moving downward. That's the definition of a bearish market. So I see Angel is in the house. Angel, I'm really excited that you have decided to show up. That is just awesome. We missed you this weekend. Angel Matos on the top right. You guys see. What a guy, huh? Angel is in the house, guys. Oh, what an excitement, guys. I really am going to need to change the banner. Lars, I need to add you in from last night. Angel, we missed you this past weekend. And, guys, Angel is one of the top VIP members here at the station, and he is just an incredible guy. He's done so well in crypto, and you guys will just know him when you experience some conversation with him, etc., in the back rooms. He just is a really, guys, a genuine guy, and he has genuinely had a lot of support, guys, in terms of, or he has given a lot of support in terms of the station. So we're going to have to change the banner. It looks like he has rocked through with 2 more super chats of $99. And, that is so confirming, Angel. It's phenomenal to see that because, this station, we have people who are winning. I want to let you guys know that. We do have people that are winning. If you guys are looking for people that have won, okay, people that are not losers, right? And I don't mean losers, but that are in a losing position. Angel is aware of the fact, during this time, we called the top of the market, right? We are that station that called the top of the market. And Angel is always here to excite the energy and to get us flowing and to get us going going. We really appreciate that, Angel. And just a sentiment, like what I love is that Angel knows that this is just a big communication to the group that definitely you're winning. I mean, you are winning. You're a winner. And I love that about the market. He's made some great moves. If you guys are interested in like new coins or different issues like that, Angel is kind of the go-to expert. Angel, I'm not sure if you picked up on last night. Yesterday in the stream, I really spent a lot of time dedicated towards the fact that before this drop-off, I really spent some time trying to communicate with everyone about kind of a matchbox theory. And I went through a matchbox theory. Today's course is entitled, today's stream is entitled Crash Course, okay? It's entitled Crash Course. Last night I went through in the stream, I really went through some different kind of ideas. And the ideas that I went through essentially are, the idea that, if you could look at your investments kind of like a matchbox right now, okay, and in terms of how likely to be involved or otherwise, I really encourage people to just say, okay, maybe we have kind of a matchbox theory. We'll maybe trade a match right now. And I didn't know exactly the best way to put it because I didn't want to, frighten people, et cetera. But I did go through this extensively. Like while we're looking at trading a lot of different things, but before the market is down 35%, 30%, 20%, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the whole market is it's red, guys. It's a red day. And in terms of that, I explained, I was like, it would be nice if, and Angel, I'll re-explain this because I'm not sure you were able to hear it, but I said it would be nice if we were able to, view each investment kind of like a match right now. Okay, just a small little match, something that could kind of light up possibly, and if it doesn't, about the same level of disappointment you might have in terms of like, well, trying to strike the match and it just not striking. Oh shoot, that level of involvement in your investments right now. So I mentioned that last night, and I like that example in terms of, well, that should be maybe kind of a level of exposure. It's not financial advice, but I don't mean it like a joke either, right? I do intend to be rationally minded and sensible in terms of how we communicate with each other, because we are a trade group. We are actively trading. We have a very dynamic and a very sophisticated mindset, and we have everything from analysts to Angel's a great business owner, and that's important to us to be able to communicate on that ideal and to not have to qualify outside the realm of not operating in common sense. So I've enjoyed definitely getting to know all of you guys, and I know it's going to continue positively as we get down towards these lower levels. Guys, what I talked about last night was the matchbox theory. It's like, well, can you imagine, when you strike up a match and it doesn't strike up, and you're like, shoot, oh darn. Oh, that would be the level of involvement I said last night in terms of what we would want if the investment fell through. So I think that was great preparation in terms of today. I hope it was for those of you who were listening last night and put that maybe into practice. I'm so excited that you were listening, guys. That's really phenomenal. And I know that some of you were busy with Father's Day, so I missed you guys who weren't around. Definitely, Angel didn't get a chance to talk to you, but we have a picture of you and your daughter up on the top right, and I know that's great. I hope that she's able to see the stream at some point, and she's up near the moon. You guys are up near the moon, and a lot of just everyone is happy to wish everyone a happy Father's Day, even belated. We got some great pictures from families, etc. Now, I have drawn out on Dogecoin, some kind of negative extensions, and we don't do this quite frequently, but it's just kind of an advanced level of diagnostics I wanted to run through because I wanted you guys to get a peek into some action that you could potentially use on options, okay? Something like that. Now, I'm not going to push options. I'm not going to go into that. But as you look at this, I want you to try and zoom in as much as you can, and we really try and be the most accurate channel, okay, in terms of the content delivery and just a generalized expression of, common sense, rationale. We try and build that into each other and really reinstill that. And we have some really phenomenal, professionals. It's a very professional environment. And so what we would say is, let me go ahead and explain this real quickly. As we look at the move up, typically an extension is different than a retracement. An extension is going to typically be situated. It's going to be the same as the same features as a retracement, but they're going to be indicated upwards typically. Excuse me. upwards. We would expect the extensions. People want to know, well, at what point would we sell, right? After something is potentially going to go up or rebound, et cetera, like we may be in a situation like that once we hit this 78.6. As we, and Angel, I recommend definitely that you watch the video from last night. Definitely watch that in terms of the matchbook theory. And yeah, I had tried to text you, et cetera, to see if you were available. I know you'd asked me to call you. I think I left a message. And yeah, but that was a great thing. I'm sorry if you missed that in terms of the matchbook theory, but I thought that was very important in terms of kind of limiting exposure to today's risk, you know. And I know everyone heard that who was part of the stream. So definitely tune into these streams, guys. It could be a situation you might make like 70% or 50%, like during the weekend. You also might save like, you know, thousands of dollars, right? Thousands of dollars is possible. When things are down 10 and 20%, thousands of dollars are lost, right? So sometimes tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's a big deal for me to invest time and stream and push things and try and get that message out to people as best I can in terms of like a matchbook theory. Now we know what that is in terms of the crash course, and the preceding video will have that in terms of kind of how do we limit our exposure? What does that really mean? In terms of the technicals, in terms of the TA, the technical analysis, guys, at a very young age, I was just very highly into this from high school, etc. I went to Duke and got out and worked across the table from Harvard Business or Harvard Foundation. And guys, I had to do all the numbers for $1 billion equity fund. I was the lead analyst. So I'm very used to, I'm very plugged into this being accurate, right? This has to be accurate information. So in terms of that, that's just the level of professionalism I like to bring to the group. It's not financial information. Let me say it's not financial advice, but it is financial information. Sorry. And I do not intend it to be a joke at all. So I mean, we can't just slough it off. It's not financial advice. No, it's still, I'm gonna say it's that doesn't mean it's a joke. All right. So definitely looking at like the extension theory where we would normally forecast things on the way up. Okay. In terms of a breakout on the way up, I have, this morning I put together some extensions that are essentially negatively implicated. Okay. I have measured the Fibonacci extensions from the top of the move, from the top of this triangulation down to the most recent move up. And I wanted to take a look at what that can tell us right now. And guys, it's a really nice report in terms of what I can bring you right now in terms of these extensions on the way down, exactly what they look like, okay, exactly the levels that are being hit right now. This is a perfect example of how the Fibonacci's are just telling you the truth. They're forecasting exactly where you're heading, okay? They're forecasting exactly into this 22-cent range. They're also forecasting almost precisely into this 20-cent range. So as you're looking at your holdings or you're looking at Dogecoin, you're trying to determine exactly where precisely, are we headed? How far down will we go before we reach some major, support, right? Because that's going to be the question is when will we bounce? If people are buying the dip, you're going to want to know at what level should we really engage capital. You guys know that the 78.6 is the next level. Now, if you're holding through all of this, it's a very unpleasant experience. If you guys understand profit requires that you sell high and that you buy low. It's never too late to start that, and it is always it's always important to also understand, like we focus on heavy amounts of cash to the downside. We always focus on heavy amounts of cash, below all the pricing action, okay? We're never fully exposed in the market. And look there, yeah, we have additional amounts of cash even below that, guys. That's just the framework that we put things in. So just when someone would think we're completely overexposed, yeah, guess what, guys? We have, a real solid cash position, I'd say, behind and below and kind of maybe even outside the market that, maybe even it never gets touched, all right? So, but that's the level of thinking that we have. Because we enjoy trading, we enjoy exposure to the investment market. This is what we're involved in. It's for a reason because a lot of people here in the group are very good at it. It's a very it's not. I don't take lightly the fact that people here dedicate a lot of their time to trading, okay? A lot of even the subscribers, the base campers, a lot of the people who may be listening kind of for the first or second or third time, they need to kind of understand, I definitely appreciate the fact that you guys are involved in and engaged in full-time the market, guys. I know what that's like, okay? I've done that, in the past. I've done it like, on a semi, I'd say, in terms of a private hedge fund, et cetera, just, different California days, I can talk about that. But in terms of that, I have spent a lot of time with, let me see what Angel says. London, your level of self-know combined with your computation of information and offering it with passion and conviction displays to the masses, the man. Look at the strength and the arms and the guns up. Love that. Love that. And, he is just going to crank through. Angel's going to be Angel today. We just love Angel. We love you, brother. You are the reason a lot of this gets kicked off the way that it does in terms of this. And yeah, we can't appreciate Angel enough. He's going to build that up. I told Andrew, I was like, Andrew's on the bottom right now. You see him. And just phenomenal show of presence right now. Phenomenal show of presence, and it's just great to see the VIPs doing well during this time. And I know that Angel has listened when we've talked about, excuse me, when we talked about like what an awesome guy. First of all, you have to say what an awesome guy. Angel, I hope you and your family potentially are listening. If the family is listening, how are you guys? This is London. Angel is a guy I talk to, and it's just like I grew up down the street from him, or he's like a brother of mine or something. We talk on the phone, and maybe it's the New Jersey kind of New York deal. I'm not sure what it is, but we talk on the phone, and it's just kind of like, it could be 10 minutes, it could be an hour, but it's like, it just keep we get it done. Huh? So we really appreciate the the family dynamic to the extent that it's around. And you guys are lucky to have Angel around, and all of you guys in the last Father's Day. What a great Father's Day it was for a lot of people. I know we got great pictures in, etc. As we look at Matic, I know Angel was involved in the listening to the channel in and around the time of Matic. Matic we brought to the group, to the VIPs at 78 cents. I think Angel may have gotten in before then even. He had a phenomenal return, but Angel talks about all the time, you have to be able to hit that button. And that's what that is what my friend told me. He's a good friend of mine. He's a former J.P. Morgan kind of director level, managerial level, and he says, I got to tell you, London, in the business, we're talking about trading and everything else like that. And this is a kind of a crash course on day trading, right? We're in the midst of a crash. Everything's red today, so we're going to talk about targeting. We're going to talk about all the key kind of essentials. What is going on now? What I'm going to say is, in terms of being able to hit that button, if you get an investment banker, you get a real stockbroker looking at you and talking to you, giving you some advice and saying, well, you got to be able to hit that button. You got to be able to hit that button. Well, you're going to immediately think, well, that means I need to hit the button. Okay, I'm ready to hit that button. You're going to think that has to do with you buying. You're going to think that has to deal with you buying. Okay, 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, maybe even a greater percentage than that. Most people are going to take that, okay, I'm ready. I'm going to be able to hit that button, and I'm going to be able to buy. That is about half of the equation, if only half. It may be 90% of the equation. It's easy to get into the market. You convince yourself, you've listened to the stories, you've made the approach, everything else, the stock is going up, or the crypto's going up, right? Absolutely. You're convinced, you've talked to people around you, it's a big decision, you're putting your money in. The easy part, guys, is listening to the story. They sell the story. The board of directors, they're gonna come up with a great framework. They're gonna put together a fancy website, everything else. Right? Yeah. Everyone's got one of those. There are PR teams that come up with those. Now that's the easy part, is getting into it. Now the timing may not be easy. Like Angel got into Matic at 33 cents. Right? We were covering it heavily in the channel, so he was around for that. But we talked about the fact that at some point you got to be able to hit the button. You got to be able to hit the button. And what is that? That's the button to sell. Not just to buy, you have to be able to take profit. Okay, so Angel engaged, and he understands you got to be able to take profit. You got to be able to take profit. That's the 90%. The easy part, guys, as you talk about a crash course, the easy part in all of this. Okay, the first rule, you don't even get to the real crash. If you bought low to sell high, and if someone's giving you a pricing target on the top, boom. That's your button you got to hit. Ask any investment banker, ask any broker, ask anybody, guys, who's on the street, etc. The button, you got to get into and start to negotiate a position at a good price. You got to buy low. The other part is you got to sell. You got to sell high. So that's the difficult part, because we always get wrapped up on, I want a little bit more. I want to get in. If it can continue to go up, because it already has created phenomenal gains for you, let's say, and it looks like, well, it's already, you convince yourself, because that's how you got into the market, believing and knowing it's going to go up. The notion that it would go down is contrary to everything that you got into the market for. So it's almost like in some way you feel like you're admitting from a psychological standpoint that that you're wrong. That couldn't be further from the truth. Right? You got into the market because you believed it was going to make profit, and you believed at some point you were going to be able to sell. Now, you may have some kind of idea out there in terms of some real pegged to kind of figure or number that it's going to go to, and maybe you just want to arbitrarily accomplish that. But guys, the big thing, I'm going to just tell you, and Angel's been through a few different rides in terms of real key, real key coins, right? Real key investments, some big things. So, Yeah, he sold at 187 thanks to listening to me, to London. That's just huge for me to hear that, Angel. That's just really huge. You got in at 33 and you sold at 187 thanks to listening to me. That's really great. And you also know that we did, we all the way up to like 250. Now, see, you would say, well, Angel, he could have gotten up to such and such, but look at what he's made. Right? He's done phenomenally well. He's capitalized. He's achieved profit. We have other people. Joshua comes to mind. Joshua's a great guy, and he's an individual who now he's a professional. He's a board of director style, and he's getting into full-time trading. He decided, about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, and that's the story on Matic, just to kind of round out the story with Angel so that you guys understand, who he is. You love to give credit when due, London. That's so great. I really appreciate that. I know it wasn't easy to hit that button, Angel. It just wasn't easy, but that's the crash course right there. You've gotten in. What's the crash course? Well, you don't crash. You just don't crash. Well, maybe you didn't get all of the profit. Well, you still hit the button. You still got all that cash, right? You still got a great, great return. You booked history, right, in terms of financial history for you. That's just phenomenal, phenomenal. I'm so glad I was able to be a part of that, Angel. Just what a great track record we got there. That's really nice because a lot of people heard what was going on in Matic, and a lot of them came to me. They're like, "Well, I just can't do it. I want to hold," and I'm talking about like holding through the entirety of the deal. Instead of trying to re-engage on the Fibonacci's, et cetera, just holding through the entirety. And a lot of people were playing pretty heavy. I think you guys know a lot of people were playing real heavy during this. So, it speaks volumes that I really appreciate you being able to express to me just the gratitude. I received that quite a bit, and that just means a lot, right? And, that's just that's phenomenal to hear that. As we look at, let's look at, we want to talk about like the high of if we look at, I don't even want to bring it up because it's kind of a sore subject, right? Bitcoin, like no one wants to talk about it, right? But we get to talk about the fact that we called it, right? And I even have individuals I was in session with. Like I was doing a lot of sessions with individuals trying to, teach them essentially about, kind of the dynamics of pricing, et cetera. And this was just not this was not a mystery at all to us. And the fact that we can say things to people, it points out the fact, I think it really highlights the fact that if we're saying something and it's not being picked up on, it really is against, it's almost beyond psychological. It almost gets to the fundamental of who someone is, like beyond kind of a rational kind of, thinking or sentiment or feeling. It's really kind of a part of their core structure. It becomes part of them in a way that's not just psychologically bound, but it almost becomes like a building block of them, to where it's not really something that can be discussed with a lot of people, and people feel like they really have to almost like breaking a bad habit or something. They have to get into the feeling of being able to kind of shift the framework, shift the foundation, let's pick the house up and move it. Let's something literally just kind of a monumental kind of tectonic shift has to happen, and not everyone is capable of doing that. So that tectonic kind of shift that needs to occur, in spite of, look at the top of Bitcoin. Okay, now I had this discussion with individuals, to the tune of, we're losing, what was the deal is we are losing the slope here. This was around the high of Bitcoin. It was, extremely, extremely, obvious in terms of what's going on to Bitcoin. It is just rounding over, right? And in spite of that, everyone, it's like the foundation was just built upon the fact that, no, it had to keep going up, even in spite of months of this. It was months, guys. This was a month. What was it? 2-3 months. Let's just look at this. This was over 2 months, guys, working on about 90 days in and around this level, guys. 90 days in and around this kind of real frustration and softening. It's like, when you look at that and people aren't able, when we talk about the crash course, that's the title of this, the real crash course is not being able to hit that button. Can you believe people had 3 months to hit the button? They had 3 months to watch and hit the button of continuing to hope it's going up, it's going up, it's going up. And guys, this was happening all throughout, the majority of the coins. So to say that it's, it definitely, when we're talking about it not being easy, but guys, I'm going to say this, you definitely have the opportunity. If you're looking at something for 3 months, at some point, that's why we have the VIP, the top level membership, because, I have to say, like, we have a really good group. we're able to digest things and bring up the fact, we've been looking at this for 3 months, or we've been looking at this for a month and a half or 2 months. Yeah, this frustrated event towards the top here, that's a real long drawn out kind of, circumstance that, we wouldn't want to just, look back on and say we didn't even have an idea. Well, we don't have to worry about that here. And I don't know any other groups that are like that, guys. So from Angel Taking Profit on Matic, just, huge victory. I'm so excited about that. In terms of the other, the other coins, like we did the same thing on Harmony One. And what is our deal? It's not. I'm going to say this. It's not. Looks like H-bar is getting a little bit of positive action. I just want to check into this real quickly. Looks like it's got a little positive action. Just hit off of its golden pocket. H-bar just hit off its golden pocket, just so we know. And that's a good sign that it's getting some positive action right there. That's good to see. Up 15% on that. So that's a nice move. A lot of these are working down towards, and that's what I know, Angel, you get this as well. Right now, everything is red. This is Hedera, okay? This has just hit for the first time. It's just hit on its golden pocket, the 61.8. So that's a nice move. Nice to see something turning green. That's the whole idea. Now, as things are working down again, that's just hit a pricing target there. I've already had that on the map, guys. In terms of diagnostics, this is zero surprise to me. As you see the gold lines here, guys, this has been laid out for H-bar, for Hedera. The top level in terms of you guys with the VIP, you understand, like, you guys get pricing targets, you get strategy, you get fundamentals, you get the interaction with each other. And it's just nice to see it on a continual basis that you're taking advantage of, you're just taking advantage of that opportunity to interact and to, I don't know, what would you say? Just continue to be professional about things. It's just, we don't like, what is it? Just the naysayers. We can always conquer a complaint with a solution. That's the way I look at it. And if anyone is in a losing mindset or mode, you're probably not going to do too well around us, right? For very long. It's like, we're constructed both on the individual and the aggregate, kind of on the singular and the collective. We are constructed to win. That's just it. And we don't tolerate a lot of other, kind of mindsets. The people we have around us are geared towards winning, and we're going to, the functional equivalent is, we're going to be, we are going to, put up a W. Right, we have the option of putting up a loss or putting up a W. I know Andrew, a good VIP, was out today. Not today, over this weekend. His son, I think, went to play a baseball game. And what was the score? I'm not sure. The score was something like, it was incredible. It was something around like either 11. Was it 11-0 or 15-0? And I'm like, wow, he told me the score. And I'm like, well, somebody lost, huh? It real easy when we're kids all the time. We look at the fact like, absolutely, people lose, right? Now, we're just very much into the notion that we're going to win, okay? That's how we operate. So just understand, like, when I'm looking at the diagnostics here on all these different coins, we don't need to just pull it up and draw additional, kind of begin our diagnostics. We've already done the diagnostics. We've got diagnostics on 200 to 300 coins. It's literally just it's a matter of kind of how do we enjoy and best approach the day? How do we, look at some new coins and kind of, how are we able to experience that? Develop the group, work in the flow of, a major kind of retracement of the major market moves, et cetera. How do we deploy our cash? And we have to be intelligent about it, guys. But you're smart people. You just are. I mean, from the analysts to the business owners, et cetera. Like, Angel, you've got a store in Philadelphia, a food store with inventory, with pricing, with wholesale, et cetera. I mean, you understand. You couldn't, no one could stay in business. Well, I'm going to buy things at a more expensive price, through the back door and have them unloaded on the dock here, on the rear of the unloading dock, right? Let's say in the back of, where we in the receiving, right? And then we're going to sell it at a lower price. No. You're going to catch on real quickly. Like, that's not going to work. Same dynamic in the market. Same thing in the market. For some reason, we get a little bit excited by other people's opinions. For some reason, we get a little less excited sometimes about a rational opinion. Or, people will be turned off by the fact they're getting in it to make money. But somehow, if there's a rational opinion that makes kind of a constructed level of sense about, well, you need to take your profits at the top, right? And how do we gauge that? If we look at that, well, how would you take profits at the top? Well, I'll tell you guys, typically you have something that looks like kind of a bullish pattern towards the top. We focus on technical analysis, okay? So we're going to run into a circumstance where we have somewhat of we can just do the top here. We can do any of these tops, guys. We can do any of these tops, okay? You're going to run into a pattern towards the top that's going to fail. All right, it's a matter of fact. If you look at this patterning here, essentially this is going to be somewhat of like a bull flag pattern on both of these guys. On the top of pretty much all of these, you're going to triangulate this and probably enter into something somewhat of a, I'd say what would you call it? Probably a stop order. Okay, a stop loss order would be, more accurate as we look at things. What's up, VIPs? VIPs, what's up, Andrew? Nice to see you in the chat. We're going over the market tops right now. Andrew's definitely a guy who can understand and definitely fluently discuss all of the chart patterns. But as we look at this, look at the way this is constructed. This is a beautiful example. They actually call this, believe it or not, I'm going to call it a flag formation. Technically, if you look at the actual principles, it's called a megaphone. You can look at the New York Institute of Finance. It's called a megaphone. There's a megaphone formation. Wall Street knows about a megaphone formation, believe it or not, guys. But it's typically, it's at the top, and it's expressed by something which involves a lot of kind of a mass market or a mass, I'd say a mass, what would you say, kind of the mass of the populace is involved in it. Like, if we look at the top here, this is Mirror. Let's look at Mirror Protocol. They have this top formation here. Okay, that's indicative by too many people in the market, too much going on. Okay, so that's a breakout to the downside of what's already designated as a bearish pattern. So definitely, as this thing is constructing itself within, guys, honestly, within 1%, within a percent, you're going to be able to call the top of this. Okay, now that's just a matter of fact. We had a similar diagnosis on something this past few days. So this is just an example of something that just caught our eye. I just pulled something that was turning green just to get involved in something just temporarily, just to bring up. We can do this on any of the tops. Literally on any of these tops right here, we can re-engage at any of the Fibonacci levels, below these. And it's just as we work on the micro to the macro to the big picture item, guys, it doesn't get any real, the level of complexity doesn't really, I'd say it doesn't frustrate, right? The level of complexity does not go up. Excuse me. It does not go up that much. Once you learn the basics, you can deploy those. You may need some additional, some additional technology, some additional kind of, but your skill set's going to be put in place within a short time frame. I would just say you'll be able to put the essentials in now. Now the nuances, okay, kind of if there's an intuition or there's some kind of a sixth sense that can kind of go along with the market, that may take some time to develop. Right, that may take some real time to make sure it's structured out well. Like the difference in the time frames. Okay, we just want to, for instance, I want to draw the Fibonacci. Let's go back to Doge for a minute. I want to draw the Fibonacci on Doge, and I want to know, is it better on the 4 hour or on the let's say on the 1 hour right now? Okay, that would be kind of a nuanced, question, right? You would want to maybe have some experience in the different in those different time frames. You'd want to be able to tell, well, for certain that's, this is a situation I want the 1 hour for sure, based upon how I'm trading it right now and kind of what the overall dynamic is and levels of concentration of the price movement. I'm going to look at the, say the 1 hour versus the 4 hour. Those are calls that you're going to kind of probably pick up on as time moves forward. But, these lines here, these are extensions that I negatively put in just to kind of deal with the fact of options pricing. How do people go through options pricing? Different levels of, in uncharted territory, this is the deal, different levels of kind of support in uncharted territory because people are like, well, it's just a free-for-all. Right, it's passed through at 61.8. It's gone down below the golden pocket. So what does that mean for us on Doge? Well, it's in a free for all. Well, we can look at it on the hourly. We can look at it on a more specific time frame. It's going to engage still at levels of the Fibonacci. And I bring these up because this is not a retracement here, guys. This is not a retracement. This is the first time we've really looked at this on the show, guys, on the channel. It is a good dynamic for us to review because this is not a retracement here. This is not a retracement at all. This is an extension, okay? Looks like a retracement. Okay, if you walk down the steps here from the 0 to the 23 to the 38 to the 50 and 61, but really, how did I build it? I built it by measuring out, believe it or not, an extension. Okay, so this extension based upon, and I think you'll like this, Andrew, the extension based upon this most recent triangulation. Yeah, I built the extension going down from the top of this. Okay, that was the first kind of the first contact point to the bottom here, and up to the most recent price action. So in doing that, I've created a Fibonacci sequence, and guys, Fibonacci's just rule of the day. Whatever you're looking at, it's built on the fibs. It just is. They're so crucial in terms of also structuring out your, the fact that you're not overly leveraged in something. It's just hugely crucial, guys. So as we look at this, that's how I've drawn this out. Okay, and it's given us these key kind of indicators in terms of the support levels going down. Surprisingly, or really not surprisingly, guys, you can use these Fibonacci's on the way up. You can use them in retracement. You can use them in kind of price discovery along the way down in terms of, kind of levels of support or potential resistance. If you're looking at trading an option, if you're saying, well, I'm going to short it, it's going to go down. Well, what's my level of resistance? Then your level of resistance is what? Well, then you're talking about a level of resistance that you can't get underneath. You want to go down and achieve something below a certain price, right? Yeah. So these are your levels of resistance on the way down. Whereas you might say from the lower end, of course, you're going to say, well, those are levels of support at which it might go up. So that's just you have to be able to think of, it's good to be able to wrap your mind around both angles. Always being able to see things from that other viewpoint is really, really, it's beyond, what would you say? It's just beyond important, guys. It's phenomenally, it's tied to your success. Always being able to measure, to measure your risk, to measure your involvement, your exposure. Like last night, we went through in detail. Guys, here at this channel, we were at the top of Bitcoin, et cetera, of anything, of Doge, everything, saying, this is the top. This is it. The coach is blowing the whistle on the football field. You guys, that's a quote, and around the top of Doge, right? And people don't want to hear that now, but are they angry now? I mean, they can't be angry at us, right? That's we're the group that's always talked about the heavy cash reserves on the downside. That's not new information, but some people will say, well, we were the channel that told everyone to buy it, at 0.07 or 0.007. That's great. That's awesome. Guess what? We are the group. I am the group. We are the group that told everybody, essentially not to lose 75% of their money. So that's really positive in terms of what we've been able to communicate, and we are the outlier in that. We are the outlying kind of sole channel that may not be real popular, because we did notify people, hey, you know what, that we're paying attention. You don't have to lose 70% of your money. You can maintain cash reserves ready to deploy at lower levels. Now, how does that philosophy sound now? Because we've gone down, and it's not like, as a matter of course, maybe you were right. No, guys, I stand on the framework of this channel. I stand on what I say. Last night, is it just another coincidence? Last night I'm sitting there talking about, I like to think about things like kind of matchbox theory, or a matchbox approach to things. And, just to let people know, at any one investment, as we look at different investments in day trading, it's probably a good idea just to have kind of a, if you look at a matchstick. Yeah, look at a matchstick, right? And these are kind of matchsticks. They represent kind of the entirety of your investment in any investment right now. Guys, I went through that last night. I hope you were plugged in. Why? Because we've had a big down day. All right, so it's important for me. I'm not going to get in here and tell everyone, well, it's time to sell. It's okay to have some exposure, to be able to double, triple down. I hear you guys talking about that all the time, like doubling, tripling down, et cetera. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate that. The nice extensions. Yeah, it's nice to see that. Huh? You can see how it applies to options potentially. If we wanted to play with options, we're open to some different things other than options. I'll say right now, because I've lost some friends, and it has been through nothing I've done at all. I've encouraged them to do the advanced kind of diagnostics on it. Have done the real calculations, your percentage. It's funny, the options, that there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of it executing. Isn't it funny how those are the odds on Thursday. On Monday, it's like, well, now it's 1 in 80. Oh, really? So it was 1 in 1,000 on Thursday when I bought it. Now the odds are 1 in 80. Excuse me, right? So yeah, that can escalate very, very strongly against you. And I always just encourage people to be careful about options. It's not financial advice. It's just, I also say, this is my new deal. It's not financial advice, but it's also not a joke. All right, so yeah, we're very well constructed in terms of our education, et cetera. We don't have to sit around and just joke about everything. And what we talk about is not a joke. Last night we talked about the matchbook approach, and I talked about you have a match, you have a book of, let's say a book of, or a box of wooden matches, right? And small ones, this and that. If you smoke cigars or whatever you do, right? So what I talked about is this thing may light up. And I talked about that last night. Well, it may light up. Now, the feeling you have when you try and light one up and, shoot, it just didn't light up, huh? Oh, darn, it just didn't light up. So when we talk about that, I said, if this were to fall through, and I said last night, in the entirety, I said that last night, guys, to give an example, we should be prepared to kind of feel like that on the entirety right now, okay? Just so we know, just to have whatever your level of involvement, you're trying to strike that match, and you know how you feel when it just won't light up. You're like, I have to get another one. I have to get another match, right? Excuse me. So when you have that kind of sinking feeling for a second, because it'll get you, right? When you try and do it, it frustrates you for a minute. It's like, that's not good. I'm trying to get that match. Shoot, darn it. I need to get another one. Let's get another one. Just that process right in there, that's how exposed I thought of last night in terms of you guys being members of the VIP, etc. And I tried to express that to you in the most direct terms that I possibly could. Okay? What do we say here? Everyone in the kingdom, I love this, as I am, should feel absolutely blessed. Every matter of fact. It is a fact from the righteously, is a genuine, wholehearted, not a guess, London. What's up, brother? You got it right. We just been very accurate, so it's nice to have a group. And, hey, 95% of the people in the market aren't going to win. And we can sit down and we can have discussions with them. We can talk about the fact that, things are going to kind of fall out. It's nice to take profits. It's like you just cannot, what is it? You cannot, man convinced against his will is of the same conviction still, right? I like that a lot. It's like, some people are just convicted in these things. They are absolutely, it's beyond an opinion. It's beyond something we can really talk about. It's just they're absolutely wholeheartedly, convicted in it. And we can't change all that. But definitely I would say, like, Angel is a great example of someone who was able to sell Matic while I was listening to the channel. And he knows I was talking about like heavy cash reserves on the downside, right? And it's real easy. The good thing is I have some news for you guys. Okay. Now, this is where you find yourself. No one's going to want to hear this at all. Now, no one wanted to hear around the top either. No one wanted to hear around the top. Okay. The fact that, it'd be good to have cash reserves, right? Not financial advice. Just, it's not a joke either, right? Because things retrace. And how do we know that? Well, they already retraced. Okay. How did I know that? Because we called this retracement. Right? We called this retracement. And I'm talking about, guys, we literally called, when this thing crashed down here, I was with a small group of people, and I was literally, guys, I promise you, I was the one saying, yeah, this thing's crashing down like Hiroshima, literally. And I'm like, and while it was crashing down, you want to see how it was crashing down? Boom, okay? While it was crashing down, I'm literally telling people, it's going to hold right here. It's going to hold right here. And guys, I promise you, as a matter of absolute certainty within the small group, etc., the next morning we wake up and it's right there and everybody's like, do what? Yes. Why? It was technically indicated. All right. It's calculable, literally down to that. So in terms of the retracement, guys, in terms of this retracement, I had experienced it like, vividly, like, absolutely in terms of the retracement here. Now, what was the percentage loss there, guys? The percentage loss was, I think, 65 total percent. Okay. So we had already seen, and that's what I kept talking about at the top here. People didn't want to hear it. You still don't want to hear it, but it's important because, guys, if people made all the money having bought from this lower level to the top here from 7 cents to 70 cents, what sense does it make right now for no one to want the price to go back down? I'm just curious. People made money from 7 cents to 70 cents, right? Yes. Okay. So from 7 cents to 70 cents, people made money, but no one wants it to go back to 7 cents. Okay. Well, where did people make money? They made money from 7 cents, but no one wants it to go back. Okay. No one wants it to go back. Okay. Well, we're going to go through some different coins today. I want to show you kind of the cyclical nature of things. Okay. But you here in the first round of this that we got down to like a 65% retracement and kind of a little bit beyond in terms of Dogecoin. Yeah. So we went through this heavy retracement. No one wanted to hear the fact when we were at the all-time high, the fact that we could retrace again to that level on the aggregate. No one wanted to hear that. No one. But what happened? Everyone lost money. Like the majority of people lost money. There were a few people that were alive that didn't lose money. Okay? And that was just a key feature of who we are. right? And that's just that's important, right? And we haven't missed out on anything. We haven't missed out on trades. We haven't missed out on the upside. We haven't missed out on any of the fun or profits at all. Right. Last night we were talking about a matchbook theory because we've been heavy into, you guys know we've been heavy into day trading, this and that. It's been a lot of fun. New coins, everything else. We can have a blast with new coins. And I thought about having a little experiment. I was like, okay, I want Andrew, I want Angel, I want, like, who's on my team? All right, I want Lars, Dan, Dro, Angel, and let's put together a team real quick. Whoever's here, I want them on my team. All right, we're going to play with some soft cash. We're going to play around. We're going to hit over the next 2 weeks. I want us to hit every small coin. Right, that every new coin that comes out, I want us to work our fibs, and I want us to see. Let's put another group together from another. Let's put someone else outside the group. Let's put them together, and let's see if we can beat them. You know, that would be fun to me in terms of like practicing. And guys, it's price action. You don't realize this, but like it's really great training because it's still the same Fibonacci, still the same wave theory, still the same. Just lightning quick. You got to get in and out. Whoops, that didn't work out. Okay, whoops, well, shoot, we're in. Well, we just made 25%. Hey, that executed. So when you get into that, it's an exciting mindset, the teamwork that we can look at between us and be like, that'd be a good team. And you guys know that right now, in between the people that are here, as I just scroll up, you guys know it's like, that'd be a pretty good team, right? We'd have fun. Yeah, we definitely have fun. But as I talk about the matchbook theory last night, you're like, well, that's nice. I mean, I know you guys know that, but not everyone does know that. Maybe some people just get the alerts. There's a trade alert potential, et cetera. Like, well, the good thing about the team that would be right here in the VIP that are listening is like, no, you guys already kind of understand. It's like, well, if you got that account even just got burned. If it just got burned, however you want to feel. But I really like the example of like, how does it feel? Your exposure. How does it feel when you try and light up a match and it just won't light? Because some of them, it just feels like dull and dead. Like, shoot, man. Especially like soft matches, if you're not dealing with like a real matchstick, you're like, what the heck, right? And you get another one like, what the heck, man? I need a new book of matches. This just isn't going to work. There's always a really easy solution, right? So, what do you got? You were just awesome, Angel. I appreciate that. Just talking to the validity of it. Angel saying, Kingdom delivers facts. Going back to the stream about 5 minutes ago, London, there is no maybe. Either I called it or I didn't. That is no maybe. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's just not, and there's not. That's okay. Just enjoy yourself while you're listening. I appreciate that, and we appreciate all your support. I told Andrew, I joked around, I was like, there is no reason not to be extremely excited about Angel and his success and everybody in their success. And when you guys show it like this, it's just awesome for the group. It's really going to be like it's going to be a consistent, like, current and just kind of, I don't know, just in terms of that, I think it's really going to define the next like 3, 6 months, 12 months. And I don't think people realize how much money can be made. That's the one thing. Angel, you do. Andrew and Dandra, I think you also do. Lars, I think you do. But as you look at the cyclical nature of crypto and you look at the investment opportunities, very few people understand how much money can be made. That is one reason why I have been telling people to maintain your cash at the lower levels, because if you get in at the right levels and you experience the run up, that's the cash. That's what you want. And it does, that's not necessarily the time to be, okay, I've got to, that's not the time to be pushing for more, especially when it's indicated like this. You just retraced, let's say in the instance of Dogecoin, retracing 65% right here. Now, I was, I'm probably, I don't know, amidst me, and I don't know who of you I knew at that specific time that I was close to right then, but that's when I literally was just like, pegging this right here. It's going to hold. So from that, I was like, it's going to hold. This is your entry price. And that was a big deal then, because like this was just falling through the floor. It doesn't look like it now, but it was just falling through the floor. So in terms of that, we're glad you're here too, Jay-Z. What's going on, brother? Nice to have you here. This is Day Traders. We are very involved in trading. We do not experience downside. We are literally hitting pricing targets all the time. We have a very successful group from investment bankers to exchange employees, financial professionals, etc. And Angel talking about generational wealth. You guys see the Angel on the top right with his baby, his girl, and it's just nice to it's nice to have you, Angel, and we really appreciate your support. I didn't finish the comment earlier on. I was joking around with Andrew. I was like, and first of all, in terms of the team, I think everyone agrees, like, yeah, it'd be a great team. It is a great team. Hey, that's what we have to recognize in terms of the trades we're putting together this this weekend, up to a potential 70% trade. Now, what that is, that's price action. We love the market, right? So in terms of that, that's the necessary price action that we want to deal with. It's not that we don't have the we don't have the big cash floating around necessarily on a trade like that. That's not what we're engaged in. Like we're not floating around heavy amounts of kind of dangerous cash just to kind of be whimsical with it. That's never in the equation. But the notion that we can speed up the process with price action, that we can engage and we can still become profitable. Guys, if you can speed trade and flash trade, I mean, at some point I will show you guys in the VIP, et cetera. I'll show you some paperwork. Okay, I'll show you some return paperwork that you'll be like, good heavenly days. I'll show you the 5 to second 8 successful trades, 7 figures, et cetera, in terms of what I really put together with kind of the top trader on Wall Street in terms of our approach, et cetera, back in a little while ago, not too long ago, but 300% IRR on return on investment annualized over I don't know, I want a little. Let's say this minimum like $500,000 investment, et cetera. Right. So, that's a big cash, 7-figure trades, like in and out within boom, in and out, just bam. That's those are big trades to accomplish. So it doesn't have to get like that necessarily, but that is a style, particularly people who've been on a bond desk or have been in different areas of the market. That is what occurs. So we like the price action. It's a nice fit, the price action with let's just go ahead and say with crypto. It's just a nice level of price action. It's not to say we're not going to, if there's price action on AMC, we're involved in it, right? We want to be involved in it. We want to at least be able to diagnose it. We want to be able to speak to it and for it to communicate with us. If there are pattern formations, let's go ahead and zoom this back out so we can get a nice view on this is Bitcoin, getting a nice view on Bitcoin. I really like this approach. It's a little bit harder to see, but you can definitely appreciate the price action here a little bit differently. Let me see if I can zoom back in. But I gave some really nice diagnostics on Bitcoin in terms of this head and shoulders that we're currently looking at. But it wasn't just this one head and shoulders. The phenomenal aspect of it were all the head and shoulders that we have experienced, guys. We've experienced, and just the chart formations kind of give us trading opportunities. Is everyone going to work out? Guys, if you had every chart formation work out, what would be the use? I mean, we would just sit there and it almost would become boring. Like, well, it would allow you to make money. Well, people typically, if you're going to day trade, you have a source of income. You have something already. I'm going to say you don't have to. Some people will want to work while they're trading, and essentially they need to earn money trading. I just tell you that's a good way to I'd say create a difficulty sometimes. It's good to have source capital. We always believe in source or reserve capital. At the lower levels, it's just nice. And if you don't have that, it's a great goal to have in terms of being able to enjoy your trading. Right? That's what we want to do, is enjoy the trading, have fun, and not ever overexpose ourselves to anything that could cause a problem. Some people I've met, they have a problem in their relationship with their spouse or with otherwise. That's never the intention. That's never part of the setup is, being so overexposed at any point in time to where it's going to cause like some relationship difficulties or anything. No. That is not part of it. 1 second, please. Okay. I had to almost sneeze there. Excuse me. I may have to almost sneeze again. Excuse me. Pardon me. I hope I don't. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Excuse me. That was close. I do not want to sneeze. I'm sorry. Excuse. I may have just almost sneezed too much. But anyway, as we talk about this, as we look at, let's get back to the technicals, to the framework, technical analysis. Let's get back to the number of head and shoulders. What are these trading opportunities? Absolutely. Let's get back to the hourly on this. You'll be able to see the most recent head and shoulders on Bitcoin. What does that give us? Guys, it gives us a framework. The technicals are a frame. Guys, they're essentially the same kind of cookie cutter approach that the entirety of the traders can take. You can either leverage too much and say, I'm going to bet my house that the cookie's going to come out baked just like that. Well, we burned a batch. Okay, the market makers are experts at burning a batch, guys. They are experts at digging into people who have gotten involved in options and betting with the cookie cutter approach, and they get hammered. Okay, so unless you're really good at kind of a hedge theory against your own tendencies to want to take advantage of those things, the market makers figured you out. I'm just going to say that. The other channels that are very involved in options, guys, the market maker has figured out your cookie cutter approach. Okay, if it were that easy on options, the market maker wouldn't be doing his job. Have you ever thought about that? The market maker, the actual exchange guys, the guys running the exchange. If the cookie cutter approach were that good, and people that are leveraging into options all the time were that great, yeah, the market maker wouldn't be doing his job. And I'm just saying, he wouldn't have that job. He'd probably be out there doing the options. You think about that? No, he knows better. He knows how to wipe those guys out any point in time. At any point in time. Very good. They're very good on building up psychological momentum to get people to leverage in further and further and further. And they're, guys, when the people miss the top of the market, I'm just going to say, guys, when people miss the top of the market, like on Bitcoin, et cetera, when they miss that, and guys, I just know that we got it, right? And me in private sessions with individuals, et cetera, when we hammer this home, and when people had 3 months, and it's easy to say now. No, I was saying it then, guys. When the key indication was right here. This hit right here, the full expression of this 23.6, that solidified the deal. And you guys know that. It solidified the deal. It was the percentage of this given the entirety of the percentage of the whole constructed event that told us this was the top. That's it. Elon's crew, he knew it. I'm just going to tell you that he knew it. So that's why he tested, quote unquote, the liquidity there. So we were very into the fact that this was, this was not that I didn't participate in the run up, et cetera, right? So as we look at this, it's this frustrated event here, and I just won't, because we were the channel that got this, guys. We got the Doge, we got the we just had a lot of success in terms of calling things. But when people are trading options and they don't get the top of the market, I don't know, guys. It seems like maybe they're lacking in some wave theory. They're lacking in some different components of like Fibonacci sequencing, and maybe I'm glad to have you guys on my team. I'm just going to say that because that's a good thing. We understand it, huh? Isn't that nice, huh? We just kind of get it. What do we got? Thinking about 19 for re-engagement with Doge. Corey P. in the house. What's up, Corey P.? Nice to see you. 19. Let's look at Doge. Let's check out Doge at 19. Let's go ahead and look into. Let's see where we're at. And the funny thing is, a lot of the ones that we've been hammering as the group, if you look at it and you sort by the negatives, all you have to do is look for the ones that are most negatively down, that are in the biggest loss category. That's us. Why? Because it's price action. It's heading down to it. And this was funny, huh? You look at all the ones that are losing the most are the ones we're involved in. Why? Because it's heading down to our pricing targets. We love price action. We love it. You're not going to get, Doge is down, say 27%. It's kind of leading the group. And we're just like, awesome. What else is it? Well, FSN, we made a little cash on that maybe last night. NFT, I looked at that. Some different ones. It's like you don't want to stick down below. But at the same time, it's like a lot of these just have good price action. And they have had incredible price action, particularly Doge. So as you're looking at 19 as an entry for Doge, let me see if that's indicated at all on any of the... Interesting. 19. I'll be interested to see how you got there, Corey. What made you pick 19 particularly? Because I don't necessarily see that. I'm going to redraw. I'd have it on here is the problem. I don't have that indicated right now as a key level. I just don't have that. And let me go ahead and draw up to here and see whether or not 19 is indicated. I really don't see 19 indicated. You may be on an EMA or something other than the 78.6. If you are, I think that's definitely a possibility. I'm more inclined to think that the 78.6 and around that 10.4. Okay, I'm going to say 10.4, but really it's going to be. Let me make sure I've got that right. The 10.35. The 10.35, I think, is more indicative. Underneath that, you probably have the 86 percentile. That 86 will be a little bit different. And let me go ahead and make sure that my coordinates are down to ground zero. I want to make sure that Fibonacci gets down to ground zero. Yeah, the 86% is actually the. Let's look at the 15 is going to be the 78.6. Let me scratch that. I had to get that down to zero. I was up at the 6 cents. Always double click and get onto your coordinates on your Fibonacci so that you're able to verify that. Like I've got the screen really small right now. Always make sure that you're on. You double check everything, and I have to do it live. I have to do it when I'm working by myself, etc. When I'm analyzing by myself. So that zero, make sure that coordinate is on zero for right now. That would just be that would be important. So yeah, that 78.6 is going to be in and around that 15. That 15, I think Jay-Z or Corey actually said that he was looking at 19. So what we've got for Angel, for someone who dares to think that the information being provided to us is not correct. I guess none of you have actually talked to a market maker or a knower. You talk to the makers and the takers, right? Yeah, that's interesting, huh? Yeah, you've been on the maker end of things and the taker end of things, and it's there's a big difference, absolutely. The Matchbox theory was the big deal last night. Me just going through, and we went through a lot of speculative events, like potential like 70% trade, this weekend, etc. So it was a big deal for me to say, look, and the yellow line here is your price line, so that you guys know that the yellow line is your price line. I've got the EMA bands around that so that we can kind of, do a kind of cross diagnostic on EMA bands. We have crossed underneath those EMA bands. Now we can kind of get out of this triangulation. I believe that may be a good thing for us to kind of clean up. This wedge pattern, very interesting on the wedge pattern. You guys know that. I had that wedge pattern lined out for a while, and it was just interesting to wake up, and it was like literally the wedge pattern was broken through, and I was like, wow, it actually used that wedge pattern. And I haven't touched it, guys. The wedge pattern was there, and no one was talking about an expanding wedge. Nobody was, like, not at all. No one was talking about the expanded wedge, which I was hoping would give us some more volatility, but no one was giving that any credence. I'm like, I don't understand why. Typically, if you're right in the market, a lot of times you'll be the outlier. You may have a small crowd that kind of agrees with you and understands, but the majority of people are not going to win. Okay, the majority of people, 95% of the people are going to lose in the market. The psychology is not there. And I'm talking about losing, maybe the overall, maybe they're, different experiences for different folks. I don't like people to lose because they get burned. Okay, they get burned and they don't want to be in the market. And they love the market. They love trading. It's like, it'll wash them out for 4 or 5 years or, maybe forever, and they don't want to ever trade again. They got in too heavily, and they just, they had a bad experience. They didn't capitalize. They didn't sell when they could have. And it's like the market will teach you lessons. A lot of times it's like people will feel like it's telling them to never come back. So I always have, a good level of compassion towards people. And I'm just not one of these bullies that's going to sit there and say, you take care of your own investments. You're responsible for your own deal. No, I feel like we have a responsibility kind of to each other to be able to teach each other and to learn as much as we can. This hitch right here on this line was very interesting for me to wake up to, because I was like, well, that's kind of expressing itself in terms of kind of a rejection to the downside. Then I've drawn these Fibonacci's out, these extensions towards the downside to give us kind of levels of support that it looks like we're kind of indicated upon. So yeah, those levels down would be, and they may digress, or there may be a digression as we look at those. But maybe the 18, the 15, those are some different levels that are kind of indicated. The 18, the 15, the 11, etc., and that 15 and that 10.35 are real key right now. So those are the indicated levels. That 8.8 is another level down below, and it's just we do not mind prices going lower. We just don't mind it, guys. This is where money is going to be made. I'm going to tell you, and particularly the lower you go in terms of I did say we'd get into BTC. Why? Because BTC has the best example of kind of a repeat function, of a cyclical repeat pricing function, a repetitive pricing function that we could say, this is something we would definitely want to be a part of. Now, China came out with some big news yesterday. You guys know that. Last few days, I'm talking about clampdowns on what was it? Clampdowns on mining, clampdowns on even, I think, transferability, et cetera, with banking. Some different things. It goes to show us how things can kind of change overnight. There are cycles to the news. There are cycles to Indian news and Chinese news, et cetera. The cycle in terms of the pricing, okay, is a big deal, okay? This pricing event with Bitcoin back in 2018, okay, is a big deal, guys. That's a big thing to be a part of, right, if you were able to be a part of that. Now, this wasn't the only thing that experienced this level of volatility, right? It was not, guys. That's 900% to the upside, guys. That's a huge that's a huge trade, guys. That's good price action. It retraced, and what happened after we retraced? Well, we had another like 300 to 400% move. That's huge price action, guys. That's a lot of fun trading. Now look at the let's look real quickly at, well, yeah, it was, but not when it was going down. Not when it was going down, excuse me. Guys, look at the price action as it's going down here. This was the previous cycle of it going down. Do you know how insanely fun that is? How insanely profitable this is? This is why we're in the market. This is exciting stuff for us to look at. That's exactly what we want to be a part of. For someone to tell me, no, it's not interesting. It's not interesting because you can't predict it. Excuse me. It's not interesting because you can't predict it. It's perfectly on with the Fibonacci's, right? With, you got to know how to draw them. You got to know on what time frame you're on. But good gosh, this is the stuff that, that we get into, right? This is what we, this is what we, this is what we want. This is, kind of our target sector, number one, right? Numero uno is right here, with, Bitcoin, just like the crash course is, just be prepared for volatility, right? And it's been hugely volatile, right? So mastering the concept in terms of, and again, it's not financial advice, but that doesn't mean I'm joking at all about any of this, right? I'm very serious about my financials, my technicals. My background is lead analyst over $1 billion equity fund, right? I'll put my personal returns up against anybody's. I will put my personal returns up against anybody's at all on any station, anywhere, practically any TV station, practically any hedge fund or any other broker anywhere. Period. I will. I mean, I'd look forward to that. Just the opportunity if anyone wanted to challenge me. I might put a consequence in there. If someone wanted to challenge me, I might make a game out of it or something like that. But I'd be willing to put my returns up against anybody. Anybody. And I'm talking like Jim Cramer or anybody. I'm talking about like Wall Street guru right now kind of anybody. So I'd be interested to know, kind of where people might sit on that precipice. I don't want to let out my financials necessarily, but under the right circumstances and the right challenge, I might be interested to do that. I might be interested. Someone might be able to get me involved in that. I don't know. In other news, this morning I decided to formulate a token, just to let you guys know, just to see what would happen. I wanted to see, okay, can I code a token? Sure enough, it's not that difficult. So it's not that complicated of a field. I'll definitely say that. And you can make one of those. You do have to kind of have a coding background, but I decided to do that. I had to talk with one of the with VIP last night. I was like, I think this is a good idea for a token. I kind of like it, and I kind of have some ideas like that, some different things kind of going on. A lot of you have big business backgrounds, et cetera, and it's just, this is the space. This is for traders. This is what we do, right? And I'm not here to brag or anything else. If you guys have strong, like, Angel, like he talks about, Angel literally has, look at Angel's results. Hello. Angel bought in at 33 cents, right? On Matic, he got out at $1.50, whatever. Hey, it was like, Angel gonna win some competitions around here. It's like his name. You guys see, he's on top of this one, right? Yeah. What gets you is the minimum level of investment. That's the one thing that'll typically get you. And in terms of your returns, like you got the returns, like absolutely, like you're killing it. Like you're the leaderboard right now. You're up on top. It's beautiful. But when you get into like, a little bit more of institutional, heavier cash, like, okay, minimum of $500,000 investment. You want me to play this hard with $500,000? You start to get into that, and people are like, I don't know about that, right? So that's kind of one of the fun things that we get into is that minimum level of investment. Like how well can you manage? And I'm not talking paper trading at all. I'm not talking about, I'm going to put a pen and paper to something and I'm going to click along and get my little ballpoint pen out. No. Real cash. Real margin, real cash, real returns, right? So that's the level of, that's the level of kind of serious, hit it, quit it, or, it can be, it's not a game for the lighthearted. So, that's just, but yeah, look at the guys here. They've had phenomenal results, just huge results. So that's really nice to see. And we just love the price action. We really do. And the strategy to be able to, to complement the story. Okay, the crash course 101, you got to be able to call the top. That's the primary key facet of crash course 101 is calling the top. From there, it becomes real civilized for everybody who's not trying to convince you that it's still going up, right? It just does. Why? Because you're hitting Fibonacci's everywhere. You're hitting your pricing targets everywhere. Now, you have to know how to draw them. You have to know kind of how this technology is plugged together. I mean, you have to know, like, why do we have all this green everywhere? What are these lines, EMA ribbons, right? Support lines here on the bottom. I have the RSI kind of dug out right here. The difference between like the daily and the weekly on the RSI, right? We have to know, kind of how things match up and the way they go the way they go together. The relative strength index, right? What does that really mean as you're retracing as opposed to when you're coming out of the starting gates, right? Yeah, how is that going to really, how is that going to impact your results or the levels of predictability as to when you should be able to enter into the market? right? There's just some key facets that you can that we can really explore, and we can really make sure that we hone in on. There, yeah, you can spend 20 hours and get certified, guys. You can get certified in digital assets with New York Institute of Finance, right? You can get, you can, like last night we talked about like a matchbook theory, right? Yeah, just a matchbook theory. Yeah, every one of your investments kind of being like a matchbook. Just whatever it is, okay, that's fine. It's just like, well, there's a match that won't light. Okay. So that was kind of the message last night to the VIPs and everyone else who was listening, like, that's it. Make sure that that's kind of like the way that things are right now, et cetera. Like, there are times maybe to be a little bit more involved in the market, but right now it's just kind of like, And guys, mind you, that's while things were looking like, well, maybe they were going to kind of go back up. That's the deal, right? Yeah. Right. Well, it had just gone back up, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's the difference as things are going up. So that's what's going to get everybody, because things just rebounded on Bitcoin and everything else. Everything was up, right? So I'm having the matchbook talk with you guys. It's based on fundamentals of technical analysis, guys. It's based on a theory of, we're going to hold, we're not going to hold, right? It's based on a theory of always making sure you have backup capital, backup cash. So the matchbox, and you'll miss it, you won't catch it, because it was amidst yesterday. If you heard it, it was while things were going back up, but they're going back up. So you automatically rejected it. Okay? You automatically didn't want to listen to it. That's the distinguishing factor here. When I'm talking about like a matchbook theory on the investments, it's like, well, no one wants to listen to it because the price is up. You automatically throw it out the window. But I said it. I went through and said it, right? I went through, I don't know how many little matchboxes I kind of brought out and kind of gave that example on, right? Now, the same thing was said around the top of Bitcoin, right? Or around the top of DOGECOIN. But the problem is it's up and no one wants to hear that, right? So you've got to be able to filter down and really discern what's going on. And in terms of you need some principles that you're able to share as a group. And I know you guys do. That's why it's nice to be around you. But in terms of heavy backup resource capital, it's just, and the discussions I have with people, Angel, I was able to talk to you recently. Andrew, I know we're going to talk here soon. Great VIP members, that level of membership. What I'm going to say is, Angel, like the more you talk to me, et cetera, like you probably understand, you're going to keep, you were able to listen, let's say this, excuse me. You were able to listen around the time of Matic, right? You hit the button and bam, you took those profits, right? Yeah, that was huge. I was really glad to be there. But we had some other discussions. I'm like, you recognize a lot of value. You've had a lot of appreciation in price, absolutely. So as you get into the prices, you start to get excited about it. You're like, oh, it's so low. It's so low, and I hear you talking about it, and it's like you get excited about those low prices. You're like, it's so undervalued, it's so low, and I'm like, I know, but you understand me too. I'm like, however, and the trick is, as we look at things, like if we were to look at Bitcoin, it's retraced, and we'll get to Bitcoin. Let's get back to Doge in a second, because we like talking about Doge. Doge is cool. We like Elon and his crew. They're good people. They seem like good people. 50% down, right? Now, the trick is understanding theoretically, I'm just going to say this now, on a big level of theoretics, right? Yes, on a big level of theoretics, you've lost 50% of the value, okay? You've lost 50% of the value in Bitcoin. Now, okay, we were the group, we were the team that called it. Now, on the base of like actual theory or otherwise, you could still lose 50% more of the value of Bitcoin. You guys understand that? You've already lost 50% of the value, okay, from the high to where we're at right now, 64,000 to 31,000. Now, the trick is you can still lose 50% of what you have still remaining in Bitcoin or any other investment. You don't have to, but you can. So the extent to which you can learn from the prior pricing, as we talk about the previous pricing cycles, those essentially the historical pricing. Just understand that at any point in time, you can do a few things. You can either schedule up your pricing targets. You can schedule up your events, and now a pricing a level of support essentially going to be defined. In line with this right here. What's this? This is a level of support. What happens? Well, the price goes up when it hits it. All right, that's your strategy. When the price comes down and hits a level of support, and then it goes up. All right, well, that's one. Okay, yeah, that's one. But what's this down here? What are all these down here? These Head and Shoulders, etc. Well, those are pricing, essentially pricing strategies. I can erase these. We can get a little bit more clear on here. Let's clear this up a little bit. Now, why don't we go to a different chart? But as we look at the pricing strategy, those are EMA bands. Okay, the yellow line is your pricing. Okay, then we have some different structured kind of nuances going in and around. I have some different indicators on different things. This was the wedge that everyone traded on the breakout, essentially of their options overseas, the Dubai Fry guys. Unfortunately, they got just absolutely whipped when this thing kicked up real hard. Right? So we're not real big fans of ignoring support levels because that's where the price is going to go back up. Be real careful if you guys get involved in options. Just real careful. We do just fine in terms of a strategy, not having exposure to them. I've lost some friends over options. And the whole time I was like, have you really run the calculatives on that? Have you really run that through? I mean, can you run that through Excel? Have you done this? Have you done the ratios yourself? You just trusting kind of what the market maker's telling you on the percentages, right? Because how much would it take to really make sure you're covered? I'm talking some big dudes, right? Some big dudes. Okay, some guys who trade, big cash, 7, 8 figure accounts, like 8 figure accounts. Yeah, 8 figure accounts. They get burned on something, and a lot of times it's like you lose them as a friend or something. It's like they feel like maybe they're not. What would you say? I don't know. At some point when you're recommending, just friend to friend, someone who's trading like an 8-figure account, and you're like, and they're doing it on their own. They've maybe run they've run a floor before, or something. They've run some, some big stuff, guys. And when they get, it's just options have a way of, it's just difficult to compute, guys. And when you're suggesting to somebody, have you run the figures through like Excel or Microsoft Access? Have you done any kind of statistical analysis? Because I know you're smart enough to do them. You start talking like that instead of just trusting the figures that you're being given. Well, this is a 99, or a 98 or whatever, a 90% chance of being in your favor. It's like, what's your Hiroshima event, right? What is that? How's that going to impact you? Right. And when that goes against them, it's kind of a big, it kind of, how your stomach will turn or something, or you get a knot in your stomach or in your gut. Right. It's like, well, something just isn't right. Well, I don't want to say there's a fear factor or anything else like that, but it's just, they definitely shy away from the relationships, the friendship, et cetera, just chilling and being like, hey, we're trading. It's good to have you, because they didn't listen the whole time. And it's important because, and I'll also cover this now with the group we have here, because there are a lot of people who didn't listen, even to me individually. And that's hey, it's a free world, right? I mean, you want to roll hard with your cash. Hey, man, get back up at the table. If you want to roll this like in Vegas, you do what you need to do. I'm very conservative in that, I'm very aggressive in terms of actually telling you what I think. I'm very aggressive in terms of telling you we're going to be winners. Right, in terms of like the conservative nature, like I have in an instance of, and I could say actually I'm actually aggressive in this regard, because I'm aggressive towards putting cash towards the lower levels. When we get into a circumstance and we're heading into a bear market, we're heading into a retracement, guys. I don't know anyone else in the space that literally in the entirety of the net that's going to talk about retracements the way that I have covered them in depth. Pick any one. Pick a video, any video, go back and hit it, right? Every now and then I'll try and make something fun for people, but just try and do something entertaining. But I'm not really in that field, guys. I'm not as much in the field. This is more like developed into a serious deal. The more people wanted to learn from me, and they wanted to start engaging, like, okay, let's spend like 3 to 6 hours this week, and I'm like, okay, let's do that. We can do it, but you got to be committed. You got to show up and tell me you're committed. Okay, so they'd show up, and then I get 3 to 6 people, and then all of a sudden, 3 to 6 hours per person. Then I get like, literally, I do get 3 to 6 people that want like 6 hours, etc. Or, and it starts to add up. I was like, I got like, 80 hours worth of teaching this week. And so that developed into a circumstance. And then I was like, okay, now we need to put together like a VIP. We need to be able to let good traders get together. And that needs to kind of develop, and we can kind of teach in the process of that. But yeah, we had 100 VIP members the first month. Okay, because we have those results. Those are people that I talked with about the top of potentially about, I'm not sure how many of them, but how many were around during the top of Bitcoin with me that I talked to personally, or I gave specific instructions to, that said, yeah, London, I want to take a class or a session. Okay, great. Let's go over the fact we're in the top of Bitcoin. During just to cover this. Oh, okay, the top of Bitcoin. Yeah. So this is not This is not new information at all. But in terms of this, yeah, I literally have, people I'm instructing, listened, didn't listen, how, what's their level of ability to absorb this, because you don't understand the ramifications till it's too late. I'm just going to tell you, until it's too late, you don't really get it. And people want people to manage their account. It's because they don't want to put it's a different thing between putting your hands on the steering wheel and just, cranking the engine up and starting to rev up the engine and saying, let's put this sucker in drive, let's do it, It's just a different, but when the price is like that on Bitcoin, just like this, okay? When the price is literally, particularly, okay, like, believe it or not, like this, when the price is like that on the left, yeah, when the price is like that on the left, okay, we haven't even seen that at all. That's nowhere. When the price is like that on the left, I'm talking to people about it going down, about heavy cash reserves at the lower levels. Here, when it starts to develop a little more, I'm talking more and more about heavy cash reserves at the lower levels. Now what happens? Well, it starts to do this and it starts to go up. Why? Because it hit a support level. Beautiful. That's great. You trade that level. You trade it with the understanding that you're in a retracement. That's it. Period. You're in a retracement. You're going back up. Everyone's screaming it's going to be a new all-time high at $100,000. Really? Really? It's going to be $100,000? Really? Yeah, you don't do that. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Okay, now it's down there. Yeah. And the entirety of the time since right there, I'm telling people, but it's one of these situations that's like you can't rock the foundation of a house. You can't uproot the foundation of a house. When people want to be excited, they want to believe, even if it costs them $100,000, if it costs them $1 million, they're going to believe they got into the market for this thing to go up. So they take it personally when you start talking about the fact it's going to go down. It's like it's a normal part of the cycle. You'd have to just ignore the previous years of pricing history. And you can't ignore the previous years of pricing history. You cannot. So when the price goes down, it's literally just a function of, it's just pricing behavior, guys. It's nothing personal. It's nothing, and it's also nothing magical. Me saying, well, this is what we said, but so you understand the channel and the dynamics of the team here. It's like, yes, like the price was there. It was frustrating. It frustrated to the upside, guys. Technical analysis will give you the answers to this stuff. Well, and right in here, this is the worst part, because right in here, people talking about go ahead and buy the Bitcoin. Like your reputation is going to depend upon whether or not you buy in here. No, guys, no. All these Abraham Lincoln quotes and everything else to get people excited about the fact of, no, guys, no, no. So this is a circumstance you plan for this. Okay, even if you're going to experience the upside, that's fine. But this whole extremist view, sell the house, sell the car. No, guys, it's not even fun then. How much fun is it now that it's gone down this percentage? People say, well, they're still going to hold. I guess it's a lifestyle people want to create or people want to do. That's fine. I'd prefer to be, accurate to the extent we can be accurate, 51% down. The key is you can go down another 50%. Okay, so you can either ride that down and whatever you're in, you can ride that down. Okay, you can go down another 50%, and then you can re-engage upon different levels of support. You can do price targeting, and that's kind of the preferred method, right? You're going to head down to your golden pocket if you can get there. If you can, that'd be phenomenal. Now, if you're going to head up from here, what's the strategy? Well, the strategy is you probably have a position, and you probably have some position right now to go ahead and experience the upside, right? We can look at the different time frames right now. BTC USDT is different right now than BTC Euro pair. Okay, so we can kind of address those issues. It's just like the 1 hour is going to read differently than the daily right now. Okay, so the story that you want to tell is going to be a little bit different in terms of the overall potential of kind of where things are headed. You just you guard your position. Okay, you don't be overexposed. You don't listen to these hypesters out there whose best friend is telling you something else. That's the other thing. They're promoting different channels all the time. All these guys are promoting different channels while what? They're promoting different channels while they have different opinions. And they're saying, this guy's so smart. You guys go listen to him. He's so great. He's really a great guy, and he's really intelligent. And they're telling two different stories. Oh, gosh. Honestly, guys, I'm just not picking up with that. It's like, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. No way. Can you imagine? It's just, no, I can't. I don't. So as we look at this, like you see the diagnostics already set up, this stuff has been hammered through. Okay, hammered through. These green lines are essentially, indicators for me to know when things are executed, when things are in a position where they can be executed. Okay, either through a notification that we're about to hit a different level, right? Either through a notification that we're about to hit a different level, and guys, that's support level. That's just it. That's why we're retracing right now. That's why it doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't bother our VIPs at all, our top level members, or even probably the base camp or some of the subscribers. It doesn't bother us at all because we know what's going on. We understand what's going on with the price action. It's retracing. It's very simple. You're going to run into a support line. What is that? A crash course is what? As things retrace, you're going to run into a support line. And support's going to be defined by what? Well, at that price, it's going to hit, and it's going to experience some positive pricing. Real simple, right? Yeah, we got this. We got this one. I'm going to tell you, between the definition and a strategy right there, we got it, period. You mean to tell me it's going to go down to a specific level, and it's going to decide to pop up. It's going to decide just boom, no problem. That's it? It's going to just springboard up? Well, hot dog. All we need to do is be a part of that springboard? Fantastic. Huh? We can do that. Yeah, that makes sense. You can start on strategy with that, right? It's very predictable. It's extremely predictable. And we try and focus on being extremely accurate and having a strategy that is really put in place, guys. Really put in place. Again, it's not financial advice. It's also not a joke. Why? Because we have I'd say at this point we have broadcasted thousands of tidbits of accurate information consistently. And I wouldn't be doing all that for absolutely nothing, just to be joking around. No, I have a history. A lot of you guys have a successful history in business. I have a successful history, in terms of being lead analyst over $1 billion equity fund, of doing direct work for CEOs. A CEO is hired to do CEO work and produce actual investor reports. Actual shareholder annualized reports for major public corporations. Yeah, okay, international mergers and acquisitions. Okay, yeah. No joke about it have to be correct, right? Just the truth. It just have to be correct. So, in terms of that, we've just, in terms of the strategy, in terms of the approach, I just want to let you guys know it's we have some good military guys. I want to say that shout out to all the military we have from Germany to Korea to all over the place. We got some really phenomenal, I'd say, military guys. Just that logistical approach is very nice. We really appreciate that. Looking at ICX, just want to bring up here's a great example of volatility. You see the volatility to the left? Someone brought this up recently. I appreciated that in the context of how they brought that up too. I put an alarm on there for them just to say hello. That's underperformed. It's still performed, right? Now, would it be nice if you had some approach to where if it did dud out for good or this or that, you had to play patient with it, that you weren't really counting on that money, huh? You just kind of throw that book of matches in the drawer, huh? That's fine. We'll just throw that book of matches in the store or in the drawer, no problem. We'll just put that away for a little while. Yeah, no problem, right? Would that be nice if you had that approach, if you were lightly involved enough, but had kind of a position we're going to put all these things, we're going to store all these things for a minute, right? Yeah, because you kind of need to get in that frame of mind, I'd say, from a serious standpoint. Just get in that frame of mind to where some things may just need to kind of be put away for a minute. Doesn't mean you won't be trading at all. It doesn't mean you won't be having a good time learning the market and experiencing the market with the number one team. That's going to happen, and it's not just here in the streams, guys. It's in the back door, so you guys know this back door, the exclusive access. It is just it's real crucial in terms of the charts, the framework, everything that's going on in the back doors. Private cut videos. I'm going to start doing the private cut videos to the group. The actual trades that are going on back here, just really nice to see. All right, so that's the day trader zone in the back, right? The VIP exclusive restricted access. So as things pour out, we are prepared for this. We love to see the prices going down towards our pricing targets. Anyone who doesn't want to buy low to sell high, they just don't want to sell. The bottom line is anyone who gets, you guys have to please understand this. Anyone who doesn't want the price to go down, they do not want to sell. They only want to participate in half of the equation in the market. They're convinced. Don't let them bother you, okay? The people who only want the price to go up, don't let them bother you. They don't want to sell. Okay, it's just like someone who literally goes into a market and they're going to open up a shop. Literally, they're going to open up a storefront. They're going to buy all their inventory, everything else. They're going to put forth this huge effort. And then they're going to establish this space right in the middle, the primary function, the great product, all these different things. They're going to set up their tent or set up their store right in the middle of the bonanza, the bazaar, this great market right on Silk Road. And they're going to sit there with their arms right there in the middle of everyone and be like, no, I'm not selling at all. No, I'm not selling at all. Huh? Oh, you want to sell, huh? Oh, whoa. Oh, sir, I'm sorry. You brought all your product here. You're in the middle of the Silk Road. You understand, like and I mean, like, traditional concept of like historical Silk Road. You have this great product. You have all this wonderful stuff, and like you can make an incredible profit right now. And all of a sudden, you're sitting here. You're telling maybe everyone else not to sell. And hold on, you're in the market, right? So the people right now who only want it to go up or this and that. I mean, guys. It's just the mentality right now, people who have not wanted to sell it all, and we don't have that problem. We have people in VIP right now, bam, they're ready to, boom. That's it, next. That quickly, on to the next trade. That's fine. Yeah, that was a good trade right there. That was good, huh? We made some profit, good. This is, we're going to look at this. That's fine. Let's move on here. Let's take a look here. No, guys, literally like that. The people here are able to take a profit. The other situation, you guys, we're running into this all the time. We don't have to accommodate that. And you guys shouldn't have to, expect that of yourselves and definitely realize it. Well, I just want the price to go up all the time. Guys, if the price is going down, it's going down to your pricing target. If you don't want to engage, then that means you don't want to buy. You're stuck in a position where you didn't want to sell. Now you don't want to buy. So you've done that part of the equation incorrectly. You don't want to buy it? It's going down in price. You don't want to buy it? Well, what happened? Well, you didn't want to sell it. Oh, you showed up to the bazaar. You showed up on Silk Road. Yeah, and like the world's biggest, most popular commerce, crypto. You showed up in the most popular marketplace on the planet, and you refused to sell. Oh, I see. So you still got your store open. Oh, I see. You brought all this product. Everything else is like the best product in the market. Everyone loved your product. It was really nice. It's still pretty nice. Oh, but you're still going to refuse to sell. Oh, and you just want to know. You want to make sure the price is going to keep going up so you can just hold on to it in the middle of the market. Well, hey, just don't let us get in your way. Don't let us get in your way. Now, the whole idea is to buy low, sell high. But no, excuse us. Don't let us get in your way. I kind of bring that up because, guys, we don't need to really accommodate the whole mentality of someone who doesn't want to sell. They just will not sell. Imagine how obstinate that is. Imagine if you're in the business of buying and selling goods. You open up a store and you will not sell. I'm sorry. You open up a store and you won't sell, right? So in terms of that, just realize where you're at. And I bring that up because you've lost 50% in Bitcoin. Okay? Now, whether or not you were here, you just stumbled upon us, we've been around, we've been talking like, literally, okay, this is the top, boom. We work retracements, boom. This is the crash course. You focus on, first part of that is you understand the top, right? Absolutely, you understand the top, okay? There's all kinds of TA you can get into on that. We can diagnose that as well as anybody, guys, as well as anybody, any office. We got the former analysts from BlackRock, from guys from JP Morgan, from whoever, right? I can go down. It's not, don't question that at all. That's just there. Okay. The idea is, can you rationally behave in spite of the technicals that you want to hear? Because that's what you get into also. Well, people want to hear the TA. They want to hear the notion of the next rebound effect and the likelihood of it going. All you'll hear is 50% of it, I promise you, or the 10% of it that's going to accommodate exactly what you want. That's all you're going to listen to. You're just going to hang on to the part that's going to, for the most part, that's going to feed this irrational component of your refusal to behave like a normal participant in the market. Of someone who will not sell. And guys, it happens, whether or not it happens on the aggregate, and you're like, no, I did sell, man. Just relax, I did sell. Are you able to do that more frequently? Are you able to do that daily? Okay? Because you can break it down into, well, I like to hold my positions for a week. Everyone has habits. Okay? Stretch yourself in terms of where you're at, in terms of at least do a diagnostic on yourself. Look at what types of positions you typically take, and listen to the other 50 or 60% of things, challenge yourself. If you find the right group, if you find somebody else, challenge yourself to listen to the other 40 or 50%. Even if there's a problem, well, I don't really like this portion of it. I don't really like that. It's like, it's like me not wanting to go to church. Like, I don't want to go to church. Like, there's this dude there. It's like, he can't go to church. With who he is and everything else, or the pastor can't, well, I'm going to miss out on like 90% of like something that's maybe even cool, like meeting some, I don't know, just good people, hanging out or something like that. Who knows? Or maybe it's a football game. Maybe whatever. I don't want to play football with those guys. Whatever that, little, and maybe it's, well, he's sitting there talking about football. Oh, yeah. Instead of what? TA. So what? So you can do what? So you can reinforce your position of not wanting to sell? It's like that, huh? So you can tune out real quickly and go find someone else's opinion that will accommodate your need to not be able to sell. Oh, I see. So that's why you're like that. It's because you can't gut through 5, 10 minutes or 20 or 30 minutes or an hour of the fact that you've got a real deficit in terms of operating with the market. And we do. We grow up with them. I've been there. And until it teaches you a lesson, and I mean a real big lesson, right? It'll teach you a real big lesson. A huge lesson. You'll lose all your cash. You'll get washed out. And you'll say, next time I'm going to be able to sell. Okay, good. So next time, the analogy is the next time we're at a market top, guys, it's the equivalent. And I like this example a lot for today. You are going to be the equivalent. The old Silk Road, like that was the trade route. They used to bring all the silk, all the fine goods, everything else, the purple fabrics, everything up to the kings and everything, right? So you are a merchant. You're in the market. You have this great product. You're going to load up. You're going to take your product to the middle of the Silk Road, and when everybody wants it and it's hot as it can get, you're going to sit there in front of your store with your arms crossed and look at everybody and be like, oh, you want to sell? No. Okay, you're down 50%. You're already down 50% now. You're still standing there. Nobody's going to accommodate you guys. No one's going to reach out and just continue to say, oh, well, it's so nice to have you here. We just, I'm not going to accommodate and say, well, sir, we really look forward to you standing here until it's down 75% or 80 or 90%. Like, welcome to the bazaar. Welcome to the market. No, this is the one place you'll get to. And guys, I said it from the very beginning here, heavy cash reserves on the lower levels, which means what? You're not overexposed at this level in Bitcoin. As a matter of fact, that's the idea. Towards the top, you're not overexposed at the higher levels. And you're just not going to get it's not the cakewalk here. Like, we don't want to have the happy-go-lucky cakewalk. No problem. Hey, no problem. In fact, we're just going to be real nice, or we're going to take it real personally. Like, if someone has something to say to us, sure. No, we're pretty tough, guys. We have tough skin. I talked to Angel, guy on the top right, he and his daughter, and he's been real generous with, $1,300. He's done extremely well. He has, he's like, listen, London, I got real tough skin. I'll tell you, he understands the ability to sell. So I'm going over this because the crash course on day trading. When it crashes, what is it? You're not even involved in it. You got your backup cash ready to deploy at these support levels. Okay, levels is pre-designated, pre-calculated. That's not the point. Don't get caught up in that, because you'll do that too. Well, I didn't want to sell because what? Because you don't believe there are support levels that can be calculated? You got to get a book, man. You got to get a book. Men and women, you got to get a book, and you got to read the book, and it may take you an hour, and it may make you a lot of cash. It may make you returns for the rest of your life. There's a chance it could. I'm just going to tell you there's a chance it could, right? You need to get involved in some real learning, okay? In terms of technical analysis, not just what you want to read. Now I'm going to flip through this book. I'm going to Google search what's going to reinforce my position. Everyone's talking about this being a Wyckoff pattern. A what? A Wyckoff pattern? Oh, give me a break. Guys, really? What books have you found that in? What institutional framework, educational, like doctorate level, anything else kind of books have you found in them? Because the real book on Wall Street, like Wall Street's really go-to book, guess what, guys? It's not in there. It's not in there. It's on the internet. Isn't that great? Yeah. So people are selling you Bitcoin towards the top. They're selling it to you through Bybit, so they get a commission when they sell it to you. Oh, I see. So that's why they don't care if it goes up or down. They're going to make money on you. Oh, I see. So they've convinced you it's going to go up. Then you bring that baggage in around here, and you don't want to listen to a logical conclusion about it going down, and you resent us because we're not reinforcing their commission. Okay. So we're expected to accommodate other people's irrational opinion about the pricing structure and to accommodate people that they have spoiled mentally. And we're supposed to just say, well, why don't we spend our time? And why don't we irrationally accommodate these people who now have been convinced they don't need to sell so that they can build other people a commission, so they can invest their money wrongfully at the top, even against all the weight of the market intelligence and evidence. And our job as a channel and as a team, we're going to accommodate these people. And really the other channels who are stealing away and just running away with the cash and private jets and everything else, while they make absolute fools of the masses of the people involved in crypto. No, I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to call that like we see it. We just did. And the people who support them, we're not going to support them. Well, okay. It's kind of like we're taking a moral stand on the market. What would be good for the market? What would be bad for the market? It's kind of like we have some common sense, right? We want to support people and for them to do well in the market every day, right? That's why one of the reasons why, we like Doge. I like Doge. Like, do only good every day. That's pretty easy. Elon's got a kicking crew. You make a rocket like that, it's going to land on his legs. Come on, guys. Elon's got some cool stuff working. A car that goes 0 to 60, I got to say, 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds, 2.2. Now, I would prefer if it pulled a little bit more G's. I've driven some professional race cars around some professional tracks. I would prefer, for the record, if it pulled a little bit more G-force. But once you get into like 3 G's on a car, you don't realize that when you're going around a corner in a pro car around a track like that, you can't even hold your neck up. It's really interesting. I love fast cars. I love speed. I've run and gun with some of the best of them, guys. Just some different life experiences. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. Zen. Great timing. How Zen comes up. I talk about going 180 miles an hour, 200 miles an hour, pulling 4 Gs, and what pops up? Zen. That's the chart that pops up here, huh? The good timing. Now, what did Zen just hit? Let's make sure on this. Guys, it's this simple. Pricing charts, etc. Programming this up to where it responds. You notice how things are just clicking along. It may be loud. That's okay. Why is it loud? Well, because it's supposed to wake you up. No, it bothers you. Oh, okay. That bothers you, huh? It kick you into gear a little bit, huh? A little bit. Okay, that's fine. Okay, it bothers you that it beeps when you're supposed to be making money. Okay. Maybe I should turn that down, huh? You all are making money right now, right? You guys are all entering into the right pricing targets, right? Well, you mean you guys are the ones that didn't want to sell? Whoa. Well, okay. Well, again, those guys who already sold you everything at the top, and you couldn't quit listening to them. You couldn't quit clicking on their little button emoji face, right? You couldn't quit that, right? You chose that over money. Well, I guess they got a team now, huh? They got a good team. They got like a VIP team. They got some kind of team. I bet their team lost, huh? Don't be on their team. If you got burned by someone, find a new team. We're a good team. We're a team made up of people who want to beat the market. All right? So like the example, like bam, we're getting like all this information backwards. Just we're getting pulled to, and I've got this set right now. I could be getting 5 and 10 of these. A minute, guys. This is slowed down right now, right? This is slowed down a little bit, but yeah, that hits right on my golden pocket for Zen. Bam. Why? Because it has good pricing action. Look at what it did from the 50%. You see that? That's nice pricing action. Real nice. Look at this. That's a move of 60%. Very impressive. In short order, nice moves. Let's go to the hourly on it. Let's take a look at what it did on the hourly. That's on the daily. That's nice price action on the 50% that it hit. Right? So we look at that and we set these alerts, set these alarms, etc. It's going to be different always depending upon which time frame you're on, okay? The concentrated price action is going to translate into the higher time frame. On the daily, your concentrated price action at a specific level is going to translate into a point on the weekly. Okay? Wherever you spend the most time on the daily, you're going to have a point and a marker on the weekly. Okay? On the 1 hour, wherever you spend the most concentrated amount of time, concentrated price action, not volume. The concentrated price action is going to translate into the higher time frame. That's why they look different. You may have gone a different direction, but you didn't go there long enough. There wasn't enough concentrated price action there. That's what translates into the larger time frames. That's why your charts look different. That's why typically when you zoom out, things will become a little bit more clarified because you're not as caught up into the kind of the cobwebs, right? You get in these cobwebs like, it's just, there's too much going on here right now, right? So zoom back out, like, just zoom out completely and just, get all that off of you just for a second. So that's the idea in terms of the concentration of price action it's going to deliver the points along the higher time frames. The daily into, let's say the daily into the weekly, into the monthly. Okay, so that's the way that we focus. You guys should definitely join into the VIP level. That's the top level membership. Join from a desktop. We can go over Matic. We can go over that. Your guy to talk to, anybody, Faisal, etc., is I'd say. Who would we say? Angel. Angel's done well on Matic. We brought it at 7.8. I brought it at 78 cents to the group. Angel appreciates that because he got in at 33 cents, right? So he appreciates the fact that we were the group that was covering it before everybody else. And he knows that. I think everybody knows that. They'll pick up on different things, and that's okay. We try not. I'm not real focused on being the most popular. I'm just focused on being right, okay? Because the rest is going to take care of itself. Experience has shown me like the rest is going to take care of itself. It just is. Now, technically, as we look at the formation on this, we need to be aware of kind of two options on Matic right now. Let's go ahead and look at this technically. Let's dig into the technicals real quickly because we have poured out of a kind of a triangulated event. Now, I would not draw that. Why? Because essentially, this is where you lose credibility. You cannot have negative pricing, guys. And let's just make sure to the extent that this would entail negative pricing, you don't even want to go there. You're not even going to explore it. It's just not even an option, guys. So in terms of this, it's like, anything that gets you back down to zero, I'm not going to give it a lot of weight. I'm not going to, I'll discuss it, but there's something else going on, okay? What I'd probably say is, well, instead of that, let's just say you probably had something kind of like this, maybe a breakout, an attempt to recover, etc. I'm going to eliminate anything that involves kind of real negative, like zero pricing right now, okay? Because I'm not going to forego the opportunities that exist in terms of pricing functions all throughout this. You're going to have great volatility. I've got a slew. Okay, a complete list of everything on the right-hand side here. These are all pricing targets. Look at those things just stacked up. Boom, 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 boom. That's a lot of pricing targets. Yeah, it sure is, right? Down to 36 cents. Below that, there's even more, guys. So as we look at that, that's, these are opportunities to engage with cash. People start thinking when things go down like this, they're just going to go down. Within 48 hours, we're going to have an event. Everything's going to be up. Everything's going to be in the green. The guys that got in at the pricing targets are going to be in the money. Our guys are the ones with pricing targets. Our team's the one with the real pricing targets. Don't go off what I have on the screen. Don't do it. Okay, you're not going to pick up on VIP level perks, etc. by watching the video. You're just not. The back door is where everything is. Okay, that's where the information is delivered. It's just calculations. I'm very good at calculations. So that's what I focus on. So I have for a long time. I've been good at math, like advanced linear calculus. I got a perfect score in the ACT math. I don't know why. It always made sense to me. I was just like, well, it's just, if there's an answer, a yes or no answer, or right or wrong, or an equation, I'm gonna come up with it. So we are in a red day in terms of, is it a good buy? People want to know, is it going to go up? What? Is it going to go up? I mean, come on. Do you not want to sell? You want to buy and you don't want to sell, right? What I'm going to say is there's different levels is probably the appropriate way. Learn how to scale in your investments. Learn how to cover your upside risk. If you're worried about is something good or not, and you may mean, and I'll give you credit for that, you may mean to have the level of requisite volatility, requisite price action. If you ask that, hey, that's the right question. Is there enough price action in this one to really accommodate an investment and a scaled-in approach? Heavier weight towards the downside, towards a lower price. I scale in my investments as it gets cheaper, as it gets less expensive. Well, that's a question I like. I think the VIPs would like that question. They would understand. Okay, so is there enough enough realized like volatility in the recent price? And you can say implied volatility. Why? Because it's already occurred, and because you're measuring that right now. I would say implied volatility is a great word right now to focus on. Whether or not your opinion of that definition of that would hold weight or not, that's not really my concern, because the volatility here was really great, right? But then it did calm down. It did kind of calm down. So there would be kind of a level of like calculated, maybe a calculated or implied volatility. We would imply, volatility through this area as we would calculate it to a degree, to the extent that we had to kind of guess, or we would have to make some assumptions on the variables. Okay, the variables that go into the equation essentially of calculating the volatility. Then yeah, we would get to kind of like the arrival of an implied volatility. Right. So, that's one thing I wouldn't really want to assume, right now. If that's the question you were asking, I would get to something like that and say it's implied, if at all, because we did have some great volatility here. It has held up well. Matic has held up well. The fact that people are stacking into it right now is very positive to me. Very, very positive. All right, the fact that people are able to scale in. And why is it also positive? It's positive because they're building bigger positions right now. It's also very positive. Why? Because I know my VIPs are like this with cash. Big time like this with cash, right? Yep. And what does that mean? Well, that means you're not going to catch the VIPs, okay? You're just not going to catch them. In terms of being overexposed at any higher price, you're just not. And below this, I'm just going to tell you, I know why I like the prices going down is because the VIPs are going to be sitting here like this, literally like with heavy cash, even below this, just bam, just gangbusters cash underneath. Why? Because it really, I don't want to say it's no fun at all. I don't want to put it in those terms. But for the guy who's overexposed, this is a nightmare. The price going down. For the one who's really has a measured approach, yeah, this is like a dream come true. This is just fun. This is the opportunity to trade and make some cash. Now, the ones who want to, the difference is the ones who were late to the game or want to recreate, a different market experience right now, and want to impute that on other people, well, that's kind of uncool, huh? So, you weren't around for the beginning. Now you want to know necessarily if you can recreate the market event, and you're not going to be happy unless you go to a place that's going to tell you you're going to get 10x within the next 2-3 weeks, right? Or 2-3 months, or maybe 6 months. Okay, I see how that goes. How's that working out? Because you weren't involved earlier when the 10x hit. We were, right? That's just it. You weren't involved earlier when the 10x hit or the 100x, et cetera. You want to know the timing. I understand that. Just you can't pressure the market. You can't unwind the time, and you can't speed it up, guys. You can't redo the charts, and you can't force it to go where it's not going to go. So just patience, right? As we talk about things, just engage patiently, like in kind of engage in consistent action, right? Patiently engage in consistent action in the market. Learn to enjoy trading. Learn to enjoy kind of a measured approach. It's not financial advice, guys, but it's just, I'm not joking either, right? Just, focus on what is it about the market that you really like? You like the idea of trading? You like the idea of just profiting? Can you stomach the idea of selling anything? Can you? Because if not, you just need to go hang out with people that are going to tell you to buy it all day long. Okay? So that's fine if you're going down, but if you ran out of money on the way up and you still want to go talk to those people all day long, well, hey, that's fine. Maybe you're just a buyer, maybe you need to go be a buyer. I don't know. Maybe there's a position for that. It's not the market necessarily, right? That's not necessarily the market. So let's focus on rational behavior. Let's focus on those, those essentials as we look at the common sense. Yeah. And you guys know that when things are down today, I had the Matchbox talk yesterday. You guys know this. We talked about the Matchboxes. This is Matic right now. On any single investment, I talked about that yesterday. You guys know that. We were talking about some speculative investments, some things with some wild price action. Everybody's like, well, this is too much day trading. Well, I'll tell you, if a guy's going to tell me who's a day trading kind of channel, he's going to tell me to view things and don't be overexposed more than a matchbook right now, and the next day everything's down like 20%. Well, heck, that doesn't seem too risky to me. I don't know. I mean, that's kind of probably the one of the better opinions I think maybe that was expressed yesterday. Like I don't know anyone else who had that opinion. Just like a match, just like it either it's gonna light or it's not. If it doesn't light the entirety of the investment, wow. I wonder if I wonder if I was real involved, from last night to this morning after I gave that talk. I doubt no. Heavy cash reserves right now. And just the matchbook there, it kind of worked out. Is it gonna? And if you lost out on the entirety of the investment, the entirety of it, even with your scaled-in approach, everything else, you just strike that up. Huh? It's so disappointing when a match won't light. It's like, man, what if you lost this investment, your whole investment in Matic? Ah, man, shoot, I gotta get another match. Let me get another investment out. Let me get another kind of another bag out. Let's put another investment in. Boom. Let's pick this one. Wow, huh? Does that mean you have gobs of money? You just you don't know what to do. You're just so affluent, right? Not necessarily. But it doesn't mean you have to trade like you have $1 million account when you have a $20,000 account or a $25,000 account. And you're walking around like it's a $5 million account, all serious and all this different stuff. You don't have to do that. People who have a $20,000 account, a lot of times they'll trade like they have $1 million. Because people with $1 million account, believe it or not, a lot of times they'll hang out and they'll just let's play around with like 20 grand in the market right now. That's fine. Let's just have a good time. Let's enjoy it. So what's the difference there? Well, for some reason, listen to this. It's not an insult at all. For some reason, the people with the $20,000 account, they show up late and they leave early. And they're upset the whole time. And they have a bad experience. Whereas the guy with the $1 million account, he's there early. He's there through the entirety of it. It's no big deal to him. He sees the guy come and go with the $20,000 account. He tries to tell him 2 or 3 times. Yeah, the guy with the 7-figure account plus, he's trying to tell the guys the whole time, I know you just showed up, man. But listen, if you'll just stick with it and relax, you can actually do pretty well. But the guy with the $25,000 account doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to listen at all. He's hopping around investments, doing all this different stuff. He's buying high, listening to all the hype and everything else. The guy with the 7-figure account, the $1 million plus, he's just like, well, this happens every time. It's been happening for years. We can't change it, right? So you can get into the different mentality. You can understand that if you have a 20 to 50, 100,000, if you have an account, say 25 grand, and you're trading like you have $1 million, or like you have to make $1 million, guys, you're off. You're off. Okay, there's a reason why you're not listening, why you're incapable of listening, because you get up and you have to make the money in the market. You need to listen to people who are going to tell you, they're going to tell you and coach you to tell you, they're going to tell you exactly what you want to hear, that you're going to make your 10x or your 100x right now, and you're going to tune out if you don't hear that? Well, because then you're not, and this is the problem, guys. Oh, then you're not going to, clearly you're not finding that information. Oh, because you're doing your research. Oh, I see. I get it now. Oh, you're doing your research when you're listening to people tell you that you're going to get 100 times your money. Oh, that's how it works. You just search it on the internet, and then that's your research, and you feel better because you've done a research. Hey, I didn't know that. I guess the guy with the 7-figure account, maybe he, I don't know. He doesn't know that either, because that's not true. That's not research. That's you being fed some psychological drama story about how it's okay to lose your money. That doesn't have anything to do with research. Zero. That's not due diligence. Oh, but you're focusing on technicals. While people are saying, well, that's a strong buy right now. Not talking about, they don't talk about scaling in cash, no reserves, anything. They don't talk about any kind of, are you kidding me? You get people, big influencers. They have a lot of, oh, really? So the 95% of the market is going to lose the money. Because the guy with the 7-figure account, he already knows that. We already know that. We already know you're going to go lose your money. We already know you're not going to listen to us. It's just the truth. We, meaning this group, we know you're not going to listen to us. We don't expect people to listen to common sense. It's just 95% of the market's not going to do it. Right? 95% of the market's not going to sit there irrespective of the amount of their account and engage in like consistent behavior as if they had a big account and learn how to manage a big account. I know some people that are. I know like Jason's lit. He's got like 6 positive trades, 7 positive trades. Military guy, real stout. I know like Marco, he's a VIP. He's managing his account like he's got a 7-figure account. Those are the guys who don't worry about the zeros right now in their account and the 10X and 100X and everything else that are consistently booking trades. And the guys with 7 figures, they're like, I'd keep an eye on that guy. Right, he's treating his account like he's got like 7 figures in it. He's booking positive trades. And the thing is, he's going to wind up having more money. Well, everyone's busy chasing this dream and all this different kind of float work, this pie in the sky float work. Yeah, the guys who are booking the positive trades on a daily basis and the 5 and 10%, yeah, they're going to wind up with cash in their account. How are they going to avoid it if they're booking positive trades? They're compounding positive trades and they're reserving cash on the lower end for much lower prices. How are they going to avoid having amassing returns? How are they going to avoid it if they're continually booking positive trades? Because people think day trade, well, this is the crash course. Day trade, well, that means we're gonna, I need to make 200%, tomorrow. Oh, okay. You don't want to make like 5 or 10%. I'm just curious. Because if you do this every day, right? If you do trades every day, link just came up, so I want to take a look at the link. I'm trying to take a look at it while we're talking. If you do this every day and you're able to add like 5% to a position, 10% to a position, scale into another position, and those days kind of add up. Yeah, you're definitely going to wind up, multiplying your position. It's just a fact, right? So the 5% becomes something when you look at, well, I've been doing this every day this week. I have, I got 15 trades this week. Not bad, man. Not bad. What's the average? I got like, average like 6% on like 12 trades. Not bad, man. Not bad. So you had a double? Well, almost. Yeah, almost. I'm almost at a double. That's nice on the week. That's good work. Huh? Good job. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Appreciate that. Oh, whereas the other guy, the smaller guy, is running out with 25 grand, putting his whole, I'm just going to put 5 grand in. Hey, I'm just going to put 5 grand in this week on this one investment because I think it's going to go up. No, I heard this guy talking about TA and everything. No, it looks strong. It's in inverse head and shoulders with a pennant with oh, good gosh. And the Reddit and the Telegram and the Discord. And, I'm all pumped up, jacked up. We'll do what? Excuse me? Like, what? How is that working out for you? With the Reddit and some of the Reddit guys doing great. Some of them done great on the AMC. So have we. Right? But I'm going to say the Telegrams and the Discords and all these other great groups that people are just doing so phenomenally well at. Yeah, I meet a lot of those guys. I've met them in the past, unfortunately, and they're not real happy. It's just they're not real happy. I just don't know why. I'm like, I guess maybe I know why, but they're just not real happy. I'm just going to say that. And it's a matter of kind of dedication to just different ideals. And I don't mean to I'm not bearing down on anybody, but to the extent anybody needs hey, it's it's a different day every day. We can wake up, we can be happy, but I appreciate so much this group for you guys to understand that I know you're not like that. I know that we don't deal with those issues. And just in terms of, whoever's around in our group, if they need to hear it, oh, that is them and this is us. Yes, this is us. The market goes down and we are fine. We are happy. We're ready to engage at lower levels. We don't get upset. Well, the market's, what? Excuse me? I kicked a guy out of the VIP today. Literally, I kicked him out of the VIP today. Why? Because he made a negative comment about Doge. That's it. He made a negative kind of crude comment in one of the chat rooms. I banished him. I kicked him out. He's a well-paying, I paid my money. Okay, good. You're not going to professionally discuss things? You're gone. You want to FUD? You want to bring up some negative energy around my group? Something goes down, we're hitting a pricing target. That's it. It is no different from the sunset and looking forward to the sunrise, period. And if you can't think of it in a sophisticated manner like that, that's a beautiful sunset. It's so nice to watch the prices just go down and come forward to our targets, period. Yeah, but it's down. No. Man, that sunset lasted a long time. It was beautiful, wasn't it? It really was, huh? There'll be another one tomorrow. Almost with this pricing action. Yeah, we get to enjoy another one tomorrow. Yeah, and then you're going to have another sunrise. That's going to be nice too. You like the sunsets or the sunrises? Well, kind of half and half. Me, I like the market going down. I like it going up. Well, it's kind of the same thing to me. It's kind of like, different kind of feel to the sunrise versus sunset. Right? The red versus the green. It's the same thing, guys. It's getting down to where you need to go. You can look at the red. It can shock you and affect you. No, guys. You see that? You see the difference between the guy who wakes up and he's all negative and he can't handle it versus the guy, sunrise, sunset, just, the ebb and flow of the market. And you got to understand, between the time differentials, the historical pricing and the entirety of the pricing action, the up 1,000%, the down the X percentage, the up the 800%, the down the 70, maybe 80%, whatever that is. You understand the sunrise and the sunset, and just get into the next cycle day equivalent of however this wants to flow, and enjoy the process. And you've got all these little opportunities in here, right? All this that's occurred in here. We understand that the pricing action in here, in this wedge, this yellow line here, we have the EMAs on top. This pricing action in here was the equivalent, believe it or not, of the pricing action in here. You guys get that? The pricing action in here, okay, was the equivalent of the pricing action right here. You guys understand that? So, that's why I talk about the cycle, the nature of things, just your outlook, your ability to kind of mold with them and to understand that, you got a good team here. I'm saying all this because I appreciate the team. I want to give you that kind of psychological reference to where you understand these dynamics in a different way. It's like, because, the news, the bad news, just wait, guys. Just wait. It could get worse. China just stopped mining. Really? Okay. China stopped mining the Bitcoin. Everything else is going, it's going, whatever their ideals are, whatever's going on in China, that's fine. It seems like a continual excuse, right, on par and target with, now we have news out of China again. Oh, okay. Not clearly can't be technical, right? Clearly can't be indicated technically. All the news out of China, I'm sure, is 100% accurate, right? But as we look at this, guys, these cycles, look at these events. These are all predictable. You see this? When I talk about, to get back onto the technicals, when I talk about this, right? Look at this, guys. A rise and a sunset, a sunrise, a sunset, sunrise, a sunset. We got kind of a sunrise, and however if we choose to approach these individually, it's just the same thing, guys. You understand the cycle and the nature of things here, and it just becomes kind of a nice process to be a part of. All right, it's nothing. It's zero stressful. It's all nice. It's exciting. It's fun, right? But it's not anything to get ever upset about. Why would we get upset about something that we enjoy? Why would we look down on something that could benefit us? Why would we not want to have a team that understands? And that's the cool thing about this. Why would we not want to have a team that understands these dynamics and is just excited to have each other as teammates? It's just cool. So I'm really excited about the whole dynamic, everything, and I know we're going to do well. And it's not that we're so limited. It's like it's just we have such a limitation. It's like we're gonna. Yeah, we are the outlying lottery ticket, right? Wrong. I'm going to say that. It's like, at the end of the day, it's like we're not so uninvolved in the process. We have a schedule of involvement, right? We have a schedule of involvement, and it doesn't involve minuscule levels of participation to the point that no one can benefit. Absolutely not. We have huge success stories. Huge success stories. Right? So that is very positive for us. And that's something that we continue to hold out. As you look at Angel on the top, right? He's just a real good guy. He just has been. And in terms of his support, it's been a lot. He was around since Matic. And he kind of hung around for a while. And then he kind of showed up. And he's like, okay, look. And I'll update the figure on the top. Lars, I need an updated picture from you because I appreciate your support, your $99 super chats. It lets me know and everybody know you guys are doing well. And you guys have done exceptionally well. Okay? You've done exceptionally well. Right? And it's nice for people to know that. I appreciate you guys feeding that into the mix here. And there's just some different psychological bases. This is the crash course. Right? I entitled this Day Trading Crash Course. The primary element on the crash course is to understand where the top is. You have 3 months to understand where the top is. Everyone wanted to argue. No one wanted to. It wasn't they were laughing or anything else. No, people were selling things on commission. to you on YouTube and everything else. They're selling it to you on commission. So all your opinions are based upon people selling you something, okay, on a commission. So you believe something's going to happen. It doesn't happen, guys. And so you show up here, or anyone else, you show up somewhere and you're convinced, oh, the guy sold that to you. Oh, I see. And he's making money off. Oh, I see. And you don't want to listen necessarily, right? You don't want to listen to the fact that you got sold something on a commission, someone with an interest, and we're not going to patch that up. We don't have to. We didn't here at the top. We're not going to now. We're not going to feed a line in that's out of line with real technical analysis, but you saw the technical analysis. Oh, I see. The TA they wanted to show you and slick run you through the process of taking your cash. Right? So, I don't know. It's just that's the nature of kind of what we're involved in, is people buying into when they buy into the hype, they're buying into something that's not guys, it's not rational. When you're listening to someone who's selling you something on commission, he doesn't care if it goes up or down, and you're going to keep listening to him. Still, I'm going to say you're still going to listen to him. Still. Okay, I'm not making a commission. All right, I got a good foundational kind of. We have some people, some real professionals, investment bankers, exchange employees, business owners, etc. We're not making a commission on each other or otherwise, right? I think actually on the gate, yeah, I shared a link with you where you guys make a commission if I make a commission, huh? We'll put it all into a kitty. We'll do something interesting with it. How about that? If we can ever get a commission, I'm not interested in that. I don't want to sell you guys something. Morgan Stanley tried to hire me as a broker. I said no, that's cool, right? I'm fine. I don't want to turn my friends and my family into like a piggy bank. Nah, that's cool. One thing, supporting the community, doing fun, building something up, like having a good, that's one thing. But no, I don't want to have to call up, my friends or anything else like, hey, and me know in the background what's really overpriced. That's all that happened with Bitcoin. Why do I say it? Because I called it, right? I called the 2008 market crash. Kind of dates me a little bit. I'm not that old, right? But 2008, 4 days before the market went down, bam, I called it, right? I got receipts on that. 7-figure receipts. 7-figure receipts on that, on calling that market. 2008. I called the top of this. It's not that complicated. It becomes complicated when you are convinced, against all rational belief and opinion, that what you have is going to go up. Why? Because you were sold it like that. You've been sold. Every time you plug into something, the hype machine that you get is it's going to go up. It's going to go down. You need to buy an option now. Come on. Guys, just come on. And I just say this. You don't have to join VIP. I'm not saying this to sell our group or anything. We have our group. Our group is our group. You're welcome to join if you'd like to. We have kind of, the qualifier is you want to beat the market. You want to beat the market? Well, I'm sorry. I'll put that as a qualifier. You have to want to beat the market, okay? And bring your game, right? You need to bring your own analytics. You need to bring at least your desire to beat the market, right? That's the key function. Like we're going to spend time with somebody. We're going to have some network or group, et cetera. And it's not going to be people that are selling us. We're not going to rely on people. Or what would we say? We're not going to reinstill what would you say? We're not going to reinforce. I mean, everyone turns into a reinforcement mechanism for the fallout of people who've lost money listening to people who sold it to them falsely on commission. We're not like a reinforcement network. We focus on real technical analysis, on the probabilities. That's why we get things right. It's the truth. That's why we get things right. And we have a strategy that is strong enough behind that to where we're covered on the upside, we're covered on the downside. If you guys want to have a strategy like that, if you want to interface with people who are of that opinion, that's great. The golden pocket's coming up on Bitcoin. We would love it to go to the golden pocket. Why? Because it's a good trade level. If it doesn't, do we have a position to carry up? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Do we have a position to carry up? Yeah, we have kind of like, maybe we pepper in and around here. If we reach the right support level, I went through that and gave a video today to the VIPs, to give them a little bit of a level, a little bit of an understanding in terms of kind of the different levels of RSI, like on DOGECOIN, just to talk about Doge. It's been a phenomenal investment instrument, 100x, right? Did we need to ride this thing down like this? No, guys. In fact, around here at the top, we were saying that's kind of it, right? And I know that for a fact because I was live. Yeah, and I also talked with, a lot of people about Doge up front when it was like before it went up, like, around the time, in around 007, in around here to like its journey to 100x. That's fine. That's great. The big question with them is like, where did you sell? Right? Okay. We were live during this. We were live during the top of it. That's all I'm going to say. We were, ow, I just stepped on my toe. We were live during the top of this, right? So the question is like, kind of where do you guys want to go from here in terms of the crash course? Identify the top. Okay, we have a big kind of a serious pour out right now in Doge. It's a pretty serious. It's a pour out event, guys. It just is. Last night we talked about you see matchsticks all over the place. We had a discussion last night about the entirety of your investment in any coin today being like a matchstick. That's it. Okay, dud. Don't worry about it. Why? Because we do things like that consistently. Everything's down 20, 30, 40%. It's a big red day. Yeah, some of the ones we've been talking about are the ones that are furthest down. Good. Why? Because they're coming down to pricing targets. We like that. It's coming down to a pricing target. Why? Because you're not going to reframe. And see, the people who don't like that right now, it's so funny. The people who don't like it, they don't want to sell. They do not want to sell. Okay? There's two things, buying and selling. The people who don't like to hear it's going to go down, they refuse to sell. They refuse to sell. They're like halfway market participants. That's it. You're never going to get them to participate in the other side of the market. You can't make them happy, right? We have to be engaged in buying and selling. In buying and selling to make a profit. That's just the truth, buying and selling, okay? People who don't want the price to go down, like, we want it to go up. Guys, they don't want to sell. They're never going to want to sell. It's just, we're not going to make them happy. That's not why we're here is to force that upon. Especially, we're not here to, that's a good thing to bring up. We're not here to change their ways. We're not here to, that's not our goal at all. They don't have to agree with us. That's certainly not the case at all. But we're excited because we're about to hit a pricing target. What's going to happen there? Well, orders are going to deploy. Really? Yes, people are going to make money. Oh, so that's a good thing, right? Absolutely. Okay, now it has to be the case that you have engaged in maintaining a cash reserve. You have a cash reserve down here that you can deploy, right? You can deploy it into your pricing targets, right? If you don't have a cash reserve, this becomes a very difficult game, right? It becomes a very difficult game because you're refusing to sell. And it's not just now. It's going to be the same deal. You've refused to sell the entirety of the time. And you probably don't have backup reserves. The whole time we've been talking about it, you don't have the backup reserves at all. You've refused for the last, and now we can get into this. You guys just understand. You've refused for the last month and a half to sell. Okay? So that's been a month and a half that, that people have been convinced against the weight of evidence here in terms of a trend, and they've been buying into hype. That's okay. But like in a month and a half, I'm not going to change your mind in an hour. I'm not going to change your mind in 10 minutes or in 3 hours or probably the next month and a half. That's okay. You don't have to ever sell. That's a good thing. I'm not going to tell you when to sell. I'm just going to tell you what's required for profit is that you buy low, sell high. You have to do it in that order unless you're dealing with options, and then you can change the order in which you're doing that. You can deliver after the fact. All right? So that's a fact, okay? You have to buy low, sell high in that order unless you're dealing with options, and then you can change the order of that. You can deliver after the fact, okay? So in terms of this, it's just heading down towards our pricing targets. This is no problem. This is zero stress situation. Zero. Like, not at all. This is good pricing action. When we see something go down like this, it's good price action. And I guess maybe it seems insensitive because people are just continuing to hold, I guess, but they don't want to trade. This is day trading. Like, we don't have to accommodate that necessarily, right? We don't have to accommodate people who don't even, we buy and sell. Well, we don't have to accommodate people who don't want to sell at all, right? We like to buy and we like to sell. So we'll get into some thresholds. If we can achieve the pricing target here, we'll get into that. This is going on Doge. That's nice because a lot of guys, I know people who have had these levels pre-designated at a heavyweight level for weeks. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe a month and a half. Literally, since, guys, we've been drawing this out since the all-time high. We've had these levels, these figures. We've had them for a month and a half. So when I say this is good, this is happening, right? It's going on right now to the tune that we can actually accomplish these lower levels, right? And that's something that not everyone's going to understand or going to be able to receive mentally, right? I mean, everyone's like, oh, it's going down today and you're happy. No, we've been knowing about these levels. We had them on the map for a month and a half. For a month and a half, we've been waiting for it to hit the different levels. We've hit the golden pocket 4 different times. People have made money in our group 4 different times on the golden pocket, right? That's exciting news. That's good stuff. So we think there's going to be some additional volatility lower, which is going to achieve some greater returns. That's why we're excited about trading it. Well, how does that work? Well, if we look at, let's use the matchbook theory, just kind of in terms of a measured move. We'll change it a little bit. Let's change it up like this. If we were to achieve something like this, okay, this degree of a price fluctuation at a higher level versus this degree of a price fluctuation at a lower level. Let's just focus on this right now, okay? The same price movement, okay, at the lower level versus the higher level. At the lower level, it's going to achieve you 152%. At the higher level, just right there in the price action, it's going to achieve you 36%. 150% versus 36%. You guys see the advantages of operating at a lower level? Absolutely, right? So this is nice. When we talk about getting into some lower price action, this is why it's kind of good news. We're heading down to something where, yeah, instead of, guys, I almost wish I could just blow that up to show you, but you understand this is the same equivalent price action, and at the lower level, this is 150 to 55%. The same, guys, the same equivalent price action at a higher level. Now, it's going to change depending upon where I take it. But, yeah, at the higher level, guys, it's 35%. 150 versus 30. Okay, on the same equivalent move, we'll take it. Right? From guys who like to trade, we'll take it. Now that doesn't mean we want the price to go down, but guys, it's part of the function of the price. It likes to retrace. It's already retraced like this once. It's taking a longer time to do it. It seems more severe because it's taking a longer time. But this first M pattern formation here, before that was replicated at the top, and that was the big question because this replicated perfectly. Right? This M pattern formation replicated perfectly. So the question was, we'd already been down to this level. We had already retraced severely. And I was just like, the question is going to be whether or not we're going to retrace on the micro or on the macro, on the entirety of it. Given the notion that we could retrace, because we had just retraced, in a point in time prior here too, given the fact we could have retraced on the entirety of this, that's why I was just saying, like heavy cash on the downside. And I had just come off of teaching a lot of people with Harmony One. Harmony One had retraced like a son of a gun, like down past the golden pocket. And I was like, we have to, you have to understand this is just a function of the price. I was like, no, this is Doge. This is different. It's okay. The big thing is if you got washed out, et cetera, do you have resource capital? Do you have anything else to be able to throw into the game, right? Because this is where it gets interesting. This is where it's fun. Not everyone is left, Like I say, a lot of the people who think they're good guys, et cetera, hopefully left. I hope there's a good crowd. Like in general, I hope it's, not full of a bunch of spurned people who are going to be angry at the market or anything. Why? Because they wouldn't listen to us? Because the entirety of the time it's going to be someone else's fault. Don't fall into that category. It's someone else's fault that they lost money or this didn't happen. No. They got told if they ever scheduled in here and they didn't like what they heard, they left within 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And I saw them come in the door. I can see the numbers fluctuate and then they're out. That's it. They only want to hear something about the price going up, and that's literally why we are, guys, we're the 5%. I'm going to just say, from my understanding and the empirical evidence here, we're the 5%. The 95% rotates in and out of this door. They are gone. Does that bother me? Not at all. You think, it's not, look at Andrew right now, literally about to close another positive day, 5 for 5 today on trades. That's Andrew, okay? That's Andrew. Now, the bottom right, you'll see Hector. Hector's had some good success, too. He's learning a lot. Top right, you'll see Angel. Angel's had a phenomenal amount of success. Andrew knows how to trade. 5 trades today. When I talk about like this week, I got a book of trades right now. Right? This book is full of, from to back cover, like this is where it's at, like it's full of trades. Yeah. Book positive trades. That's what Andrew's doing. He's very good at what he does. It's a pleasure to have him on the team. Hats off, Andrew. Literally. Congrats. There he is on the screen right now. What is going on? That's what we want to hear. Now, it's a mix between the booking positive trades, finding the new coins. That's where it takes a little bit of diligence. It takes a little bit of time, right? It takes that patience. That's why it's nice to book positive trades. It's nice to have a good community that we can develop into and kind of, resource through. We'll find the opportunities to make serious cash. And it's interesting because the guys who don't want to sell, who can't sell, right? It's like, you understand, Andrew, and everybody else, like, we understand, like, you have to sell, right? You can't just, some people don't want to sell. It's like, it's not going to, it's just not going to work. There's no function. They're going to fail in the profit equation as a matter of fact. The notion that they need to trade, they need to be able to engage in the full componentry of the profit requirements is the same notion that we need to be a little bit patient and determining and finding these ultimate huge gains, and they'll come based upon the historical pricing action, the cyclical pricing action, historical pricing action. The opportunities will come if you stay plugged in. They will be there if you stay plugged in. I'm just saying that. And as a team and everything else, as I give the powwow and everything upstairs, everybody's saying, yep, that's right. You got to stay plugged in. Andrew's staying plugged in right now, 5 for 5 trades, right? We need to stay plugged. That's why I'm like really excited to see like Angel like light things up today with like 3 super chats. He's like, he's just an inspiration to everybody. He's done well. He knows. I guarantee he knows. He's like, that's my brother. That's London. He's saying it because he knows the patience. He knows it's not next week. It may not be next month, but it's going to get there. And the difference between 20 cents and it's just so easy. It's not emotional. Difference between, let's say $2 and 20 cents and 2 cents and 0.02 cents and 0.02 cents is what? Is nothing. It doesn't matter. That's just a measurement of time as related to profits at this point, assuming that we have a repeat cycle of the price. There's zero question. You just need to stay plugged in. It's like, well, where were my friends when and Angel's got a good story about Bitcoin early on. I think a nice entry point you had in Bitcoin early on, Angel, right? Yeah. So the question is, well, where was my friend when Bitcoin was like $5, man? Where was my friend? No one came up to me and told me that. You have to stay plugged in. Well, I was off playing. I was racing cars, playing tennis. I was hanging out, had a couple girlfriends. I was dating it. Just busy in life. I never discussed it with anybody. So that's why you got to when there is this much cash on the line down the road and a repeat cycle of things, we have to stay plugged in, right? And that's why it's cool because we have a cool group. Like we have the best group. Like we just do. I know we do. So it's nice to have you guys and be able to continue to grow like that. So on that note, I'm going to let this just go because you guys are rocking and rolling. You guys are awesome. Andrew, congratulations. Angel, congratulations. I'm going to go redo the banner right now for you. And I'm also going to ask Lars, who did a super chat last night, just letting me know she's doing well, letting the community know she's doing well. It's just really big right now, particularly in a down day. That says a lot. It just says a lot. As we kind of hammer through and we get through this, we're letting people know we're the best. We just are. And I want to let people know that continually. I could hit up the super chats. I mean, I thought that, like, I could do it. Like, it's okay. I could just scream them through all day long. That's no problem. I could do that, but I think that would kind of defeat the purpose. I know you guys, to the extent it's indicated whenever you do, we look at the leader up there as Angel. He's doing a great job. It's funny though. I've thought of it like, well, I could. I mean, it'd be interesting. I'm not, for the record, right? So you guys know, it's like, well, $99 super chats everywhere. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna focus on redoing kind of the top for Angel. I want you guys to kind of settle in and go focus, on the micro and on the macro. You know what you're looking at. The matchbook theory Absolutely. Go review that from yesterday's stream if you didn't hit that, and go review that. Understand kind of the light load approach today and how that was kind of prepped in, etc. And you guys have the right mindset. It's just nice to deal with you guys because I don't have to over-explain things. You guys get it, right? So we'll kind of see how things go from here. You got your pricing targets. You got your levels. You got your scaled-in approach. You got people hitting 5 out of 5. You got people hitting, 100, 200 X's on stuff. We got the best group, and we don't have to explain ourselves to anybody. So congratulations, and hey, guys, this is London with the Crypto Kingdom. I'll be around in the back door of the VIP. If you guys are not VIP members, you have to join today. I'm just going to tell you that, okay? So we look forward to bringing you more information, and hopefully we will be in a live stream, or I'll cut another video for you guys soon, okay? Take care. Hope you're having a great day. Andrew is just lighting up with a $100 super chat right now, huh? That's actually the first $100 super chat, Andrew. I have to actually give Andrew some credit because that's the first $100 super chat. Well, Andrew just showed everybody what for. He actually hacked YouTube. Actually, as a matter of fact, I think you did, Andrew, because you're the first one who's legitimately done the $100 super chat. So right when I would be about to get off and just salute you and everything else, you're like, okay, we'll probably go another minute here, right? What does he say? Keep Angel at the top. Right when he gives $100, he says, keep Angel at the top. That is just phenomenal. Andrew's he's booking positive trades. I want to give a big hello to him and to Angel and to everybody. So Andrew, we know you're doing really well. It's just nice to continually you're leading the charge. And you guys know when you guys talk to Andrew, he's just doing well. He just is, and it's a good, it's just a good function that he's able to continually be able to kind of teach you guys. Because I don't know too many better guys in terms of intuition, in terms of Angel. I'm just gonna tell you, he's got real good market intuition. Okay, he's got real good kind of, a good approach, real good positive mentality, real good, in terms of value, sense of value. He runs a store in Pennsylvania. So he has that kind of merchant approach to the thing, the buy and the sell, the low price, kind of discount, wholesale, etc. Appreciation and value, capitalizing, profit. Andrew's just got really, Andrew's like an award. You've won competitions in trading, right? Yeah. So Andrew is really solid like that. Just in terms of that's the approach he brings to the game. I can go through, to tell you the truth. Why don't I go through that since we're kind of talking about things, Andrew? Why don't we talk about Andrew's got an approach that I kind of can explain to you guys. I think it's valid here. We might as well talk about it real quickly. And since you've done the super chat, I definitely want to give Andrew his due course of recognition in terms of a kind of a natural approach that he has. To anyone who's listening that would like to learn more technicals, Andrew kind of knows this approach real well. And we focus on pricing targets all the time, right? We don't focus necessarily all the time on channels, okay? Swing channels. But Andrew is kind of like an expert at them. He really likes channels. If you see any of his kind of native charts, he is very big into, whereas I'll round things like this, Andrew will always want to designate a channel, okay? He's gotten a 5-for-5 trading, kind of history today, which is really nice. Now, the channel that Andrew would probably want to designate is in line with something like this on the way up. Yeah. And he'll get into this on the kind of the micro and the macro. What I would say is he's a successful trader. He's won competitions, etc. So he is, it's funny. He and I share that, huh? And somehow it's like, we won a competition somewhere, and that just, I guess we're competitive like that. So that's pretty cool. Let me go ahead and make sure that these are, kind of highlighted in a specific way. We can see them as much as possible. Let's see what we can really see. There we go. We can definitely see that. Well, I say that. Let's go back to this. That's probably the best right there. Now, the channel trading, measured moves. The definition of a measured move. We have so many EMAs on here. You can almost just do it with the EMAs, tell you the truth. But Andrew's going to do some degree of a channel. Now, the channel is going to be defined as also, I would say, what Andrew's going to get into is kind of a channel approach even here. His charts are going to include channels like this. Okay? I had drawn this out to kind of prove this point earlier on. I let this one indicated here, Andrew, right as I built these up all along the way. Now, what he's doing is he's lining out essentially Elliott wave theory two T's, Elliott wave theory. Okay. Now, what did Elliott waves? What did Elliott? I'm sorry. What did Elliott found? He founded. Excuse me. Easy for me to say. What did he find his approach on? Upon analytics of the Fibonacci's. Okay. So his research on the field of Fibonacci, essentially all the work that Fibonacci did, formulated Elliott wave theory. Okay. Just research that. I promise you'll find that. I promise you will. Okay. You can look at the work from the New York Institute of Finance. Okay. So these different channels that have been compromised here, I say, and they are continually compromised. Okay, and he'll agree with that. You get to the point where, essentially where they're broken out, you achieve some level of kind of like a compromise of the channel, right? You're going to maintain that channel through a specified time period. Now he has a threshold approach that he uses, which is a good, I'm open to the masses kind of hearing about that. I think it's a little bit more advanced than what typically just anyone would get into right off the cuff, Andrew. But he's very successful with it. Okay, so. On top of that, he's working with pricing targets on everything. Whether or not you're dealing with this kind of scaled-in approach in terms of the overall kind of the channel approach, understand, please, the channels are just an expression of Elliott wave theory. That's all it is. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Real simple. Real straightforward, and a real kind of textbook approach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You've reached your maximum, right? Absolutely. Everybody here knows that. So that's, let's see, wave. There we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So from there, you can have your ABC, A, B, C, D, E, etc. All you need to know is that every time you draw a Fibonacci, you're already there. You've already done it. You've literally just recreated as much of that as you would kind of need to. Your different levels on the Fibonacci literally are the foundation of both the channeling and the Elliott wave theory. Okay? And not everyone knows that, as a matter of fact. Some people haven't researched it, but when you look into it, if you do the research in between Elliott wave theory, in between the channeling, etc. Now, the channels fit into Elliott waves, right? And the Elliott waves are comprised on what? They're comprised on Fibonacci's. So your common denominator is going to be kind of the root. My pups are going to bark in the background. As we look at the kind of the common denominator, this key focal point, I'd say that's what would we say, the kind of the overall equalizer, the main componentry of it. It is the Elliott. I'm sorry, my dogs are barking like really loudly. Sorry about that. If you guys have dogs, send me pictures. By the way, we do have IID. Let's go to that real quickly. I think I want to shout out to our military guys real quickly. Whenever my dogs bark, let's go ahead and just do that. We have where's Ryan? Where's your pup? What's up, Ryan? Where is your pup? Well, here's one. There we go. There's a pup. What's up, Ryan? Nice to see you. We have a few different dogs. Some are IID dogs. We have all different types of stuff going on. So those are probably somewhere else. But we'll focus on the IID dogs. I think I'm supposed to give a call to somebody out in Baghdad, believe it or not. Happy to talk to you. Can't wait to talk to you. We have a bunch of military guys. So now I can think a little more clearly. Sorry about that. It's funny. So as we look at the channel formations, okay, they're going to fit into and comprise essentially Elliott wave theory. Elliott wave theory is going to what? It's going to be founded upon the Fibonacci's, period. So when we kind of summarize everything up so that people don't get confused, advanced traders who've been around for a while like Andrew, etc., they can understand the way that this kind of boils down in terms of, well, this is going to be included, the Fibonacci numbers, the sequencing is going to be included in Elliott waves, which is going to be comprised of channeling. Okay, so if you get into channeling, understand that's a componentry of Elliott waves. Elliott waves are founded upon Fibonacci's. So kind of the key go-to element here is going to be your Fibonacci's. All right, but I do want to give a lot of credit to Andrew if he's dealing with anything in terms of channeling. Just understand that there are some deeper levels to it, and I just always want to be focusing on those pricing targets, because when you guys book positive trades, that's the end all be all thing. A lot of people may get confused in the wash in terms of like, well, where are things really going right now? We're in a channel. We've broken out of a channel. It's like the next big ticket item. Let's look at Doge real quickly. It's a real good example. This green box was kind of the reserves that we were talking about maintaining. I can get rid of some of these as well. This is when we did not get faked out on top. That was nice. We also look like we definitely called this head and shoulders, which was nice. Okay, we have a threshold here to try and reach. If it wants to complete itself fully, and I talked about this last night. I think it's real important. If it wants to fully express itself technically and accomplish that full expression, then it will reach this level of 27,000. If it decides that it doesn't want to fully express itself technically and accomplish that full expression technically, then it may fall short. All right, we're prepared for either circumstance, for either eventuality, right? So that's just kind of the nature of how we look at it from an educated standpoint. Is if it can accomplish the full expression of the pricing technically, then it'll reach 27,000. Really unemotional, really not needing to be convinced either way, really ready to execute and accomplish and book a positive trade, like, at a level of support, at a pricing level, pricing target. So, Andrew, I appreciate that you brought that to my attention in terms of the channeling approach that you focus on. And I know that is a part of technical analysis, and to the extent that we can make that easier for people to understand, I'm definitely open to the possibility of people beginning to learn that, because they may like a video on that. They may like some additional, what would you say? Some I don't know. It's, as we look into the next few months, we may have some extra time, okay? But I hope not too much time. If you got 5 trades today, I don't want to slow you down. I'm hoping for 6 tomorrow. How about that? Are you going for a higher percentage tomorrow? I don't know. 5 trades, that's phenomenal. That's really, really exciting. Sorry for the interruption of the pups. I like dogs. That's cool. So on a day when everything's down, Andrew books, typical, just huge, like VIP strength in the house, right? Andrew booking 5 positive trades in a down day. That's why, like, when I say, like, we're down on everything. Oh, well, maybe not completely down on everything, right? No. So that's why when people come back like, well, you brought this up and it's down. I'm like, hold on, it's down what? How many trades do you have on it? How many pricing targets do you hit? They're like, no, you don't understand. I'm like, what do you mean I don't understand? Like, what is it about a price being up or down that Andrew doesn't understand today? Like, well, so you understand that is a part, that's a form and function. FSN is down, right? It's down horribly, right? Okay, great. What does that mean? If we look at FSN right now, that's like you got a ton of volatility in here. This is a ton of volatility. How many positive trades can you effectuate in FSN? The more volatility, the more trades you get. Well, it didn't work out. Well, can you sell? Can you hit the sell button? I know you can buy. Can you hit the sell button? That's a part and parcel. Like Andrew, 5 times today, hit the sell button. Bam, 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 bam. Right? Real easy. In terms of the approach, you have to buy and you have to sell. The ones that are down 40%, that looks like it's down heavily. Let's just look at NFT just to see some pricing action. Oh, there we go. There's your trades. Believe it or not, if you wanted to trade that. Right? On a day, it looks like, oh, man, you've messed up. Really? If you wanted to trade it, you could trade it. You can take the worst one here, and if you wanted to trade it, you could trade it. Right? You just could. It may not be the most popular thing in the world to do, right? But you definitely could. Some people may like to try, believe it or not. Oh, it's difficult to trade? Let's go. Right? You're on the 50% retracement right now. Okay. What'd you make at the level right before? Not much, 10%. Typical. Okay, you actually maxed out at what? This is the one that looks the worst on today. No, you actually maxed out at 22% on the 38.2. 22%? You guys understand that? As you're looking at the worst chart you can find on the daily, the one that you would get ripped up on, the one that if I brought this to you guys, NFT, you'd be like, man, look at what you did, huh? I would get a crude comment like that. I'm like, excuse me, sir. They're like, dude, I got a comment like that today from a guy that was real crude and something. He had some awful comment. He's like, yeah, look at such and such now. I'm like, excuse me, sir. Do you have any clue what you're talking about? That's the deal. It's going to be real tough to beat us, guys. Real tough to beat us. It's just going to be tough, guys. You're looking at nice returns right on the money, 23%. On that. On the worst chart you can find, you're looking at 23% using pricing targets, Crash Course 101. How about amidst this fallout right here, you make 20%? Do what? Yeah, amidst this right here, you make 20%. That defies every ounce of logic that anyone can bring to the game in the market. You guys understand? If you can really dig into that, okay? If you can really dig into that, then you've got it. If you can dig into the fact that amidst this is NFT, okay? Literally, that's just an example. If you can dig into this and make 20%, yeah, you got it, man. You belong on this team. Andrew right now is telling me they were all on Doge, up 40% now. Couldn't lie if I tried. Alpha, you betcha. And he knows what alpha is. That is alpha. What's up? What's up, brother? That is so cool. Everybody's like, heck yeah, that is what's going on. Appreciate you hitting that. You see? That is nice. You hit that. You hit the super chat. Now we all get to know more about the story, and now that's the community, brother. What's up, brother? What is going on? That is so cool, huh? Everybody's like, yo, what's up? What's up? Got a few rockets for him, huh? Let's throw another one up. That is just awesome, huh? One more. That is just awesome, huh? 40%, huh? Just for Andrew, huh? Because that's sweet. What is up, huh? And that's how the community gets built. He knows that. You guys know that. But it's like, well, you know, he's like, I know. It's like, I don't want you to bring me up. That's cool, though. Check it out, huh? What is going on? Yo, alpha trader in the house. What's alpha mean? The percentage by which you beat the market. He is beating the market. Love it. Love it. He couldn't lie if he tried. We know he wouldn't, but like, yeah. And it's funny the way you put it, like I couldn't if I tried, because I know you're looking right at it. You're like, this is the way it goes. It's not too complicated either, is it? No. And it's like when you look at like NFT, it's like, literally you could choose the absolute worst coin on the planet, the worst investment on the planet. You're still, in all probabilities, and you know this, you're probably gonna make some money, particularly if you schedule down towards the lower levels. Right? It's like you're going to make something. Now, your percentage gain, if you just, if you're up for 5%, 10%, whatever you're up for, that's fine. But it's nice, right? So this is NFT, the worst looking thing we can find on the map, right? It just is, right? We can go through everything. We can go through all these kind of the differentials here and look at the, we'll get into the 3-minute, the 5-minute. We'll get into the different, the different levels, different, pricing supports, whatever you guys are interested in, we can get into it. It's just, you're going to have a hard time. You just have to be able to want to trade. You're going to find your percentages. You're going to find the threshold. You're going to find, well, oh no, we got a problem here. This one's only 20%. Okay, this is 20%. Yeah, it's 20%. All right, well, because you have to say, I brought the FSN up to you last night. I know. And what happened? Well, I guess that was bad. It was a potential breakout, but it didn't confirm correctly, right? Andrew knows, yeah. I guess it made you like 10% last night. Well, that's unfortunate, huh? Yeah, but we don't have the people who are going to sit there and just hold. We know how to sell, right? Yeah, we do. And what do we know how to do? Like, well, we're probably going to do what? Well, I guess if you're into it, we're going to go ahead and double and triple down, right? Yeah. And so you're going to be covered on your upside exposure. It's not financial advice, but it's not a joke, right? No, it just works. Until you get down to probably, even if you blow through multiple levels, what'd you get on your bottom level? Well, on your bottom level, let's see. I guess we have to measure this out, Probably in the neighborhood of like, 20%, something, yeah, 20%. Okay. So you capitalize and manage. This is why, guys, it becomes extraordinarily difficult to beat us. And you even look at something like this, Andrew. If someone had messed up at the top, held down, but decided to go ahead and follow through on the micro strategy of double and triple down, even on the matchbooks theory, like, okay, it's good to have the matchbook theory. Like, you're not overexposed. Well, big deal. Just kind of, that one was a dud. Give me another box of matches. Okay, good. More resource capital, whatever. Let's go ahead and play with this, right? Yeah, there we go. Something lit up, right? But even on that theory, it's just difficult to beat this system, right? While you're preserving your cash on the lower levels. That's why it's fun, right? It is. It's fun, right? Forum, same thing, right? Well, you don't want to get involved in forum. Well, look at it, guys. I brought it up, huh? There's 20%. Well, okay. 20%. Yeah, that's it. 20%. What about this down here? Well, I don't know. 20%. Well, okay. Whatever you're at there, wherever we go with something like Forum, look at all those levels you have. You're gonna get used to trading something differently. The fact that you have so many double and triple downs in something with so much price action, you're going to get the opportunity to learn price action, and it may be at a really light level. As you're in the top levels, by necessary fact, it's going to be kind of light levels. If you're planning on doubling and tripling down the whole time, it's just a good opportunity for people to work on their pricing, work on their trades. It's a real thin kind of, environment up top, right? You're still doubling and tripling down, but it's just a thin environment, right? It just is, as a matter of fact, right? Until you get down to a little, you keep doubling and tripling down, but that just guarantees at the lower levels you've just got real, kind of the mathematical equation becomes difficult, right? Because that means you have to have a lot of cash on the bottom levels, and really the top is really kind of, you understand. It's just like, it becomes, you run into the situation where you really can't be overexposed. So if you're following the strategy that I hear you guys talking about following, you're not going to be overexposed. You're just not. Particularly if you have like 4, 5, 6, 7 different investments you're looking at, it's almost impossible to kind of be overexposed. So the price action typically is going to support that. That's what we focus on. And if you guys don't think there's price action indicated, hey, let us know. Let me know. I haven't heard anyone say that. It typically is. As we look at Forum, just remember that went up 200% in 22 hours. So it's got some built-in kind of inertia. I'm looking forward to that kind of resurfacing. Maybe it'll get back involved with a good degree of, with a good degree of RSI. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's see this thing kind of launch around. Then people will be like, well, I should have gotten involved in that, right? So the people who are kind of playing around with it right now, it went up 200% in like 22 hours, right? So it's down 33%. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no problem. So good job, Andrew. Way to crank through five trades today. That's sweet. Is that a record? Maybe a record. I think maybe Andrew set a record. Possibly so. Andrew has probably set a record. What's up, B. Hyatt CEO? What's going on? What is up? Military in the house. What's up? We got a new Korean Army. Let's see, just an Army soldier. Richard? Yeah, Richard's out in Korea. He's probably sleeping right now. But yeah, we got a new member, and behind. I laughed at the DM we had back and forth. That was funny. Very funny. We're going through. Andrew just had 5 positive trades today. Just completely annihilated it. Can you find my trades? Nice. There you go. You want me to? He traded on Doge today. 5 on Doge. I love it, huh? 0 excuses out of Andrew. 0, not 1. And can I find your trades? And you're like, I'm like, yeah, I can. I was like, he's probably laughing right now. Why? Well, because if he were to really speak about, what are you trading and what are you not trading, right? Well, he's like, it's funny, huh? We laugh at that. Why? He's in Texas right now. I think we have some interesting things in terms of what's available and what's not, quote unquote, available in Texas, right? All right, so he's in Doge. I guess it's a long line of Fibonacci's, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, and I guess you hit. Was that 5? Let's see what time this was. Well, that's 5 a.m. You may have had it scheduled up from last night, right? I want to go down to the 5-minute here. Unless you hit one twice. And let me see. Yeah, I see what you're doing. You may have hit last night or this morning. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would say on the 5-minute RSI, something along those lines. True? If you hit 5. The one indicator I can find in line with that would be on the 5-minute RSI. On a low-level RSI or other indicator, could be in a MACD, hybrid, etc. That's what I would anticipate that you did. May have involved something with contact along the EMAs, if I had to guess. Or if I had to come up with a solution. Marco in the house. Marco, how the trade's going, brother? Andrew just slammed in with a $99 super chat to let us know he's doing well. BNB, let's check it out. He had 5 trades. Let me know if I'm kind of on par with the strategy, fibs, etc. Incorporate crossover fibs with that kind of strategy. You're doing real well. Hey, they wind up crossing over anyway, don't they? You can go back and kind of talk about it either way. Let's look at the Binance coin. I did a Binance test token. I formulated one today. I wrote the programming for it. It's pretty cool. I can do smart stuff like that sometimes. Just tell my doctorate professor for my thesis. The title of my thesis was "I can do smart stuff like that sometimes." You know, I won a Pulitzer for it. It's really impressive, right? Maybe not. I just joke around sometimes. What do we got? So, BNB off its golden pocket. I have the red all on top just because I don't like the color differentials of green up the top. So we have the golden pocket here. Golden dips on triangulations. That's good. Okay. Double dip on triangulations. Okay. Cool. Like that. Cool. I will look into that. You know I will, too. You're like, yep, you will. So as we look at this, BNB has hit its, I guess you're looking at potentially going back down into your 61.8. The question is going to be whether or not you're going to conform to the overall market, Marco, because we have dipped down into it, showing a bit more strength than some of the others. Less than some. I don't think Cardano is this low. We'll take a look at Cardano next. BNB is down about at its 61.8. It's already delved into the 61.8 one time. Okay? Here, it delved into the 61.8. Then it delved below the 65th percentile. Okay? The first maximized result was 64% after it hit the 61.8 the first time. A lot of momentum and energy slamming down. Look at that candlestick. A lot of momentum slamming down into the 61.8 the first time, right? Yeah. So the question now is, after you've gotten kind of the first hit, the second hit, and you're into the third hit potentially, are you going to be going down and you're going to receive your kind of your inertia? It looks like on the daily, your RSI is looking pretty good, brother. Don't you agree? Yep. That would be, let's look at the previous RSI on the daily as getting into that. I want to go back in time and I want to really dig into, anyone have any experience with creating tokens? It's kind of interesting. There we go. Previous daily, not crazy about that on the daily in terms of RSI. Previous, yeah, you've looked at the past too. That's probably why you wanted to talk about it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's look at the, yeah, you're okay. 20, 30, let me see. I just want to be able to really diagnose this. What do we got? Yeah, that's your most troubling spot right there. So that's your lowest gain at this level of your RSA. So yeah, it'd be real difficult to argue you're not in store for like 20%, right? If you can get down to this level, I'd say about the 24 on the RSI. You got that? Where are you at on the RSI? You probably you have something closer to that maybe? Maybe. You got an alarm set or you got some sort of a notification on it, or are you set up on price? If you have time to watch it, it would be a higher probability trade if you were able to really deal with your alert or to program up your trade based upon a certain level threshold on the previous RSI as kind of I'd say as incorporated into your current price action. I think you would agree with that. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Doing all right. Good. You just made 10% on the trade in the last 15 minutes on Doge. Good. Way to go, Chubbs. Way to go, bro. Way to go. Andrew, let's see, caught the double dips. Good. Okay, good. So we're good on that. I wanted to go over Cardano. So yeah, it just looks like the question is going to be, and just be able to, you guys know your strategy. I love to continually hear your strategy, which is what, just doubling and tripling down as you get down. So you're never really overexposed at a higher level. Watch that RSI not only on the daily, but on the weekly. Yep, you got it. If you're going to get burned at all, maybe on the weekly, on a double touch down. BNB has a decent history of being kind of, and I'm just going to expand this so you see the RSI. It has a decent history of being down there in the weekly, right? And you're high on the weekly. So I would pay attention to that in terms of your exposure protocol and your strategy, right? Just understand that it has been low on the weekly. Some of these have never been low on the weekly, but BNB has already been down into that weekly. So yeah, that's I think positive in terms of your ability to forecast your returns. I think that's a good dynamic. Good way to bring that up, Marco. Appreciate that. Let's look at. I want to look at ADA or Cardano just to understand where it is in relation to. Let's see the entirety of things. What do we got? ADA. Yep, still looking pretty strong, right? Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's get to the line chart. Let's draw back on the hourly. We're going to bring up, I want to make sure, let me see our coordinates. If we're on the absolute zero, plug into that, and then let's go ahead and readjust, if I can, on the, let me get over to, let's see what we got. Okay, here we go. All right. Just want to make sure that we are as exact in terms of the pricing that we possibly can be. So yeah, the ADA, you're about at your 61.8 on BNB. Your ADA is about to hit its 50% retracement. It's more in line with Bitcoin than your altcoins, because it's stuck around its 50 percentile. You see that? It's stuck at its 50, whereas some of these others are stuck around their golden pocket, right? Which means the others, technically you would expect them to potentially to have more volatility on a percentage gain basis. Because they're lower in price, they should have more of a rebound effect, or at least a higher measurable gain based upon the same degree of a measured move, right? We went through that earlier. But if this is your move at a lower level, just this amount, if that's your move at the lower level, that's going to be 32%, right? If we copy this and paste it up, if we raise this up here for Cardano, instead of this being, what was the first, 32%, if we copy that up to the top level, we're at 16% on the top level. Literally half. Okay, it's the same distance moved in terms of the price function. It's the same degree that's moved. Okay, the same units in terms of cents, dollars and cents. The same exact amount is moved from here to here. This is a 32% gain. This is a 16% gain. So you would anticipate things that are lower potentially would have more of an upside, right? You would want to potentially focus in on those things, unless you wanted to hold, right? If you wanted to hold, Cardano may be the best. If we're going to get to a new all-time high, hey, that's great, right? A lot of people in Cardano have a very strong ideology that's really tied to their investment. It's tied in with kind of the nature of not philanthropy, but like really good well-doing. It's interesting. If you guys have read their ideology, they have kind of an ideology to Cardano, and it kind of feels like that. Which is, I'm not mad at them at all. It's just that's the way that it is. So if you don't know Cardano, you'll get to know them when you start to read things like that. It's kind of interesting. They have the ideology of Cardano, why they're involved in the crypto space. So that just aligns them with Bitcoin, and that's just important in terms of essentially the dynamics and its confluence, its congruency with, let's say, the congruency between Bitcoin and ADA, right? So we'll probably get a hit here. Right? We don't know anything other than the fact that there is probably a hit here again. It's hit here multiple times. 1, 2. Let's just make sure it's 1, 2. Yeah, just 1 and 2. So it's kind of like the basketball theory. We just know that the more times you hit a certain level, it's more likely to the probability becomes that it's going to achieve the lower level and going to break through that as a line of either resistance or support, whichever line it's on, right? So we would anticipate it going down to the 61.8, which would be the 93 cents. That would be a big psychological hit for Cardano, because I know the people have been really, really excited about it since it's been up around $1 to $1.12, and the people who've refused to sell it all. Yeah, it's difficult, right? And the staking dynamic, things like that for different coins, and now you can stake almost anything anywhere. So that staking dynamic has made things a lot more difficult, as people think that, well, I'm earning a percentage on my holdings, right? So that's complicated things a little bit. We're seeing just kind of a standard retracement, not phased at all. I don't think anyone is. We are so looking forward to discounts. We're so looking forward to this stuff, to it getting down to our pricing targets, executing trades. It's nice, huh? And everybody agrees. 34% down. Okay. Now let's look at, looks like Doge is a little bit of a runner right now. Okay. There you go. The Doge hit. There you go. That's a little bit of a hit. That's right on your EMA. I'm interested if that's going to hit, where are we at on the hourly? That's a deep RSI, isn't it? It is. You guys, it's good to catch that because that's just above our pricing target. All right? That's just above our pricing target. It's decent to catch that and look at it in the context of, let me pull this up. I don't want this to look like that. Let's take this. These are the extensions. I'm going to leave those on for a second. Let's look at, we're on the hourly. Let me get rid of these. Green boxes are just representative of heavy cash reserves on the downside. That's just what we want. Okay? So it has caught a little bit of wind in its sail. It is coming into contact with, let me see, it's just deep into the RSI right now. On the hourly. Complication, let's look at the daily. Should be pretty confluent. Yeah. On the daily, it looks like you finally breached the RSI on the daily and went below the 30. So you're below the 30 on the daily. I made a little video for the VIPs, etc. You haven't been this low on the daily since, since the big crisis last year, right? But in terms of looking forward, not looking at the past, just looking at the current and the forward, we have, it looks like a pretty decent. Let me see this. Let me make sure. Yeah, you've let me see which. I'm gonna pull this up. Full-fledged here. Yeah, okay. You're not as deep. You could go a little deeper to the 25. You're currently. It's kind of like splitting hairs. You're at 27 on the RSI. That's fine. That's a decent level in the RSI. You could go lower. You guys know that. You could always, you can always go lower. But at least that's some positive price action for people who have entered. If you didn't get picked up, what's the solution? Well, the market maker didn't pick me up. What's the solution? Well, I got in anyway. Now, you don't want to jump the gun on something in a down market. It's already down 34%, right? You don't want to just like slam in and say, hey, it's time to roll, right? Yeah, you don't necessarily want to do that. When you see the indicators kind of pop in that deeply, you're welcome to do it. It can happen. It's a function of it'd be real interesting. Let me do this real quickly. Let me see if I can pull in on this and put the 65th percentile. I just want to put this in real quickly. And gold. Oh, look at this. Interesting. I wanted to look at what the equivalent was as I did the extensions backwards. Andrew, you'll get a kick out of this. I did the extensions backwards, and yeah, that hit is right at the just beyond, a little bit beyond the golden pocket. So it'd be interesting to see if the extensions backward function on the golden pocket basis of the 65th percentile. It's gone a little bit beyond there, but wouldn't that be interesting if that winds up being something that's it would be nice to have a direct hit on that. I'd have to look at exactly how we have scheduled up the precise nature of these. Let me see what we've got. Looks like about right on it. Let's see. It's going to depend on the time frame. You know that, right? Yeah, we're on the 1 hour. If we went down to the different specified time frame, it might be like dead on, almost to the point where it's not a free for all anymore. It doesn't necessarily. It's kind of nice, huh? You see that? That's not bad. Like, almost to the point where you'd want to use this relatively consistently, right? Yeah, 1, 2, I guess 3 right there. Maybe you have another 4 or 5. We'll see what happens. But that's an interesting technique to use. We don't cover that. I think it's more kind of in line with kind of an option theory, like how far you headed out, like extensions on the upside versus on the downside. A lot of people will just use the kind of the reverse, not the extensions, but the kind of the not the reverse, but the what would we say? As we look at retracements, the full indicated retracements that are above, like the 1.618, right? Some people get into using those. I don't use those. I'm not into I'm not into that. It's just not. It's not. I don't believe that that's really indicated. We can kind of slide this over and just look at the more recent one. Let's look if we would have used that, if any of it holds any degree of accuracy. They're just kind of extended fib levels. No. Well, unless we get into this level. Yeah. I'll give you that on the 4.23. Boy, that's a random level to pop up. You see that? Gee whiz. Let's see. Let me make sure that this is exactly on. You see that, Andrew? Very interesting. I say Andrew because he's very technically inclined. And that's where it's going to fall down if I really precisely angle that. That just equals the extension level, and it would make sense. Some of these are confluent. That would equal. That's not going to get you any closer than at least on this time frame. We could shop it around. I don't want to shop that around. Let me do this. Get rid of these lines. So I think these extensions are relatively well laid out, but I wouldn't use this all the time. But I want to bring it up as just a different dynamic for you guys to work on different strategies and come up with different issues because you've had a great day. This doesn't have to be a big, the video I cut to you guys was make sure that you cut this in line with, you slice and dice Doge today. And I guess, Andrew, you have, huh? Yeah, you have. Because as you look at it, understand that the weekly RSI can wipe you off the floor today, right? So I'm glad you had a good day in Doge. You would have had one anyway, Andrew. I know that. But it could just wipe you off the floor, literally just completely cream you if you weren't ready for it. Now, as long as you had backup cash, you're fine. But the weekly RSI, just look at the weekly. The weekly can teach you a big lesson about getting to 30 at any point in time, right? That's yeah, absolutely. Now, remember on BNB, on Binance Coin, the weekly RSI had been down here below 30. Real close, right? And a few times, et cetera. We can look back at it. But whereas Doge has not even pretended to be around that area, right? So that's interesting. It can clock you, right? You can get clocked on Doge. If the wrong circumstance were to occur, you could get absolutely clocked on Doge, right? So it's always good to maintain a level of kind of measured involvement, willingness to deploy orders at lower levels, lower indicated levels, right? Yeah, why not? So we have that. Let's go ahead and just see. That's nice. I like Andrew's just cleaning it up. Very nicely done. Strong moves. Let's see what we got. 0. And yeah. You can get to that 7, 8, and down to that 6. Let's see, 78.6. We have a 61.8, and we want to get to maybe this 86 will be the other option that we have. Let me see that. We already have lined out at the 86. So we have all the trade levels indicated here. I think you guys have those. We've covered all of that for the members, VIP, etc. So that's good. Way to go, Andrew. We have a little bit of price action. Just be careful with that weekly RSI. It could completely, change the story quickly. But you guys have the strategy. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not. They're so nice too. I'm not worried about anything. You guys are just doing such a good job. Very nice. You know, something that's pouring down. It's just like, no, they're still booking trades. That's it. It's just price action. Believe it or not, even if it's just heading down like this, it's just price action. That's nice. Who would think you would want something just barreling through the downside so you could execute positive trades instead of. I mean, that's okay. That's good practice. It's price action, right? You don't want it too quick, but as you're practicing price action and practicing negotiating your trades, that's a positive way to look at things, right? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, that's not bad. So let me look at this. Now you have bounced in and around the 40. Okay. Let me just go back to this just because I'm enjoying this right now. It's such a difficult thing to imagine trading at all. But I just like when you can, not even imagine trading it. And it's like when you look at it, it's like, well, you just made 20% at that level. So it's just, yeah, that's the part that it sounds exciting to everyone else because they don't do it. So when we talk about, look at this one, and we're like, it's up 40%, 50%. It's like this is up 20%, 30%. When the price is up there, and I notify everybody, everyone gets excited. It's like, yeah, but we're like, well, we can do this all day long, right? This is what we're focused on all day long. Like, that's the idea, right? So. We wouldn't be having a whole bunch of fun otherwise, right? That makes it more fun, definitely. So if you guys aren't with a group, if you're just kind of tuning in, we have good results. Real good results. We have a lot of good traders. professional. I mean, what do you say, huh? You booking 5 out of 5. That's nice. What's old AMC doing? Just chilling, right? Expanding kind of wedge at top. That has a specific name, and it's just it's not a bullish pattern. I'll just tell you that. It's not a bullish pattern. It's not a flag. So technically speaking, it's just not there. Just a bunch of red, right? Not bothering me at all. The ones that are down 37, 36, 34, that's okay. Got down there in a hurry. It gave people a lot of trades, right? You don't want to say that, but, you know, it's also primed potentially. Now it's getting down there on the weekly RSI, et cetera. It may just launch soon. You have to think about that. All those that are working down, that are working this far down, they're working down their weekly RSI. Like Doge is working down. What have we been saying about Doge? Well, we're looking forward towards its next 10x, right? You betcha, huh? So now you start thinking, well, it's down 30%. It's down. This is an awful day for Doge. This is not an awful day for Doge. Let it work its RSI down. Let it dig down on its weekly RSI. Let's get this sucker down there on the RSI. You guys want to make another 10x? Everybody's like, yeah. Why wouldn't we want to make another 10x, right? Yeah. So let's look at the positive aspect of that. You know, it's already in retracement. Who wouldn't want to make another 10x? Right? Yeah. So we got that. We got backup cash, right? This, I mean, shoot, $1,000 turned into $100,000. That's okay. You know, that's not bad on Doge this year. That's good. So yeah, that's positive. I would say that's definitely positive. We like to frame things that way and really dig into them. So the RSI on the weekly is heading down. We'd like to see it down there. Like if it can get down there today, get down there today. I'm serious. Why? I mean, who would mind? And we look at DOGECOIN. Who in the world would mind? I got to say this. On an individual day, who would mind it going to I'm just going to say this, guys. This is a matter between you and me, okay? Who here would mind it going to 5 cents and making a complete recovery like this in one day? Who would mind that? No one. Are you prepared with orders to make 640% potentially? Are you scheduled in the whole way down? No, I mean, not like that. No, well, I mean, if it crashes, really crashes, crash course, maybe we solidify up the crash course. You got to be able to call the top. Yeah, you got to be able to like kind of, and that's going to be too deep. You got to be able to fill the bottom, right? That's probably a negative. Where are we at? Hold on. Let me do this. Okay. My eyes aren't going that bad. I've got like too many screens going on. Hold on one second. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. That's not 5. That's 5. Yeah, because the top would be, hold on. Let me get out my scoop mask. Hold on. In terms of this, let's get down to 4. Let's get down to 2. Okay. Who wouldn't mind this? Let's just look at the percentage that would be gained. There we go. In line with, it's not easy to click on this. Oh yeah, I mean, at some point you're getting into the, depending on where you go, you're getting into like the 10,000%. You know, who would mind it going down all the way there? Nobody's going to mind that. We weren't negative. We're fine. But this was zoomed out when it should have been zoomed in, or vice versa. Let me see that. Yeah, it's too much. So that's the trick is like, you know, a lot of these crashes, this definitely happened around this previous pricing event where you were exposed to a real deep dig where people that had that position and held it and entered into some kind of an order made huge cash very quickly, right? We were around, we were streaming during this time. It was not live during that. We just finished. But within a day or two, you made 100%. At 2x, that's nice. On the way up, great entry price. So are you guys scheduled up with those orders, right? You have to ask yourself that. Are you scheduled up with orders? Are you scaled in all the way down with like what do you guys always talk about? A double, triple down, making sure you're heavyweight to the downside, maybe 3x, 4x at each level down. You're covered, right? Because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and on top of that, you got kind of the matchbook theory, right? That's kind of nice, huh? Because you have to say at 100x, I mean, it would have taken, what, $1,000 would have been $100,000, huh? That's not bad, right? I'm laughing at that, Andrew. Maybe early lessons from your years of buying high. Huh? Yeah, we get the message after a while. It's like, oh, okay. There's pricing targets, right? So the matchbook theory. Thanks for the humor. Matchbook theory. It just doesn't take much. What's a matchbooks for it? What is a matchbook for you? A match. Well, this thing lights up. Well, shoot, it didn't work. What if you lost your whole? What if it went to zero for whatever reason? What if your investment went to zero? All right, it went to zero. Okay. What would you do? Could it be just like a match? You're trying to light that match and it doesn't light, and you kind of feel like, oh man, this is not good, huh? I got to get me another match, huh? Open up the box, etc. Right? But it doesn't feel good when you can't light the match up. It's like, oh, it's a letdown. Can you be lightly enough involved, right, to experience that? Now, okay, but you need tens of thousands of dollars or $5,000. Okay, if you had at the right price, if you had $1,000, I'm just going to bring this up. If you had $1,000 at the right price in Doge, it would have had $100,000. Okay, but you weren't there for that. Okay, but you can schedule that in right now. You can book positive trades all day long. And I'm not telling anybody to have a position greater to or less than that, right? Not financial advice, but it's not a joke either. It turned $1,000 into $100,000. Previous pricing, maybe indicating future pricing. I don't know. You'd be real lucky if it got down to that, right? I would say you'd be real lucky, right, if it got down to back to 0.007, right? But what did that we can take a look at? ADA went from what? ADA went from $1.50 to 2 cents. Now, I'm not real big on that equation, right, on that specific philosophy. But the fact that it did go from $1.40, right, in 2018, $1.40 to 2 cents, you certainly would have wanted to buy at 2 cents. It certainly would not have been unpopular right now if you said, let's say we were back at $1.40 back then, and if someone were to say, hey, guys, I think we're going to 2 cents. Make sure you can buy at 2 cents. If you had videotape of that, you would think that guy's the best guy in the world. I want to listen to that guy. Where is he now? What's he doing? Interesting. Because you hear this now and you're like, what is it psychologically about the game right now, about the whole deal, that you don't want to hear it now? You do not want to hear it now. Why? Is it because it imputes so much time at that level? Potentially. You don't think you can find any other investments? You think that's it? Look at how much of an opportunity you had. So it becomes a non-discussion, right? Potentially. But why wouldn't you want to hear that now? Why can't we tolerate that now? Because here, this guy would have been the smartest guy around. Everyone would be listening to him. Okay, Cardano went from 2 cents to $2, right? Over $2? Yeah. That's 100x. To 260 almost. 250, 260. Right? Huge returns. So the guy that we say now, well, the guy who would have called that and said, yes, maybe it's going to 2 cents, you would have, we definitely would esteem him right now. Everyone would want to listen to exactly what he's saying right now. Everyone. But pull it up into a new pricing cycle, and everybody's going to leave the chat within 2 seconds of anyone who even brings that up. What? What psychologically is going on with the masses to where we can't even tolerate a history lesson? We can't even tolerate it. It just feels uncomfortable. I just don't want to. What? What is that? It's the fact that you're convinced you want your investments to go up. You think you make more money when it goes up. And you don't recognize the fact that when it goes down, it's an opportunity. That means an opportunity means a creation of an event, a creation of a likelihood potentially that you're going to make money. If it goes up, you're going to make money if you have exposure. Maybe you may have an increased opportunity if it goes down. Wrapping your mind around that. As much you're into options, as much you're into the market, just realizing when it goes down, you're able to make more money. You have to get over that hump. You have to get over that possibility. You have to accept that possibility. Not that you're wishing everything to go down, but history just taught us this lesson. Can it go up? Sure. Right when you say that, you know you've lost the crowd because you're having to say that. Could it go up? Sure. Could it avoid further retracement? Of course it can. So you're placating the crowd anytime you talk to people like that. Of course it can. Of course it can. It's just trying to make people feel better. Well, that didn't serve people real well when they've already lost what percentage, right? Yeah, we've already lost 50%. So I'm the guy that's going to tell people you can lose another 50%. I still think it's a nice chart, but you can still lose another 50%. Right? Yeah, you can lose 50% from after having lost 50%. That's not a popular opinion right now. It sure wasn't a popular opinion when this guy said, whoever said it back here at the top of this market, hey, we might be going to 2 cents. But everyone would want to talk to him right now. Everyone. Oh, but this is different now. Oh, is it really? Well, how's it different? How's that different, huh? Looks like another thing we wouldn't want to trade, right? Tons of trades in there. All right, come here. So this structure is a little bit different, a touch. You notice the first hitch here and the move? The hitch on the way up and the move. Hitch on the way up and what? You see the hitch and the hitch? You see the first level hitch? Boom, boom. Boom, boom. You see the hitch on the way down? You guys paying attention? Right? You see the hitch on the way down? See the hitch on the way down? Hitch on the way up. Hitch on the way up. Hitch on the way down. Hitch on the way down. Second hitch. Where's it heading right now? Second hitch. Move up, dog leg up. Move up, dog leg up. Retrace. A, B, C. A, B, C, D, E, and a D, E. Okay? So is that any different right now? As we sit here right now, is there any functional, plausible difference between the two? It has not shown us that there is any difference between the two. Look at it. There's a little bit more of an attenuation here, a little bit more of a pattern behavior. Oh, okay. There's a little bit more lateral. I mean, but guys, it's a layover. It's literally it's an overhead projector, just clear layover on top of it. It's just a clear. I mean, it's almost a carbon copy. You have some more amplitude. You have some more depth in terms of the formation of this original kind of the formation, right? It's just, you guys get it. So this is real unpopular to talk about it at all right now. There you go. Andrew knows. It's heading towards my pricing target. You betcha. Except what it is. I do not understand why people everywhere must be placated. You got it. I don't either. I don't get it. It's weird, isn't it? And it's in something innocuous like the market. It's because they've gotten in the market and a new round of people have gotten in. And it's not the same round of people. This is the trick. And this, guys, this is the key to the equation, is making sure that you're plugged in. I just have to say this. You guys will remember the same way I've been saying, like on top of the market, like preserve your cash at the lower levels. Staying plugged in can make you millions of dollars based upon previous pricing history. Cyclical pricing events can make people millions of dollars. It's made people millions of dollars, right? There's a lot of ways to make millions of dollars. You don't have to stay plugged in. If it's fun, it's fun. Excuse me. So the dynamics of the market, the dynamics of the team, et cetera, like things are going to develop. We're about a month into, a little bit of a month and a half or so, month and 2-3 weeks into kind of the day trading kind of function, into everyone really learning like what are we going to be trading, what's going to be going on, right? But that's not going to go away, and we can get into a lot of different stuff. We just opened up a new exchange, right? No, we didn't open it up, but we just got into it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can cover. We can throw more stuff at the group right now than anybody knows what to do with. Honestly, than anybody here in the group would know what to do with it. Everyone would be like, well, we got to go to a seminar. Everybody meet up, and we're going to Cleveland. That'll be our joke. Everybody's gonna have to go to Cleveland. Huh? We got a weekend. Everyone's lost. We haven't lost everybody yet. That's good. You can just don't. I mean, if it deals with mathematics or complications, you can get lost in it, right? We could do something, really interesting, probably really profitable. Everybody just got lost. I don't know. We wound up in Cleveland at a self-help seminar trying to figure out, how to unlose all. Everyone just got lost. We got Tony Robbins, and I don't know. We're going to have a good weekend now. We're going to get back in the action. But what would you say? Just understand the continuity, sticking through the circumstance of this, and just understanding it, the recognition of value, still having some exposure, but, just what I hear you guys saying, I really like it, is y'all's approach is like heavyweight on the downside, right? Being prepared for these lower levels. It's just, and the guys that stick around between this, and the thing that'll kind of get you, and it's just like, it's a choice. The thing that'll get people is like, well, and this would be the thing that would drag on. Either it would happen earlier or it would happen later, right? And that would be the thing, is if it happened later. And everybody would be like, well, no, I can't. And it'd be a matter of weeks or turn into, well, I have the patience for another month. You're going to get indignant about not making millions of dollars. Wherever you're at or however it's working, you're going to find a way to justify it. And rightfully so, there are a lot of ways to make $1 million. There's a lot of ways to spend $1 million too. You guys know that. Hey, you can spend millions of dollars trying to make millions of dollars, right? You can spend $1 million in a weekend. Truth. So, yeah, this long wait, this runway here is not necessarily exciting, right? There's still trading. Still trading. Still tons of trading, huh? Tons of price action. Don't get me into the hourly on this, right? I don't want to get into the hourly, right? Look at that. 270%. That's nice. Huh? Not bad. Huh? I bet you we have some fun. We're going to continue to have some fun. We have had a good time. We kind of got into a rambunctious. What would you say? Like the level of like rambunctiousness of the prices has just like overtaken things today. People are kind of, a few people just got wild, right? So this is fusion. All right. I'm just looking forward to like rewinding these, seeing where things are at on the aggregate, right? Setting orders, watching them play out. It's nice to see brand new pricing action. The fact that this literally looks like this and it's profitable on NFT, that's actually profitable. When you look at the lower time frames, that's NFT. I love it. Doge is down 37%. Andrew in our group booked 5 positive trades while it's down 37%, period. That's why, honestly, if there's price action, I don't really worry about bringing it to everybody's attention. It's like, Andrew, you're just proof of the fact. I mean, you can trade as long as you can hit. People say you had to hit the button to buy. Well, you had to be able to hit it to sell. Maybe twice, huh? It makes you put in your password, your fund password, right? So this is fine. 37% down, 47% down. We're probably the group right now the most that's not upset at all about this. You guys know that? Do you understand how important that is? That's hugely important. Can you imagine? Oh, my goodness gracious. Can you imagine if we were an all-in crew and that's it? All in. We are true believers. Absolutely. Leverage the house. Borrow the money. Oh, my goodness gracious. Good heavens, huh? If you're new, we are not, right? We're not new, and we're also not that group that would be like that, right? We're just not. I mean, can you imagine, guys? And I kind of laugh because we're not, right? We're just clearly like, no, cash reserves, hang around, get a better price, etc. So, this is a major recapitulation for Doge. You have to say that, as a matter of fact. You're getting really close. To your 78.6, right? Now, some others have already hit the 78.6 a long time ago, right? Truth. I'm going to erase these. You're not going to remember how I put them there. Let me erase most of them. How about that? But we got the matchbook theory. That's nice, huh? I like that. Everybody agrees, huh? It's not a bad deal. You give somebody a $1 bill, they give you back 100. Ooh, cool. Can we do that again? Well, I don't know. I mean, here, I got another dollar right here. I mean, seriously, because it becomes interesting just at that level. It's 100x, right? Right? You give a $1 bill to somebody, they give you 100. Ooh, that $100 bill feels good, huh? I got one right here. The $100 bill feels good, huh? Yep. Nice and crisp, just beautiful, huh? You're going to trade someone a $1 bill, and you're going to get back this 100 right here. That's a good deal, huh? That's nice, huh? You want to do that again, huh? Even if it's not that important, even if it's like they went through the psychology once of like, Bill Gates would he reach down and pick up like a check for however much money it was. He just his cycle of profit, was it really worth it to him, right? But yeah, it's just the whole nature. We're just geared towards the profit of like, okay, someone give you you give someone $1 and they just hand you, they just put down on the table $100. That's nice. So the extent to which you can develop a strategy like a 100x on Doge. Have fun in the process, like Andrew's like knocking it out of the park, right? Other people are knocking it out of the park. When I say like, 5 trades, over the course of today in a down market, when it's down 37%, you're not going to get past the fact that when, guys, the more these go down, you're able to effectuate trades. Now, if you want 5%, 10%, we talked about compounding that into your different levels of, essentially trying to build your additional stacks last night. We did. We talked about that. Boom, 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 boom. When you have those stacks, right, it's just, your 5% accumulates up. Eventually you're going to, Andrew's building another stack. He's not playing with his reserve capital. He has 5 trades, right? That's huge. You can't do that many positive trades and not build up your account. You just can't. It's going to become impossible for you to try to continue to do that unless you purposefully, if you purposefully underachieve on the trade, maybe you can do that. It's just going to be difficult for you. You're going to have to purposefully try. If you hit your pricing targets, you're going to have to purposefully try to not build up your account. You're going to have to go that extra mile to not make money, right? I don't know if you can do it. Literally, I don't know. If you book positive trades, I mean, you're gonna have to, you'd have to calculate up the exchange fee. You understand, it's a positive trade because you're making money. So unless it were just like minuscule, but I know it's not minuscule. So those extra stacks are real important. I'm laughing at Daryl right now. Daryl's VIP, and he has said that he says, I amaze myself when I listen to smart people. Good humor. That's hilarious, huh? Thank you. We needed some humor. Now, if we can get down, you guys know this is par for the course. It's London sitting here saying, if we can achieve the negative price, and everyone else is like, oh gosh, but I mean, what are you going to do? I have to say, people have lost, at this point, you're trading. I'm going to tell you, VIPs, you're trading, right? You have to be, because no one's going to sit here after losing like 75% of their money and watch the price go up. Like, that's not the point, guys. We're way past that. You got down 77%. What's up? Why? Because now I know you're trading. I know you're not holding for the maximum entirety of this. Now we're starting to have some fun. We're at some levels with a little bit of value at them. Hey, that's not bad. You have to admit it. It's getting to the point where we have a little bit of value, huh? We're almost down to the level where we got the 10x. What's up? Everybody's like, what's up, right? Because, that's where things start getting a little bit interesting, right? If we could get down to that level, because I know we hit a 10x there beforehand. Right, again, right? I'm gonna give you $1. I want you to give me this $100. All right. That's all right. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I did that once, and then there you go. There's the $1. Okay, cool. There's $100. That's nice. All right. Well, here's another $1. All right, great. Well, hey, there's another $100. Just print those, right? That's the whole idea with getting something out of 10x, getting something out of 100x, right? Just the ability to have that happen. We talk about this as an example. I just bring that up as an example, not to flash money or talk anything like that. But as you talk about it, it's just that mindset. It's built into us. We want to do it, but we don't want to do it in the market. No, we want to just talk about the market going up. The only people, we covered this earlier, for you guys who arrived, if you're new to the stream, hit the like button just to let me know you arrived. I need to know how many people are showing up. Now, the only people who are convinced that they want it to just go up and they want to move on if they don't hear it's going up are what? The people who don't want to sell. They're convinced they don't want to, they're not going to participate with the market. And the example I brought up earlier, and it's worth us reviewing, okay? The example I brought up earlier is in the context, remember like the Silk Road, like the old the old, what I would say, Silk Road with the purple velvets and the silk and everything back to the Middle East and all the great stuff for the kings and the merchants and everything. Yeah, it would be the equivalent, like the guy that shows up with the real hot commodities here, like Dogecoin or Bitcoin or something, and he gets there and, he gets to the Silk Road and he decides he's going to open up his shop like right in the middle, right? He's got the best product, the best silk, the best, purple, dye and all this great stuff, like royalty kind of stuff on Silk Road back in the day. He shows up and he decides he's not going to sell. He's got all this product that he got at a great price. It's like season there. Kings are passing through, everything. The whole world's passing through. He crosses his arms and he's right in the middle of the Silk Road or the bazaar. And he just sits there and he doesn't want to sell. He's like, no, I'm not selling. I refuse to sell. Oh, okay. Then everybody leaves. Everybody leaves the marketplace. And he's sitting there, he's got all this product that he couldn't sell it if he wants to. Particularly even at the price he bought it for, even though he got a good price. That's the example right now. People who just want the price to go up, they're refusing to engage in commerce. We don't need to placate that. It's beyond that. We're about to hit another target level, right? But it's beyond the emotional aspect of we kind of all have this gangbuster. We want it to do well. Absolutely. But at the same token, we want to be able to trade. We want to engage in trade. We're at the market. We're not going to cross our arms, but I'm not going to sell. Are you kidding me? You know what would that look like if you opened up a store, if you had product in the middle of the Silk Road, and you're sitting there and like, no, I'm not going to sell. Do what? You're in the market. You are in the middle of the market. In the middle of like the hottest crypto market, everything right now, and you're refusing to sell? Well, when everybody's gone, or whatever's happening here, it's already in it. You're going to get there incrementally. No one wants to listen to me up top. No one wants to listen at the next level. No one wants to listen along the way in terms of, and the guys who listen, you join VIP. That's just it. So you know this, but other people that come along and they scamper out the door real quickly, or they have an attitude, or you think you're anti-Doge. No. There's just kind of a season to the Silk Road, right? Yeah, there's kind of a season to the market. There's a natural price fluctuation. It already retraced 65, 70% after this first move. It's already done this to us, to everybody. So we know that. So the group it's the dynamic of people who understand it. Like some people they're refusing to participate. They're refusing to behave rationally. Can you imagine having someone with a store in the middle of the all-time great Silk Road kind of example, right? I will not sell. No, it's like obstinate. It's like something wrong. It's just not working, right? So we can have the discussion. I can kind of pound it home, hammer it home with an example like that. Now, the good news is it's always a good time to trade. It's always a good time to start. Maybe their deal is, they want to start buying. Well, okay. Maybe they want to start buying again for next season. Hey, why not? Maybe they want to engage in that. Maybe they want to change their tune now. They want to recapitalize at a different price. They should have an opportunity, I'd say, at one of these levels of support, definitely, to be able to trade, to engage in something for profit, right? We've just clicked over, right? Just clicked over to the new day. So we're up at, let's see, if they bought right now, if they bought right at the click over at the start at 7 o'clock during that, I said, that's fine. I'm putting my money down. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to buy in right now at that 7 o'clock mark. Well, congratulations. You can trade right now. You can sell that position right now. You're up 1.18%. Just go ahead and execute that order, right? Just a small move, right? It was like, whatever, dude. But I get it, huh? I get it so much that I'm like, I don't want to talk to the guys that don't want to cooperate at all. It's like, come on. It's like at the end of the day, it's just interesting, right? What's this? Some are still not reset. That's okay. What do we got? I want to filter through a little bit. We always filter through and look for the greens. Recently, we've been looking for the reds, right? It's kind of nice. We kind of flipped the script a little bit. So, and maybe they did sell. They just went back to a little bit on the red. It'll take a second for these to kind of develop out. We have some great price action, and we've been through anything I've talked about, anything we've dealt with. We've shown you like 5, 10, 15, and 20% at different levels down. So, it's going to be impossible to kind of to mess with y'all's strategy is very good. Let me say that. Very, very good. Let me see what we got. Like 5 trades good. Why don't we look at Matic? You guys want to look at Matic? Why don't we look at BTC also? Let's look at BTC USD. All right, BTC, what do you got? Let's look at, let's put in our Fibonacci's. You guys check me. What is it? 64,863.10. 64,863. $64.10. Something like that. I'll check it in a second. I think it's 64,863.10, something like that. I may have it wrong. In terms of the all-time high for Bitcoin, you guys let me know. You can check that. Let's see what we got. Okay, so you are passing through your. You are passing through your 50%. Again, you've hit it 1, 2, 3. This is your fourth time to hit it. The question is going to be, are you going to hold this again? Now your 64,863.10 is going to indicate a price up and above that. You're below that 50% line. If you can get down to, and I just have these down here. If you can get down to the 24,777, that'd be phenomenal. You have a few indicated levels above that, okay, which are essentially the full expression of this head and shoulders, okay? That would be nice to see technically. It'd just be nice to see because I'm not really emotionally geared towards whether or not it's going to behave, positively. I just, it's okay. Get down to a lower level where we can trade the thing, like behave like a real fundamental technical, market. That would be nice to be able to appreciate the market. Yeah. That's important for us to be able to appreciate the market, understand the technicals of it, okay? To engage in technical analysis with it and to be able to enjoy. And then some of it is enjoying the fact, well, this one just doesn't want to behave, right? It's part of the culture of it, right? It's just part of the culture. Let's look at AMC real quickly. Just kind of stuttered out. All right. Kind of interesting. You might want to do this on AMC. You might. And you might be in for a little bit of a hold, right? Might take you a while to do that. You guys looking at that? I'm not really excited about an extended triangulation, right? It would be nice if it weren't so extended. It were a little bit more concise in terms of a pennant, right? It still expresses that overall kind of feel to it. Right? So anytime you start breaking out of something that's failed with another pattern, though, I think it decreases your odds of really having a good result or of faking out. You faked out one time, this may be another fake out. Anytime you start building in, like on AMC right now, this pennant formation, which may be really well expressed, but anytime you do that, I just, guys, with the pattern within the pattern to break out of the pattern. Every time we've done that, empirically, I can state that now because we've done enough of them. Your odds of really performing on the upside drastically decrease. Would you guys agree? I think we'd agree. We've tried. We try and give it a lot of momentum, et cetera. We spend a lot of hours doing that to empirically kind of prove it in terms of, and I'll say in terms of crypto, but I don't think it's going to be much different in terms of the stocks. We've put the hours in. Whoa, Titan just spilling on out. Hitting pricing targets. That's a nice spill out. Huh? Whoa, there you go. Those are quick moves, huh? Let's see. Are these yesterday's moves? Let's see quick. Let's see. Shib. Alpha. We got Alpha in the house. Andrew doing a great job. What'd you do today, Mr. Sailor? Did okay. $583. That's MicroStrategy. AMC, $55. Define. Just kind of chilling. Look at that, just grilled sideways. You guys want a pattern behavior, huh? What is this going to be, Andrew? You tell us. What is this? Well, this is Define. I brought it to the group, right? I brought it because I thought it had good price action. True enough. Look at that thing. It's just wild, isn't it? And that's it, right? That's all we got on it. So it's been at least a 2x if you traded it on the Fibonacci's. I think it's available on Gate, right? Gate's in the description. You guys can follow the description or the join button on the join on the main page. Right in front of you should be join on any level of a, what do you call it? A desktop computer, AMP. What do you think about AMP? Let's take a look at AMP. Let's take a little look at AMP. Not too bad. Come on, AMP. Don't get us looking all excited or anything, huh? Because, I mean, what the heck is this, huh? I thought the market wasn't doing well, huh? Yeah, it never got the memo, huh? It's not at its 50% yet. Did that touch down? It did not. We're on the wrong time frame. Because that didn't hit it either. All right, well, we are needing to readjust our Fibonacci's for sure. It's right here, I guess. I would probably, I guess, play it right there. That's what it wants to do. Interesting. At least we know how it wants to play. It is wanting to play just like that on the fibs. From the bottom to the top. This most recent low intermediary. Ambrosio? What are you doing, Ambrosio? Brother, what's going on? You want to look at ETC? Be happy to look at ETC for you. Brother, I don't think I've been able to touch base with you. Let's look at ETC all the way, bro. Hold on, Ambrosio. This is a big deal that you're here, brother. I haven't even seen you, man. I have not seen you at all. Where have you been? I'm not sure where you've been. Let me see what I've got. Real quickly, let me take a look at this. And 2 seconds. Let me see all real quick. Ambrosio Medina is a restricted VIP member. Literally just a fantastic VIP member. Ambrosio, brother, I need you to go to, I need to figure out exactly what is your Twitter name? What is your Twitter, brother? Yeah, I can do T-Rex. I can do anything you guys need. You've been busy working. Where you from, Ambrosio? Talk to us, huh? Write me in the chat. Let me know where you're from, brother. We've been having great success. We've been missing you, brother. Let me know what your Twitter is. I need to plug you in to Twitter so that you can, communicate in our direct message, everything else. I need to get you the pricing targets, all that important stuff. The group is coming up with some great stuff. Let me go ahead and type in this. But, yeah, this exclusive chat, that's what I need to plug you into that, to the messages, everything else. So give me that information. And we'll go over ETC real quickly. It looks like a good chart for us to go through. Respond to first pinned tweet. Please. I am VIP. Go ahead and put that in. All right, let's look at T-Rex real quickly. We'll get through quite a few of these. Or ETC is the one we're looking at now. I have AMP highlighted. We'll look at AMP in a moment. We just looked at AMP, actually. Let's go ahead and look at ETC real quickly. Let's. We have a down day in the market. A lot of pricing targets getting hit. Exciting day. We have multiple positive trades. This is the group that does not care if it's down. We're going to hit our pricing targets. You guys know that. It looks like ETC is heading down. If it can hit down too, we're in this mode where it's kind of like in a free-for-all, and we're trying to accomplish getting to our 78.6 on ETC. It's going to be a critical level. The precise calculation, it's not an opinion, the precise calculation is going to be in line with a manual estimate along the top of the pricing action and a floor of 0. It's going to be in around $33 and let's see, $33.73. I'm going to say that $33.73. You're going to have a backup zone, which is going to be in around the 86%. The 86% is going to be 2206. 2206. Joyride in the house. Okay, joyride in the house. So that's very nice. Edinburgh, Texas, very good. Very nice to have you. I need that Twitter handle real quickly. 73.5, and it looks like 2206. 06, not financial advice. This ETC, okay? That's for you, Ambrosio, because you haven't been here, okay? Plug into the Twitter, brother. We have a lot of VIP perks going on every day. I don't want you to miss all this stuff. We want to know what you do too. You haven't touched base with us for a while, so we don't like that. We want you to be able to touch base with us. Those are 2 calculated pricing targets just from the essentially from TradingView, just with a manual estimate on top and an absolute floor of 0. Okay, so that's what things are looking like right now in terms of a retracement. And we'll see if it can get to that level. You've broken through the 65th percentile. ETC is Ethereum Cash, right? Ethereum Cash. It had a great run up. A lot of people got hooked on it. Yeah, they got excited about the money it was making, everything else. They didn't want to let go of it because, this will get you hooked on something, right? Everyone's like, this will get you hooked on something. It's like, this was unstoppable, right? So that caused some problems. People just never wanted to let go of it. So we understand the profit equation requires us to sell. Hit the button to sell, not just to buy, right? You need to hit the button to sell. And guys, what is that going to assure you of? It's going to assure you of the fact that you're essentially in profit if you sell at a lower. Or sorry, if you hold on one second. I've got 2 alerts on the screen. Hold on one second. Okay. If you sell at a lower price than what you bought at, you're going to lose money. If you sell at a higher price, obviously you're engaging in the profit function. A lot of people cannot sell. That's the biggest problem. People only want to hear about the price going up. Those are people who don't want to ever sell. They don't want to engage in rational market behavior. They don't want to engage as a normal market participant. All right. We have people that buy and sell every day. That's what we do. We had 100 VIP members the first month. Why? Because we're constantly willing to, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. We haven't got caught up in this mix, guys. We have reserve capital. The majority, from what I hear people talking about in the VIP, they have reserve capital. They didn't get, this is BNB we're looking at right now. They didn't fall out into this circumstance where they couldn't, they couldn't let go of something. No. I haven't met one VIP member that literally, has experienced this huge drop of like 70%. To the contrary, they've listened to, especially on anything I've covered, right? Like Matic, we talk about like Angel in the house. Yeah, he was able to sell out at a multiple of his original entry in Matic, right? Because we covered that in depth. You always have to maintain that backup reserve capital. When you meet a pricing target on the upside, that's the time to cut it loose. It's required. Profit requires that of you. Real simple. But when you get into the market, you're convinced, like on BNB, you're convinced you've made a decision, it's going to go up. But you have to understand the price goes up and the price goes down. Okay? If you entered into the market that you're going to make a profit, it changes things. I'm gonna buy and sell, and I'm going to make a profit. If you understand how the pricing mechanisms move, okay, how the function of the history of the pricing is going to kind of explain where you're at in the price cycle, yeah, that becomes a little more interesting, right? So that's technical analysis that'll help you with that aspect and componentry of the price. So BNB, just an alarm went off. Wanted to see where it's heading down to a kind of a pre-designated level. Let me see where that is. It's hit multiple times at its 786, right? It just has, and that's okay. The next level down for BNB, but that is an indicated kind of trade level if it wants to trade there. The backup level, you get into kind of, some questions here. On BNB, it's down to the 786. Well, what's the next level down? Well, I guess it would be let's see, that 86. Let me look at this. Sol, let's go to Sol real quickly. Yeah, that 86 is rarely talked about. Sol has got a lot of lateral, look at that, guys. It's an interesting chart, don't you guys think? Real interesting chart. I posted this to the VIP, so I got a few indicators, alerts set up on it. Just want to see how it's going to behave. I'll raise this for a moment. It's a measured move, potential measured move, and it's just, it's got some really nice price action, some huge price action. You guys know that. Like 2x here, 2x here. It's continued at that, right? So it looks like it's kind of trying to constrict a little bit. It may constrict a little bit as you go forward in Sol. You guys wanted to cover, follow the Doge trend. That's good. Yeah, I did, absolutely. What do we got? Someone wanted me to do Ambrosia, do you have the Richard? You want me to do the T-Rex? I'll be happy to do that. Richard, how is Korea, brother? You shouting loud and proud out there? They got you at a desk. What are you doing out in Korea? U.S. Army, huh? Hopefully you're getting to yell at people. Huh? That's that beats the desk, huh? If you can do both, it's phenomenal. If they let you do both, huh? I'd say that'd be cool, huh? Outside yelling at people, training people, whatever you're doing, or you're inside at a desk, huh? You can do both. It's exciting. Let me look at T-Rex. You guys want me to look at T-Rex? I studied military intelligence, so I have an affinity for all things dealing with warfare. For some reason, I just like, I've always enjoyed warfare. So let me look at T-Rex real quickly. Let me see what we got. Let me just type it in here. TRX USD. TRX USD Binance. I think in Korea, you guys may be practicing with, like, what is it? You don't want to activate the missile defense shield. Why not, huh? That sounds like ordinary conversation, right? He's like, what are you talking about? I don't know. I think sometimes they do that. They have like a missile defense shield in Korea, huh? You guys know about that? Anyway, you can study it. Look it up. Let's see what we got. It's all OSINT, right? Open source intelligence. No problem. Yeah, truth. So let's look at T-Rex. Is this T-Rex? TRX. I want to make sure. TRX USD. Yeah, make sure I'm on Binance. There we go. Yeah, we want to look at Tron now. You are pulling down from your golden pocket. You're almost sitting down into your 65th percentile, right? Very close, very close. Ultimate fib. Yeah, it's a nice, looks like you're not holding that too well. And your my pups are going to start going nuts because we got our thunderstorm coming in. So normally it's somebody out by the back pool or something like that. It's probably just the fact that we have a thunderstorm, and we may actually lose power. It's been I don't know, it just zapped me. So you're either at a fake out on your 65th percentile, it's going to catch and get legs. I'd look at your RSI. If you want to look at your RSI, let's completely forget the price chart. Let's look at the RSI just so we see where we're at. That's what I always like to do in terms of just pull up one indicator. Then you can go on confluences, okay? So as you're digging down below your 30 here, now this is a different way to look at it. Forget the price. Just focus right now on a technique. Let's look. You're below 30 on what? On the hourly. Let's go to the 4 hour. Okay, on the 4 hour, you're below 30. Now you're going to start to get this. On the daily, almost on the daily. Have you been? Yeah, you've dug in pretty deeply. Now I'd want to see where that is on the price chart. Let's see. Okay, on the pricing, let's take a look at how big of a move that was. That's right in this area. That's on the daily. Okay, I'll identify something in terms of the daily. That's the biggest dip you did. That was on a retracement. Interesting. Okay, and that was a while back. That was the low. That was the low previous. Interesting move. Nice to bring that up. Richard, interesting, huh? Interesting that you would bring that up, huh? Okay. Now, you'd want to get there. That was the low, the previous low, historical low, right? Of the retracement and the trend reversal. You're not quite there. You really dug into it then. I mean, really dug into it. You're barely playing around right now. You may have another one of these. If you were to repeat, if history were to repeat itself, you may have another, let's see here. Let's do something like this. You may have an entirely new, like, framework to get through here where, let's see, where you could even expect some additional negative RSI if history were to repeat itself. And I just like to look at things differently, right? Let's look at this. This doesn't make a lot of sense to people. Let's look at it because it doesn't. They don't want to focus on indicators and anything else. We're fine. This group's solid. That's fine. We started a bunch of prices all day long, and we'll look at indicators like this. All right, you did this previously in the historical, years back. This here, okay, you haven't even really hit down into on the daily. So what we would say is potentially you have some additional negative pricing to explore. 78.6 is going to be 30. Pups are going to drive nuts. Hold on. And now on the daily, you start getting into what is and what is not. Please be careful. Let me say this. Please be careful of your Fibonacci's on different time frames. Please. When you switch between the daily and the hourly, please be careful. because it can colossally mess your numbers up. And it's happened between me and other people, and when it happens to them to me, I'm like, don't even worry about it. I always check my own numbers. You guys know that. If I ever give anything, just, understand that. That's a big deal. This is for our Korean extraordinaire. What do we got? 0-3. That's 0-3. 76070 ballpark and 0.0246 3784, and that's not financial advice. I'm just bringing that up. That's just calculated. All right, that's what's on the screen. That's just it. Just do that. STRX for you. Okay. You just look at that real quickly since we have an opportunity to interact. Let's see what we got. Construction landscape, cool. Then Harley and cars on the side, nice. You got a Road Hog, huh? You got something nice? Road King, maybe? And not being afraid to sell. Yeah, you got to engage in selling, brother. You got desk work, that's cool. Keep up with your files, brother. Keep up with your files. Okay, me talking to you, you're Army, everything else. I know some people that just paperwork and it's not even theirs, et cetera. But you can run into some issues with superiors, et cetera. It's like, but I had the paperwork. Where is the paperwork? They'll throw a cherry bomb in your anyway. People play pranks, and sometimes it's kind of, I don't know. I have an interesting story. Let me tell you on the side of all that. Okay. So I'll get to that story on the side, but just that's my one wish for you. Just keep up with your paperwork. You're like, I know. What do we got here? Yeah. Okay. We got this and that. This is just on ADA. I'm just watching it. What do we got with? Okay, I have a. Let me get in and add in Ambrosio. All right. Now, any other coins you guys need to kind of see, just load up the chats right now. We're looking at BTC kind of continuing to fall out a little bit since the reset. It's down almost 1.5%, almost. BTC Euro is leading in terms of the negative gain ahead of, is about down U.S. pairs now catching up to it a little bit. But the Euro's off a little bit more. That Euro pair is off a little bit more than the U.S. dollar pair, which is interesting. Let's see what we have. If you guys have additional things that need to kind of be covered, you let me know, and I would be happy to get to those. And let's see what we have. Dealing with Ambrosio in the back just a little bit. And he is a VIP member. You guys go ahead and join at the top level. We have traders. We had 100 traders join, 100 VIP level, the top level. We have Pathfinder joined. I think Pathfinder is a base camper. You guys, David K is a new base camper as well. Drill Doc, David A, a bunch of guys, Anthony, Richard Rio, Ryan, Edric, Asian, American, even Crypto Tank Girl back at the base camp. What's up? All you guys are doing great, and just a bunch of traders. We have a bunch of positive. Let's see, XB12S, nice. We have a bunch of just people who are into booking positive trades. There's just no shame in that at all, right? That's just that's really positive. Now, it looks like on the right shoulder, let's look at BTC. It looks like on the daily we're taking a little bit of a wind over to the right. Let's dig that down into the hourly and kind of see what's going on. Not too much. We just have that accumulation of price. I did talk about that. And the pricing target that I have is pretty far down here. We have kind of a differentiated pricing target if we can get there. Why? Because it would just be a full expression of the price. That's it. I'm not emotional one way or the other. I'm not yelling and screaming one way or the other. I'm just telling you, if it were to fully accomplish itself in terms of the pricing mechanisms that are related or expressive out of its technical formation, if it could fully accomplish that, it's headed to either 27,625 or 29,279. I'm not emotional about it at all. My group has, from what I understand, definitely has cash reserves on the lower levels. They're not freaking out about these things. It's not a pep rally or a seminar. It's not like that. We're booking positive trades. We have, I think, the best group around, and that's great, Pathfinder. What's up? Just clicked the stream and heard my name. Well, hey, that's good timing. What's going on, Pathfinder? That's good that you decided to join because you understood the market and fibs better. That's great. Yeah, we deal with a lot of fibs, price targeting. We just went through a great kind of matchbox theory. Yesterday we went through the matchbox theory. I love that matchbox theory because we talked about, we were dealing with some different investments, and I talked about, the whole idea. Let's bring something up that had, kind of a quote-unquote difficult day, right? I don't think anything really had a difficult day. Even the ones that were down the most, we literally looked at them earlier, and I don't know that there was one that we were incapable of trading for a profit. I'm just going to tell you, as you look down at the candles, even the ones that were down the most, they provided the biggest opportunity for people to trade. Just clicking off 5%, bam, 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 right? So this is like FSN. Not ideal situation, but when you look at this and you really dig down into, say, the 5 minute or something like that, you had the opportunity just to, slam through some trades. Really exciting stuff. So, and we talked about last night, and I applied this to everything. We talked about a matchbook theory. As you look at maybe stacking, building just a 5 to 10%, and I did. I went through and said 5%, didn't I? You guys know 5%. That was the deal last night, just in terms of the trades, the setup for today. And it was just, imagine you just got matchsticks, right? You just your stacks you're trying to play with. And you just have one here, right? Yeah, you just have one and you're going to stick it on this. That's your investment for the entirety as you double or triple down. You guys, that's your approach, right? That's what I hear you guys talking about. So in terms of this, you just have like the equivalent of like a matchstick on here. When you try and light a match and it won't light. You're like, shoot, huh? I got to open up the box again. Get me another match, right? That letdown feeling, because it is, you understand, it's like you tried to do something, it didn't work, right? You tried to light that thing, and it just wouldn't light, right? And it's a little frustrating. That needs to be kind of, and I said this last night, that needs to be kind of your overall exposure in any of your investments, right? Just with the understanding, I'd say, not financial advice. That doesn't mean I'm joking, right? Doesn't mean I'm not serious, right? So it's not financial advice, but it doesn't mean I'm joking or anything. Okay? And I said that because like that feeling of that letdown, well, it didn't light up. It just didn't light up. I can't get it to light up. Shoot. All right. Anyway, just get a new match. But you go through that experience. If you think through that, just run your hand across your, imagine you're striking up a match like that and it won't light. You understand that little feeling of letdown. That's about the equivalent. I said that last night of, well, that's about how it needs to be on your investments right now. If it doesn't light up, okay, that's fine. You just move on. Just get you another stack. Get you something else. I brought that up last night before we poured down, right, 20 and 30 and 40%. So some people, the same people, I'll say this, who can listen through, all right, and never do anything around the top when I'm talking about maintaining cash reserves at the lower levels, right? Yeah. When I'm talking about maintaining cash reserves at the lower levels, the same people will sit there and say, well, you can't do anything, whatever reason in the world they can come up with to not sell. And guys, at this point, I know it's still unpopular. It's a still unpopular opinion when people are down 70 and 80% everywhere. I've been saying it for the last 3 months. I want to instill it in your mind. I said it again last night. For anyone who was concerned or listening or not, it's like, if you didn't listen last night, I doubt you're going to listen at the top. And if you didn't listen at the top or last night, it's like, hey, it's still good to have you. How about that, huh? What am I going to say, But at some point, you have to be able to sell. You understand that? Like, well, now, listen, you've lost 80% or 50% of the investment, right? Copy that. Now, what does that mean? Excuse me. That also means, I'm going to tell you, if you lost 80% of your investment, please pay attention. If you lost 77% of your investment, if you refuse to trade, guys, you can still lose another 70% of your investment and not technically be at zero. Okay? You can go from $15 to $3.30 to 66 cents. So you can lose 70 to 80%, then you can lose 70 to 80% again. And we can touch back base. I can bring up another example then, right? The problem is if you're unable to capitalize on anything and re-enter at any lower level with additional cash and at least achieve a positive trade, at least have some fun, at least recapitalize, you don't want to own this at a higher price. No. You just don't. I know you don't. No one does. No one wants to lose. So even within this, let's just bring up. There's that, scaled in. 1, 2, that's at the third level on 03. That was what is that? That's a 33% gain, okay? If you're trading it. So even the impossible becomes possible. You see, this is day trading crash course, right? Even the impossible. Look at this. No one's going to make money on that. Look at the daily. Right? Look at this. No one's going to make money on that. False. Third level down, 30%. Possible. Okay? Every level, from what I hear you guys, every level, guys, you're scaling into where you're covering the top levels. So, yeah. Even that, you can't find an example, guys. It's just, these are like kind of institutionalized. It's just the software program. It's just trading software, right? It just is. It calculates it for you. It's pretty easy. But the approach is, from what I hear you guys talking about, your approach is definitely nice. Definitely nice. Let's see what we got. I want to see what has reset and what hasn't. What's up right now? Dun, dun, dun. Let's see with GNO, ADA, BNB. Let's go to the top. Now, see, I'm looking in the red right now because I want to know what has the most opportunity. The ones that are really chopping down, they're going to hit pricing targets. They just are. See, now it's different. Here, we're looking at things with pricing targets. There we go. T-Fuel. Down. Great. No problem. Scale it in and trade it. You're like, no problem, huh? No problem at all. You're scaled in if you have listened to enough of the guys, enough of the streams, etc. You just understand kind of I understand from you guys the generalized theory. Some of the companies you guys have worked for, I'm not going to say I borrowed the strategy from them, but I think some of you are real familiar with the strategy, right? Yeah. That's okay. But that's just the truth, right? Now, we'll see when T-Fuel wants to behave again. It will want to. It will, just as a matter of fact. It's going to want to behave. It's going to want to do something positively. It had too good of a run. I'm going to say that. And there's a little 6% trade. Here's another little trade. Another. These are just different pricing targets that were laid out ahead of time. Just so you understand, it's just, it's a pricing target right there, right? Not every level. If you go deeper within it, if you magnify further within every level, you're going to hit to some degree at every level. All right, you just are. But you're going to get into different time frames. It's going to take more time, etc. So let's go ahead and make sure we do this just so we understand. And let's go ahead and lay it out. There we go. Every single one of these, different trade opportunity, right? So maybe you busted through a level here, maybe you didn't. If we go down into the deeper time frame, guys, in the more specified time frame, you're probably going to have executed a positive trade. I'll just tell you, if it skips one, you're going to be all right. I just tell you, you're going to be all right. You with your approach of doubling and tripling down, day trade, crash course, going down, nailing, hammering your trades at your specified price targets. Now, where do you get your price targets? Well, VIPs have price targets. That's a perk. VIP membership levels, you guys have your pricing targets, right? That's where you get them in the community tab. I give them to you. Exclusive access only for VIPs, only for that top level of membership. Andrew, stud, he won 5 trades today. Wouldn't that be cool? You should win a prize maybe. You're like, yeah, that'd be cool. But, yeah, he got 5 trades today, right? Very nice, huh? Very nicely done, Andrew. Very nice. He did a super chat for $100. He kept us on point for a little while. It's nice. Appreciate that. I think everybody else appreciates that too. You see that? He's a stud, guys. He's doing well. He's supporting the community. Make sure you support. Shout out to him. He kept this thing going. We were going to, kind of sign off earlier on. You guys that are in here now, etc. The information we've gone over thus far, yeah, just credit to Andrew. Just what a gentleman, huh? Absolutely. Very, very impressive. Consistently impressed. See what we got. What do you guys want to take a look at specifically? You tell me. Anything that I see is off more right now, I just look at it. All it's telling me is more positive trades. Literally, that's it. I'm going to say, well, more positive trades. If it's off more, positive trades. You understand how this works? When the price goes up, we're not shorting. We're not getting washed out of a position, betting against the market. We're literally entering into pricing targets. Literally. We have a specified price at limit orders, meaning we specify a price and we wait there. Market goes down to it, and it's going to bounce. That's the idea. It's going to bounce at that because we're not the only ones with orders there. If we were the only ones with orders there, it wouldn't bounce. All right? That's positive. That's a demand for the market, and that's essentially for the product, and that's what's causing a surge in the price. Market makers taking it up so that you can execute your trade. How cool is that? You can't ask for a whole lot more than that. You mean all you have to do is enter in at the right price, and the market maker will pick you up and literally deliver you at a higher price so you can execute a positive trade? Like 90% of the time? 90% of the time, empirically, as we look at this? Okay. What's the fuss? Is there any fuss at all about this? Zero. And a down day like this, you can just click through and get, like Andrew got 5 today? That's why I say over the weekend we had 5 other we had 5 trades over the weekend. One up to 70%. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, a few others, maybe 20, another one potential that I at least talked about with a few different people was like 50, right? And some of these, you guys are looking at getting involved in the exchanges. I recommend you guys do a liquidity check. What exchanges are these available on? But Andrew he wasn't on an exchange. He was on Doge. He hit 5 trades on Doge. Hey, yeah? 5 trades on Doge. Look at this. That's nice price action, huh? I like that. That's impressive. Let's look at the hourly. I'm liking the way that looks. I just am. I like this RSI. Look at this on form. I like where that's going on the RSI. It's a new coin, right? I like that. I'm going to tell you, I like it. Pricing targets ready to be, look at that, ready to be kick in down here. People might kick themselves. I'm just going to tell you, people might kick themselves. Matchstick or not. Yeah, little slight exposure or not. People might kick themselves just watching this. I'm just going to watch it. Why would we go to the trouble of getting involved in it when it'd take you 2 minutes to set some little orders up and do something? Trade, have a good time. Maybe, well, I'm involved in one right now. Are you trading one? Okay. One instrument. That's all right. Is Sheeb. Mighty Sheeb. Let's see what we got. I want to look on the daily. I don't think it's poured down that much. No, it hadn't. How's the Sheeb? I don't think there's an army, but what is it? I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I hope all the Sheeb folks are doing well. Reminds me of Sir Charles, a VIP in the house. He knows how to. He knows how to. I think he knows how to sell, doesn't he? I think so. We had a good time with Sheeb. I don't feel guilty. We got a 2x overnight on it. You guys know we did. Like just 2x, bam. I give you guys the notification on that, right? Truth. I gave you guys notification on the Sheeb deal. It's down there. It's way down here. But I gave you the notification it's going to go up 100% the night before it did. Everybody's like, no, you didn't. I'm like, you want to bet? I was like, I gave it to the whole crew, and they're like, wow, not bad. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. Let's see what just to refresh our memories in terms of what all is possible, right? Come here. Sheeb, where are you? That's back in the days of Matic. Look at that. That heavy accumulation of Matic. Yeah, that was cool, huh? Incoming golden pocket on the slight accumulation after the 7-8. We've been through some stuff, huh? DOGECOIN alerts. What do we got? ICP, all different kinds of stuff. Potential breakouts. Good stuff. What do we got here? This is old school stuff, huh? We got all this chronologued in terms of, good old stuff. Look at that building up. Matic, look at those old bull flags on Matic, huh? It wanted to build up. Look at all the diagnostics we did on that, huh? That 3.5x in the first. Look at that. That's nice, huh? In the first 7 to 10 days. We're killing that. Right? That's good stuff, huh? This is good to see. Absolutely. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got some hedge fund stuff in there, some hedge currency, NLM, entry, Matic, now, NFA. It's about to go through the roof, right? Make your money now, right? That's what VIPs get. It's like entry, Matic, right now. Go make your money. If you guys aren't VIP members, that's what we do, right? That's the information you guys get. So you told me you want it, so I'll give it to you. But it's not financial advice. It doesn't mean I'm not serious. I've done the calculations, but, it's definitely not financial advice. You guys know that. Where is it? Sheeb, the powerful Sheeb. I want to show this to you guys because this was just sweet. This is the first time people woke up and they're like, this is the beginning of Sheeb. Now, I don't know exactly who's going to call this out. Before this happened, this is 134%, right? Now, the deal is, I don't know any other group that was just like, I gave that to you the night before. That was the recognition. I can go back to the one I gave you the night before. I don't think you guys want to see that, but I gave it to you the night. I'll get to it if you want to. Anyone wants it, we can DM it to you, whatever. But, I don't think anyone else called that. Like, hey, you're about to make 100%. Here you go. Boom. Right? The same way there. And people did. They're like, oh, my gosh, I have so much money in my account. I'm like, yeah, good job. Nice, nice job. It's trade. Book a positive trade. Sometimes they're like that. Sometimes they're 5%. Sometimes over the weekend they're up to 70%, right? Sometimes they're new coins. New coins. We're looking at new coins now. You guys want that information? VIP has that. So that's what we do. We distribute it to them. Not necessarily here on the live stream as much. Let me see what else we got. I don't think that much has moved. Matic is retracing. That's fine. Go through those levels. Stack up that RSI. Gain that strength. Go down. Collect the orders and gain the strength. You see what happens as you do that. What happens? Market maker gets more inventory to be able to bring up and sell it, right? It's an interesting way to look at it. So you're increasing. The further down you go on the demand curve, you'll agree with this. On the demand curve, the lower in price, the higher the demand, right? So it has a function of liquidity in terms of the drop in price. Once you've reached a threshold, potentially. Now, the news out of China, I don't know whether or not to agree with that. Do you guys agree with that or not? I always challenge you guys to think a little differently in terms of the market maker. How many times when you see a positive price, when you see something in terms of a price function, and it looks like this, and you've gone like this in terms of price, and all of a sudden you see something going like this on your screen. Yeah? And you're just convinced. It starts to go like this. It starts to just wind up, and you're like, what do you think? It's going to go up. How many times do you consider the fact that you're just being shown positive price so that whoever bought down here can unload on you and you can pay them their profit satisfy their need for profit after they have already bought at a proper price? What else is this thing all about? When you start seeing the movement of the price and this and that and it trying to move and trying to go, sometimes it's indicative. Other times, people just bought at a lower price. You're getting, you're getting sold to in a way that's really exciting for some reason, and it has a certain, as I'd say, indication that's grabbing your attention, so that whoever bought at a lower level literally can sell to you, so you can satisfy someone else's need for profit. That doesn't sound like the business I want to be in. You guys get that? What's the market maker doing? He's showing you a higher price so he can unload something on you for other people who've already bought at a lower level. That's why we focus on pricing targets. We don't chase things, right? If there's an indication of a technical formation, if there's an indication of a technical formation, a pattern formation, a bull flag, a pennant, something like that, all right, a head and shoulders or inverse, cup and handle, etc., we'll look at it. Those are the only things we'll look at. And the better the conformance with the real technical parameters, like the real solid technical parameters, the more likely it is we'll really take a look at it. And then only on like breakout and a confirmation. Okay? Only a breakout and confirmation. The highest probability trades, that's the only thing that really gets executed. None of this, well, we're going to play sloppy today. I had too much money in my wallet in my bank account. I just don't care. Just throw it around. No. If you play like that, you're not going to have too much money in your bank account for too long. I guarantee you. Right? Just not going to happen. So we're about to hit on, I wanted to look at Nord. I was kind of interested in this just because it is, let's see, the percentage gain over a period of time was 100% in about 4 days. Okay? 100% in 4 days. That's all right. Now, the formation is not nice, right? What are we gonna make out of this? A really bad-looking triangulation, right? We'll let it keep going. I'll put some indicators on it, some alerts, but that's not really something we want. It's a little bit deficient, right? But I'll set an alert in case it wants to go, because it did in 4 days. It went up 100%. Now, the problem is you've got a really bad formation on a bull flag, right? It's an upward diagonal channel, slightly, but it is. And what is that? Anything that's upward even slightly in terms of a diagonal channel is bearish in nature, period. That's it. Bottom line. Don't ever lose that rule. If it's an upward diagonal channel, it can still bust out, but the probability is that it will not bust out to the upside, okay? Any upward diagonal channel is bearish in nature. It's just the facts, guys. It's just the truth. Anything that's heading up like this, it wants to spill out. Don't get used to trading things that look like this, just on a whim, etc. What's the problem with it? The frustration is that even when it does break out like this, what is it inclined to do? Well, it's just, it broke out, but really the problem is it decided to break out, and then everyone put their cash in right here on the breakout. Everybody put their cash in, and then it just went back down. And then it broke out again, and everybody put their cash in, and then they lost their cash. You see why people don't want to trade these? You see what makes it kind of a situation where people are a little bit uninclined to get involved in the top level, because a breakout could be, it just very easily fit within the pattern conformance of something that's going to take your cash. Fake out likelihood is kind of through the roof. Anything upward diagonal is going to be bearish. Tell me you can't do well. It's at the bottom of that. Let's look at that real quickly. What would be the expression of that? But it is a solid channel trade, measured move. That's a 20% trade there. You can look at the gate. Gate is a description, or in the description is gate. You'll be able to look at that in the description of the video. You can sign up and trade some different stuff. Great platform. You guys will appreciate that very, very much. Guarantee. Buy the fear, sell the hype. Yep. What do we got? ETH looks like it's up just a tad. We're going to be caught in the flux here for a minute till things really want to move. I would anticipate. We'll check in on Doge, but nothing's moving too much. Everything's kind of stagnant. CHZ. Some things are moving kind of heavily. Let's see. A few things kind of moving. Terra, Ox, ICS, NFTs, CHZ, BCD. Matic. Everything's off, up and down. Just not a big deal. We're just not worried about it right now. Everything is hitting its pricing targets. You're either accumulating on kind of almost on an exponential scale, right? You're either accumulating on kind of like an exponential scale, or you're probably holding and you're losing money. If you're holding and you're losing money, you're probably not a VIP, because you guys reinforce the notion of like, we're not taking the nosedive. We just haven't since the top. We have a lot of people that have done really well. Top right, Angel, shout out. Huge supporter. Gonna have to update that top line. $99 super chats for real. 3 of those tonight, and that'll be $1,600 in total contributions. I told Andrew, I'm not sure if you want to hang new chandeliers on the channel. I don't know. Something cool, right? We may put one up there for you. We got you up by the moon right now. Andrew powered through with another. Andrew may get a corner. I don't know. Andrew's powered up with I think that's 3 or 4 for Andrew in terms of $99 super chats. It's just nice because it lets us know you're doing well. It lets the community know kind of who the leaders are, who's done well. It's important, right? It's an awesome group. Really appreciate you guys. You are awesome. Let's see what we got. Let me add in. I'm going to do this real quickly so that you guys can definitely trade what you need to trade. All right. Let me see on the referral. I want to get you a link real quickly, and we're on. Let me get to BTC real quickly. Let me get to Bitcoin. Let's bring it up on Doge. Let's go ahead and just sit on Doge for a minute. See if we can get involved. Price action just taking a while, right? Interesting, huh, Andrew? Look at this. On these figures, on these extensions that I curved around, it's getting the hitch on that 65th percentile. Not surprising. The Fibonacci's are going to work, right? I mean, they're never really applied like that, but I think in terms of an option theory, I think you'd agree it could kind of work, right? So I just applied those extensions. Clearance sale. What's up, Lars? I'm going to do gate exchange. There we go. GATE. There you go. You guys need to get onto Gate. It's a nice exchange. You'll like it. I think we share a commission somehow. It's minor. It's no big deal. It's don't expect to clean house. I mean, or to clear house or whatever you call that expression is. It's not going to be like that. Clean up, whatever. I'm not much into slang. Don't expect to make a lot of money on a commission. It's not that kind of deal. Don't take it like that. It's just I'm saying it's spread out. I shoved whatever benefit over to you on that link so that you could share in that. I don't want to just profit on you guys. That's not my idea. So I want to build a community. So what we got, let's see, Maker Kava. Yeah, looks like everything is just going to continue in its little wind. We had a real rough day yesterday. People know that. This is the crash course, right? The crash course on day trading. We've been through that extensively this evening and throughout the entirety of today. It's been a good crash course. The number one thing on a crash course for day trading is what? Catch it before the crash, right? Yeah. So like we have, right? Yeah. Like pricing targets, yeah. Right? On Doge, absolutely. On Matic, being there at the top, trading individual breakouts along the way, not being overexposed to any higher price, right? So that's the number one thing on crash course is catch it at the top. Then deploying your orders at the specified price target. That's just real easy. The specified pricing targets. Okay? So we are now breaking down, I'm going to say on Doge, we're breaking down past the golden pocket to the 786. That's a big move. It's just, it's uncomfortable if you've been holding the whole time. I hope you guys haven't been holding the whole time. If you like Doge, maybe you're ready to buy some more. Maybe there's 10 levels. You can, think of 10 levels if you don't want to use the Fibonacci's. Maybe you think of 10 levels between here and wherever you know about. And at each of those levels, you kind of add cash in. Maybe you have your own kind of philosophy, right? If you want a good strategy, I recommend you guys get in touch with and you join the VIP because they have a great strategy. Yeah, absolutely. One of the best strategies I know of. You guys are doing a great job. I'm impressed. Andrew had 5 positive trades today. Just today, 5 positive. You guys, amidst the fallout, everything red, Doge was down like 20, 30%. He traded Doge positively, not on options, straight up positively 5 times today. What's up? That's nice. That's talent. That's talent. Yo, very nicely done. So yeah, nobody's gonna beat us, huh? I don't think so. Dandro, Lars, what's up? See what we got. Bags getting picked up. Left, right, and center. Oh, how I love these big dips. Nice, Dandro. Nice to see. And let's see. That's good, Pathfinder. I'm glad that you're around. Yeah, no one has this approach. No one does, huh? We just, it's so easy. It is so straightforward. But to get someone's mind wrapped around, it's like you really have to do some effort. It's like a man convinced against his will. It's like, of the same conviction still. You cannot get people to. You just have to get to the point we can finally understand it now, and we've all learned from this in the community, I think, because people who get upset or they don't want to listen or they just have other places to be or something, they want to be spoon-fed the same things all the time about the price going up. They don't want to sell, right? Or they're chasing things around like they got $1 million account. They don't want to book positive trades. It takes discipline, right? It just takes discipline. And there's still those opportunities, you know. It's not easy. Like people who don't want to sell, you can't change their behavior in the market. You just can't do that. So, Andrew, you're going to get a kick out of this. Look, this is on the daily. Look at this, brother. Look at this. This is on the daily with me having put the extensions negatively, okay? Lined out the extensions here so that we could see the Fibonacci's to determine whether or not we had confluence. Look at that. What's that? That's our golden pocket, essentially. That would be the golden pocket. Very interesting, huh? Not unremarkable, is it? Not at all. Very interesting, huh? Huh. Very interesting. That's good. Very, very good. So you guys have any other issues you want me to check into? There's the gate exchange possibility. We appreciate Andrew for his shout out today. Angel Matos had $3.99 super chats. We just love that. We love you guys. You're good guys. Lars last night had a $99 super chat. Lars, I need a picture from you, a high-res picture. I know we have a few beautiful pictures from the weekend from your camping trip, but I need one or two of you that I can put here on the bottom right or wherever I put. I don't know. I may do something cool with you guys. So, yeah, I love having pictures of you guys up. It's nice. Yeah. And it's really kind of cool. You have to look. Like, that's Hubble. You have to think, huh? You got everybody's going to the moon and stuff. If you really look at the background, it's like Hubble imagery. Like the moon's on top and everything. The world is spinning around on both sides. It's kind of legitimately cool. Huh? It's interesting. Huh? Not bad. You know, it's not bad. It'd be kind of cool if you were, you know, we got a spaceship. I don't know. It has that flavor to it. So but that's like kind of new imagery. It's kind of, I think it's interesting. It's not uninteresting. So let's see. Kind of gonna maybe wait for some additional pricing to develop. I'd say that is indicated right now. I'm probably gonna let you guys go and go focus on finding you guys maybe some interesting trades. I don't know if you guys are interested in me finding you some good trades, you VIP guys. If you want me to go find you some like good stuff. I mean, maybe something fun. You need to have a good time with something, don't you? I think it's nice to get a 70% trade over the weekend. You know, I shouldn't be limited to just that. We need to find some different. I don't know. I'm gonna find you something. Andrew's had 5 trades today. I'm like, that's not enough. We need to get into this, you know. Just leave it to me, huh, Andrew? Yeah, that's why. Yeah, me and Andrew don't get along at all. Huh? We can't figure anything out, huh? 5 positive trades. I've got, you know, more. I mean, I got a book full of orders here. I mean, it's like, you know, we got to keep going, huh? we got to the market, huh? We got to get to it. So I'm going to let you guys go. It's been a pleasure to deal with you, and I want you guys to make sure you eat well, sleep well, enter your orders at the lower levels, and just pay attention, because if you're not making money, somebody is. That's the bottom line. None of this is financial advice, but it doesn't mean it's a joke. It's serious, guys. We're dealing with people's money, dealing with your money, and we just don't want to placate and have everybody just, you know, it's just, now that we're at lower levels, now people, I guess, will believe me, right? Now people will understand you sell high. We've just been saying profit requires what? It does require that. Now, it's not too low. You can still re-engage with additional capital. You guys can do this, all right? Whatever the challenges are before you, right, typically they don't compare to what you've already been through and conquered, all right? I'll say that as a final deal. If you're down right now in the market, whatever challenges lie before you in life, typically they do not compare to what you've already been able to conquer, okay? So carry that with you in your own present challenges, and you can do this. All right, we win. Okay, that's what we focus on. We win. We're going to beat the market. If you want to continue to beat the market, you join us up at the top level, period. Okay, I appreciate you guys being involved. Alpha Traders in the house, VIP doing a great job. Again, for the support from Hector and from Lars and from Andrew and for Angel. You guys are just great. You're the pinnacle kind of supporters. To all the members, all the VIP members, we really appreciate everything. You guys take care of yourself, and we'll be in touch soon. I'll be back in the back chats with the VIP members in Twitter. And you guys, if you're new to the VIP, make sure you head on over to the Kingdom, TheKingdom. This is London with the Crypto Kingdom. You guys have a great night. It was a pleasure to talk